Welcome to Spurs Vision TV. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening to all you guys around the world. If you're watching, catching up with this watch along, which is a weird one because it's post-season friendly. 3 days after we move, we'll call 3 days after the Premier League ends, and then we are in Australia playing a friendly against Newcastle. It is what it is, guys, right? So we know where we are and how things are going. So let's see how things set up. I mean, we're just here because it's more or less a perfect time for me in Malaysia, right? Doing this watch along. I guess the kickoff is around what call 5:45 our time here, and 10:45 a.m. in the UK or a British Standard Time, right? And it's supposed to be around 7:45 Melbourne time, right? So Sydney and Melbourne is about 2 hours ahead of us. So today, let's get into it. I'm not sure whether I have sent the links out. There are a few people supposed to be joining, but let's see whether they'll be here. But if not, the show will go on as usual. We will just see how things are doing, right? So at this moment in time, right, what else can we say? Maybe I'll just go on to a short, in my honest opinion, show, right, to wind up the season. But it'll be good if the few people hopefully be free to hop on, right, and let's see how things turn up, right? So at this moment in time, let's see whether I can find any links where we can actually see what the lineups are. But I'm not sure whether it's been announced yet. But once I get it on my cable channel, maybe we will see the actual lineup of the teams. So, guys, Spurs season has ended. As I've said before, I'll most probably do an in-depth review show on my newly launched YouTube show called "In My Honest Opinion," right? Brutal honesty. So that one we'll go on to that later. But at this moment in time, I'll just give a brief feelings of what happened season past, right? Because all I know now is that we have to look forward to the next season and not dwell on what happened last season, but learn from the mistakes that were done last season, and hopefully Ange can move on from there. At this moment in time, all I can say is, right, for all the Spurs fans and all the football fans around the world, we'll most probably be focusing on the Euros coming up, and of course the Copa America, which is coming up soon too, depending on which country you support, right? Me being Malaysian, I'll most probably be supporting England because with my links with the English Isles, right, and all these things that's been happening through my life. So I guess England is my surrogate country for the Euros. I've not actually have one for the things, right? Hold on, I'll send Stel the link. Stelios, hold on, Stelios. Stelios. Okay. All right, Stel, sent to you. If you're hopping on, you can hop on now, right? But guys, not sure how things are going on, right? With the game. Let me get to the part where the lineups and all have been set up. Let's see who's hopping on, right? But guys, season, like I said before, I never had much hope. I mean, I didn't have much expectations, actually hope, right? But when that first 10 games happened, then I felt that, yeah, maybe there's a bit of hope, right? But then after the collapse, after the first 10 games, it is what it is, right? If this was in reverse, then it would have looked better. But we did things in reverse and we played well in the first 10 games and got found out in the end and struggled throughout the end of the few games that we had, right? So it is what it is. Getting fifth is a good kind of thing, right? Being fifth, right? We talk about progress. Did we improve? I guess we did because last season we got eighth, right? So this season we got fifth. We're in the Europa Cup, right? Europa League, right? Not in the Champions League, right? That's all I can say is that whether we'll be able to challenge for the Europa League. Let's see what happens, and let's see what kind of players we get in for the next season. Of course, a lot of things have to be said, whether it works or it doesn't. Right? Time will tell. All I can say is that, guys, as a fan base, we have to move on. Right? We have to stop all that, divisiveness that's happened throughout this season, which was weird because when Ange came, it was more like a uniting force. But in the end of the day, we were divided again, right? So that's part of how the Spurs fan base are. We're always usually divided, but what can I say, right? But we move on, we go again, and we try again, right? But one positive is that we have the same manager after 2019 when Poch left, right? A manager that actually has survived a season at Tottenham Hotspur, and hopefully we will see some positive results coming next season, right? But me being a Spurs fan for 40 years, I've been saying, right, I don't want our Tottenham back because the old Tottenham has not won anything, right? I want a new Tottenham, break them all, right? Start all over again, build a better mentality, better winning culture, right? And hopefully from there we can actually move on, right? That's how I see it. And I always understand, right? Every fan has got their own opinion. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion and how they want to support the club in the way they want to, right? So all I can say is that big up to all the Spurs fans that have been supporting Spurs, right, throughout the years. And of course, this season, the new Spurs fans, the old Spurs fans, and of course, a lot of, things were said last time about, being a legacy fan and all that. But a fan is a fan. We love the club as we see it, right? But the thing is, of course, uh, if we want, I'm a fan that I want to see trophies, I want to see glory, right? So let's see whether we can achieve those things next season. At this moment, how more? I won't be getting much of a transmission until about 5:30 my time. That's about 10:30 a.m. UK time, and let's see where you are in the world. Now, will we move on? Will we get the signings that the manager wants, or is it another club signing? Like all of us Spurs fans have always been saying, right? It's always been a club signing, not a manager signing. The managers don't get back. We'll have to see how far that goes, right? Now and foremost, most important thing is that we support Spurs, right? No matter where we are, right? We support Spurs. Our love is for the club, right? To one is all. Okay. And the thing is that, of course, there was a big hoo-ha about this game, right? 3 days after the Premier League ends, and the players had to fly straight out after the game at Sheffield. There were some interviews from Ange from Australia, right? He was talking about why Romero was on the plane. I guess Romero had some family matters to attend to in Argentina, and he had to go back. Why wasn't Højbjerg on the plane? Because Højbjerg had a slight knock, so it was pointless to bring him along. But we'll see, right? But at least Son and most of the core of the first team players are on that plane, and will be playing against Newcastle at Melbourne Park, if I'm not mistaken. What's it called? MCG, Melbourne Central Garden Stadium or something. It holds about 80,000, so 80,000 fans in that place. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's called, yes, it's called the Melbourne Cricket Ground, if I'm not mistaken. It's called the Melbourne Cricket Ground. But guys, right, if you're watching this later or joining on later, right, please give a like and subscribe to the channel, right? And while I'm waiting for more of my guests to hop on, let's see what do we get from there, right? I'm waiting for the lineups. I can't see any indication, any lineups on any social media at the moment. We got some on X. No, X hasn't posted any lineups yet. Got any lineups up for this game? No, I guess everybody's not that interested. There'll be some people who are still interested in the game, right? Let me see. Who else do we have here at this moment? No one's sent anything out. So most probably I have to wait until the lineups are announced to the telescreen, right? Then I'll know whether Ange will be playing the youngsters, whether Ange will be playing a strong first team, right? Whether Howe will be playing the youngsters, or whether Howe will be playing as a strong first team, right? If I'm not mistaken, after this game, the Spurs players will disband, and most probably most of them might go back to London first, then only head back to their original countries where they came from, or maybe Son might head back straight to Korea, right, for his holidays. Right? If I'm not mistaken, there are not much international activities going on the Asian side, if I'm not mistaken. But I have to look into that too, right? That is only saw. But then, of course, we have to look into the scenario of what's happening during the Asian, any kind of World Cup qualifiers are coming up in the Asian side and all that. But we'll see, But hopefully, the players get their deserved. Hold on, guys. Yep, guys, sorry, that was Stelios calling me. He's trying to get a link for the show, right? So let's see how that goes. Maybe when Chang's hop on and he takes over, and maybe I can help Stel out in joining the Discord that actually has the games, right? Oh, I don't think I'm supposed to even say that. Let's see. How do I? Let me see how to get this done. But Stel said he will find another link. But okay, guys. At this moment in time, as I see it, right? I'm still trying to look for the lineups, right? But it is what it is. Can we do something about it today or tomorrow or the day after? The future will only can tell, right? Being a Spurs fan, we'll see, right? There'll be a lot of drama throughout the summer, right? The players coming in, the players going out. Whether we'll be able to get quality players in or whether we'll be still stuck to the same scenario of getting quantity over quality. That's all for us to be seen, right? And then there's always the divide of Spurs fans between the players like Timo Werner, Brennan Johnson. Like we said, we can see that the lack of quality is there. But if we do really want to challenge or improve, right, in this scenario that we are in at this moment, whether we can actually get the quality that we need. Right? Are we supposed to give more time to the players to adapt to the Ange way and Ange style, or are we going to be, back to square one again, going through the, how you say, right, motions again? Big up to Chris Agamba. Big up, how you doing? Yep. You'll be in the background listening. Thanks, Chris. And of course, I'll say big up to Ryan, Huddersfield Town TV Fan TV, right? He's a big supporter of the channel too. Thank you, Ryan, for sending in your love, right? And as we can see, I don't know, if I'm not mistaken, most probably I'll be getting will I be getting anything soon? Let me see that. Let me see. Hi, Stel.
Hey, man, you all right?
Yeah, I'm right. Good morning. How you been doing?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah, that day I heard you say, right? You completed your coaching adventure.
I've
Right.
parked it. parked it.
Yeah. Yeah. That means you completely stop doing the coaching job, or you just, put it aside first and go back and once in a while to take a look at the boys and all that and the girls.
No, I've put it to one side.
Oh, I put it to one side. So basically you're free now, right?
Kind of.
Yeah. Were you able to find the link?
Yeah, I've got it.
Okay, you got it. That's good. Yeah.
I've found another link. It's okay.
All right. Okay, fine. All right. Later, maybe I'll see. You do Discord, right? If you do Discord, maybe I'll link you into this group.
No, that's right. I've got a link on the internet. It's fine. I've got another one.
All right.
Yeah.
That's good. Right.
Astro Super Sport.
Yep, that's it. I'm watching through Astro Super Sport too, right? Still, this is the weirdest thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're in Malaysia, okay? And I didn't expect, right, for Astro Super Sports, because Astro Super Sport is one of our major cable providers in Malaysia. Yes, you're not. They're showing this game, so I'm just wondering how much money they had to pay for it, right? Because it ain't gonna be free, right? So it's good for us, and of course, it's good for the Newcastle fans too, right? So yeah, we do have quite a lot of Newcastle fans in Malaysia, so this one part you can look at that. You can say it that way too, right? Yeah. So still, I know you had to tell you true, right? We had a weird season, haven't we? Right? The ups and downs.
Pretty much.
The ups and downs, and the drama along the way, right? The drama along the way, which to tell the truth, it doesn't surprise me, right? Being a Spurs fan, and sometimes I wonder, right? Is this all this done, right? So at least we YouTubers can have content to make. That's the best part, right? Yeah.
So we're an experiment. Social media. We're a social experiment.
Yes, I know. I've always been saying that, right? We've always been a social experiment, right? So how much can you divide a club, right? Because I've always had this analogy nowadays, though, right? Football clubs, right, are nowadays like small countries with the fan base that you have internationally, in a sense, a Spurs, let's say, we can close eyes and I can more or less say easily we have 20 million Spurs fans around the world. You understand? Easily, right? I mean, not including all the Korean fans and all that, but easily we have about 20 million Spurs fans around the world, right? And once you have 20 million people to govern or manipulate, right, or siphon funds out of, which is basically what the government does around the world nowadays. That's how I see it. Oh dear. But have you got any idea what lineups are we going to have? Because I'm still waiting for news from social media.
The lineups.
Yeah.
The lineup came out ages ago.
Okay. You got it?
Yeah.
All right.
If you just go to Spurs, if you just go to the Spurs Twitter page and you'll see everything.
Oh, the Spurs Twitter page. All right.
So Austin is in goal. Porro, Dragusin, Van der Ven, and Chicken Royale in defence. Benton, Corsar, Madison in midfield, and then Kulu, Son, and Johnson up front.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the bench, we've got Vicario, Whiteman, so 2 goalkeepers, Ashley Phillips, Black, Skip, Devine, Abbott, all the kids, Keiterman, Hall, Brian Hill, Dane Scarlett, Santiago Donnelly. So it's all kids on the bench. None of them start.
Seriously, that means we're not even playing our actually. There's no Sonny, there's no VDV, there's no
Son starts. Son starts. Van der Ven starts.
Oh, VDV starts, Son starts. All right. So, but the thing is, the rest of them are all the kids at the bench, right? Okay. All right. Okay. Big up to Tony Rodriguez. Big up. Tom Tacker. Big up. Hope you're all well, right? They're all coming from Tottenham Way channel, right, guys? Thanks. If you're not subscribed to Spurs Vision TV, please give a subscribe to Spurs Vision TV, right, guys? Right, and of course, don't forget to Tottenham Way too, right? Tony is the best, right? I love Tony, and just a very strange man. Yep. Get the Spurs. Big up. Yep. Let's see what he does today, right? I mean, it's a friendly match, right? Let me bring on my co-host. Hi, Chang. How you doing?
Hi there, Mr. Eugene. Hi there, Mr. Stelios. Hope you are both doing very well on a Wednesday. I hope it is Wednesday over there for you, Mr. Stelios.
Yeah, it is Wednesday for
Yeah,
Stel there.
good to see you,
In
Chang.
morning
You're
time.
all right.
Yeah, yeah. Pray the Spurs, big up to you guys. Yes, right. This is the watch along. Yes, this is the watch along. Yes, 80,000 tickets sold for the game. Yes, I think did you see the interview that Ange gave yesterday on Optus? Was it Optus? Yeah, Optus. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Chang.
Ah,
Okay.
you're talking to me, Mr. Eugene.
Yeah,
I've
it's
not
right,
seen
right.
I've not seen any interview yet by Big Ange apart from the very short post-match interview he did after the Sheffield United game, which I thought was very telling. There still is a lot and a lot and a lot of work left to be done, especially this coming summer. We don't even talk on we don't even want to talk about the incomings just yet. Just look at the outgoings and the number of players that we have to ship out before Daniel Levy can even sign off on any incomings. I feel that the biggest hurdle for us is to actually get rid of the players that Big Ange doesn't fancy, who are on high wages and on long-term contracts. Whether these are club signings or signings made by previous managers, you could be Jet Spence, Joe Rodon, Sergio Reguilon, or even Ndombele for that matter. I think the priority right now should be to get these players out as soon as possible and try to strengthen our squad with quality rather than quantity, which I felt has been maybe the biggest sticking point in our previous transfer windows, where we try to get as many in as possible and hope for one or two of them to come good, which I think is never a good idea if those players are club signings. But let's just see. Let's just see what Big Ange is able to get out of this coming summer transfer window. And if Daniel Levy, for the first time in I can't remember how long it's been, if he really puts his money where his mouth is and gets us quality over quantity.
Mm-hmm. All right, all right. Eva man, big up to you, right? You can't find a match to watch. If you have a certain kind of thing that you can use, you can find it through Astro Super Sports, right? 813, right? But I'm not sure whether you can get it through your cable provider over there. Just have a big shout out to the guys in the chats, right? Bader, Simon Davis, of course, Eva Man was on, Lee Anderson, thanks for jumping on through, Tottenham away, right? Adrian, Yan, and of course, Josh. Big up to you guys, right? Thanks for being on the screen. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe to the channel, right? And some support to Persuasion, right? And of course, don't forget to Tottenham Way too, because most of you guys will be subscribed to Tottenham Way because you're coming from Tottenham Way. Big up, guys. The firework display is on. Can you guys see anything yet, Sal?
Yeah, I can see the stadium's not even full. It's not even close to full.
Nah, it's not close to full. I don't know how they. I don't know. Maybe it's not close to full yet because the match actually kicks off at 10:45 your time.
Eugene, the whole upper tier's empty, the whole bottom tier's empty, bro. There's a lot of empty fans. There's a lot of empty seats there.
Yeah, I know. So I guess not enough Spurs fans there, not enough Newcastle fans there. Maybe we'll get a few more fans coming in. Right, stadium.
Yeah, but even as a Premier League club, you'd expect for fans to want to go and see Premier League football. But I don't know, man. That's pretty poor if you ask me.
Honestly, yeah, true. Pretty poor.
I honestly felt it was kind of strange to have this friendly so soon after the season ended over the weekend, and it's being done on a midweek as well. It's not being played on a Saturday or a Sunday. But I do get why, maybe because of a fixtures congestion, or maybe because maybe some players themselves would be looking to spend their summer holidays immediately after the end of the season, which is why this friendly, if it even does takes place, it has to be very soon, immediately after the season has ended. So I can get why I can get why the friendly is being played in midweek. But yeah, it's kind of strange, if you ask me, to have a friendly in midweek, and it's so soon too, after the season has just ended. So I don't know, maybe we might see a few more fans come in once they get off from work. because as I mentioned, it is midweek, so there will be fans coming in when the moment they get off from work. Kind of like some people here in Southeast Asia as well, or even over there in Britain or Europe, wherever you're tuning in from. It's kind of difficult to have to watch a friendly in midday if you are in Britain and in Europe. So yeah, it's gonna be tough
Chang.
for fans to.
Chang, you're being far too kind. If this was Man United versus Real Madrid, this is sold out. This is sold out.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I listen. I love Chang. He's trying to defend us. This is a lack of interest. There's a lack of interest from the Australian public to want to watch this game. That's the truth. I understand Newcastle isn't a big draw, but I would have thought Spurs would have attracted a lot more fans, personally speaking. This stadium, I'm looking at it, it looks so empty. It's almost like a pre-season training exhibition game, you know?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I saw Spurs pre-season games in the past haven't been like this. So I'm just a bit surprised, guys. I am a little bit surprised. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah. Now I think still maybe it's just what I call EPL, too much of EPL, and then it's just end of the season, and people coming in. But what you say is true, right? Still, I have to be really honest with you, right? In this part of the world, right, there are not many Spurs fans. Sorry to say.
Right, this is what I'm trying to get at. We're not attracting the audience. This is what I'm saying to you.
We don't win shit. That's why we don't attract. What have I been saying, right? If you want to captivate the Asian audience, win trophies, win your match. Let the punters make money.
But this is Australia. Australians love the Premier League. They watch the Premier League.
Yeah, but they might not love Spurs. They will love their Manchester United, Liverpool, Chelsea more than us, right?
If this was Arsenal, Man United, I think this is sold out.
Yeah, but still, when the cameras span across the stadium, I see more Newcastle fans than Spurs fans. Or maybe the Spurs fans at the lower level, they pay more money than Newcastle fans. I don't know.
Hold on. I'm getting another view now.
Look at
the
that.
Middle tier looks busy.
Yeah.
The lower tier looks a little bit more busy.
Yeah.
You can still see some fans streaming in. I can see fans streaming in anyway.
The upper tier seems quite empty.
Yeah. But they said
to be honest with you, I'm struggling to see because they've turned the lights off, ready for some kind of display, so I can't even see.
Nah, it's not full packed to the brim kind of scenario, Estelle. Right now, it's not like when Spurs went to Korea to play, right? And let's say, right, Australia. Orsham says that Australia is more popular cricket and football. Yeah, Australian football. Yeah, they've got Australian football too. And Reso says, I don't understand why we're playing today. None of us do. None of us do really. Right? Hey, big up, Steve. Right? If you want to join me, Steve, I'll send you the link, or I'll get Stell to send you the link. Right? Steve, big up to Steve. Right?
I'll send him the link now.
I'll send him the link. Yeah, Steve is a Newcastle fan. Send him the link. All right. Yeah, join us if you can, Steve. Right. Yeah, I know. But it does look a bit empty. It looks quite even on the yeah. But Ronnie says, right, the Melbourne Cricket Ground can host up to 100,000 capacity. They've reported 80,000 tickets sold, sale tickets. Okay, fair, Ronnie. Maybe that's how you don't see it as a fully packed, because it's 100,000 capacity stadium, right? And big up to make Lucas. Our preseason is only for money. All preseasons are only for money, right? We have to accept that football has been commercialized. It's all about the money now, right? Everything's about the money, right? And of course, this is what YouTuber user says, right?
YouTuber user, when Spurs moved to Wembley, we had 90,000 fans in the stadium every week. Practically, we've got the record for the highest Premier League attendance. Like, for me, if there's a demand, the stadium will be sold out. I just don't think there's a demand for it. That's my opinion.
Yeah, maybe, but hold on, but maybe Elias is on Astro 813, right? Elias, Astro 813, you will have it if you have Astro, right? Yeah, George says right. 80K is good. If it's in England, there wouldn't be 20K tickets not being sold. Yeah, that's Mr. Arsenal United, right? OTC, big up, big up. Yep, the trumpet guy is there. Yep, they brought him all the way to the trumpet guy there. And if not mistaken, Chang has put in the link, right? If you guys have not, big up, Ron. I know. Your name is Jeff, Ron. How is it doing in Fiji over there, right? Hope things are doing well there. Oh, the diddler. Yeah. Okay, big up. That's a nice name. But I think the stadium is slowly filling up at the moment, and there's more fanfare coming from the Newcastle fans. Right, they are waving black and white flags. Can you see that still?
What? Yeah, I can't tell, Eugene. It's impossible. It's impossible to tell.
Okay, our lineup: Brandon Austin, Pedro Porro, Dragozin, VDV, Royale, Brenda, Benny, Star, Decky, Madison, Son Heung-min. Quite a strong team as I see it. Right? And of course, the balance of our bench, apart from Vicario, Skip, and Hill, the rest of them are all the youngsters. My God, there's some names I don't even know there, Stel.
Yes, it's academy players. Tyrese will play for the under-21s.
Leo Black. Okay.
Some of them are under 18s.
Lineup: Nick Pope, Kieran Trippier, Dan Burn, Emil Kraft, Lewis Hall, Elliot Anderson, Bruno, Joe Linton, Harvey Barnes, Isaac. Wow, they got a strong team out too, right?
Here comes Ange walking down the tunnel.
I'm sorry, Elias. I don't know why yours is empty. I've got mine on now playing, right? Complain to Astro. Short Sky says that everyone's going to be okay. Let's see what happens then. But it's a friendly game, right? So I don't think they'll be going in too strong, right? Why can't Son ever get a rest? Maybe Son will fly straight back to Korea from Australia. So hopefully he'll get a rest from there, right? They're lining up in the tunnel. Hey, Nick Pope is back. That's a surprise, right? Yeah, Nick Pope is back, right? What did I say? I guarantee this friendly game was mostly Ange's idea. Loving bringing his European team, so I'm trying to show it off to us. Are you Australian, the Short Skies? Show it off to us. Let me know whether you're Australian, right? Yeah, I guess so. Did he go back to Australia with Celtic many times when he was in charge of Celtic? Maybe he did, right? So, yeah. But I guess it's not only the Ange idea, right? I think this is what the club will do, right? Milk the proverbial cow, right? Since Ange is Australian, go to Australia. Get the Australian fans hooked on Spurs, right? Yeah, Ivaman, Astro Super Sports 3, if I'm not mistaken, but it's called 813 from my side. Yeah, you can get it through there. Astro Super Sport 3. Right. All right, guys.
So the players are heading out from the tunnel now.
Yep.
You can see Son Heung-min leading the line.
Mm-hmm.
There are
it
the
looks
mascot.
Yeah, proud to be Jordy.
Kieran Trippier is standing beside him. So it looks like Trippier is going to be captaining Newcastle United as both sets of players head out from the tunnel.
From certain angles, it looks good, but what Stel you say is very correct. The top tiers are empty. The lower two tiers are full. So I guess that's where you're predominantly that's where the 80,000.
Where have all these Geordie fans come from?
Bro, there are more Newcastle fans in Asia than you believe. That's what I've been trying to tell you. Newcastle has a bigger following than Spurs in Asia.
Wow, look at that black and white. That is
how have they got a bigger following than Spurs?
Bro, Kevin Keegan in the olden days? What have we done in 20 years? Apart from Poch, right? It is what it is, right? And you see, Bro Johnny says that a lot of Newcastle fans are in Australia. Yeah, there are a lot of Newcastle fans in Malaysia. But the thing is that they are hidden. You can say not. They don't come out because they have not won anything in such a long time, right? And you look at that, right? We have more Geordies in Malaysia Supporters Club than Spurs. Facts. You know, and our Supporters Club, I'm a committee member, so I have to keep my
Maybe
mouth
there's
shut.
a lot of Geordies that moved to Thailand, a lot of expats
Yeah.
who moved to Thailand and Cambodia, because a lot of British people do relocate to those countries. Maybe they
Yeah.
relocated and they married, and then I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I'm just
Yeah.
making it up. I'm just making it up as I'm speaking. Now.
I've been telling you, right? If your club win trophies and your club win matches, right? The Asian fans
But
will
what's
become
Newcastle haven't ever won anything? What have Newcastle won?
history. I don't know, throughout the years, right? And there are a lot
Eugene,
of
what are you talking about? Newcastle haven't won anything. Like nothing.
still, there are a lot of British people who move over from the UK to Australia. Maybe they're all Newcastle fans who moved over to Australia. Not enough Spurs fans, so you got Newcastle fans moving over. Right, Joseph Tyler was Joseph Spurs. Younger players could benefit from this. Yeah, around the first team. Yep.
If they play.
Yeah, he said what, right? We won the championship. Oh, yeah, they won the championship a couple of times, coming up and down.
The championship. That's like we won the Audi Cup and what?
Hey, bro, the championship is much better than the Audi Cup. You have to admit that, right? At least that was a competition. don't look down on the championship, right?
This is
has
so
got the
clever.
medal.
This is so
Henry
clever.
Weeks has
They've
got
got
the
Hyun-Min Son walking out the tunnel first. It's so clever.
Yeah, they have. And have you seen how many
Great-
South Korean
great
fans are there?
Great marketing.
Yeah, South Korean fans. And there's some Malaysian fans in there too, right? Big up to all the Malaysian fans in the stadium in Melbourne at the moment, right? Big up to you guys.
Hey, by the way, do you know what I tried the other day and it was so nice? Korean chicken.
You mean
Fried chicken?
fried
You're
chicken?
talking about the Korean
Yeah.
fried chicken?
Yeah, they're nice. Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
my,
yeah.
nice. Oh my
Yeah.
God, man, it's so good. It's so
Yeah,
good.
we know. Yeah. It's it's
because there's a place in America called Honey's Kettle.
uh-huh.
It's amazing. He spent like 20 years perfecting the recipe, but I have to say the Korean fried chicken is the real deal. It's so good. Yeah. Fair play, man. I didn't know.
Yeah. And there are all kinds of Korean fried chicken still, variations of them. Right. So that's one you've tasted. There'll be more for you to try out. Right. They're much more.
Look how happy these kids are, man. These kids are more happy than our kids that come out from the tunnel.
Of course, they've got more fans there. Okay, still, the number of Asian fans start supporting Newcastle during the Keegan era too. Yep, I've been trying to tell that still. Yeah, Mr. Post Office, right? Why hasn't been the wheels? I'm sorry, I can't answer.
I don't know. I don't know. That's the answer.
I'll try to find out for you. If I do find out, I'll let you know.
So the referee is now taking the ball over to the center circle. It looks like our players have just begun their pre-match huddle.
Yeah, we're doing pre-match huddle now. Yeah, correct.
I think
I'm behind you, guys.
Wow,
is there
look at it. Black and white in the background.
My God, the amount of black and white, right? So
apparently just kicked off,
right?
Huh?
Oh, you guys kicked off.
Well, okay. Sky Sports has said the game's kicked off, but I'm still at the stage where the players are doing a team photo.
Huddle. Yeah.
No, team photo, not even a huddle.
Oh, you're way back behind me then, right? We are getting direct from Malaysia, so you're on the Malaysia stream, but I think a minute or so behind it. Yeah.
We are 30 seconds. The Astro goal. Yep, we've just kicked off. On Astro goal, just kicked off.
We've kicked off too. So still.
So Spurs are going to be playing from right to left. We are playing from right to left. Newcastle from left to right. Newcastle have the ball now. It's 15 seconds on the clock.
Yes, corner. We know that.
And Bentancur back to... Is it Van der Ven? Yep, it's Van der Ven to Dragushin. Dragushin back to Van der Ven. Spurs keeping possession. Playing quite a high line.
I tried a different link. I'm going to try again. Hang on a sec. The other thing is the match has just kicked off on me. So, anyway, give me a minute.
I was going to say, can we sync our clocks? Because I'm behind all of you.
What time are you at now?
I don't even have a clock on my one.
Has your match has your stream even kicked off yet? Has the match on your stream kicked off?
No.
Because it's on our stream, it's a good 1 minute and 10 seconds now into the game.
No,
We're 1
now,
minute, 10
now,
seconds.
now,
Can I give you a better link, Mr. Stelios? Let me see if I can get you a better link right now.
yeah, send me another link. Then I can.
Okay,
Yeah,
I will WhatsApp it to you directly. I'm going to send it directly to you on WhatsApp.
Okay, that's better.
Chang, put it in the private chat.
Put it in the
Okay,
private
sure.
chat.
That works as well. That works as well in the private chat. That's a good idea.
Right, guys, we are holding the ball in the middle of the field. Chicken Royale to Poro. Poro puts it back to Dragazin. Dragazin puts it out to VDV. Madison, VDV. Why is Madison playing so far deep in, right? I've been asking that.
Yeah, that's going to be strange as well to watch.
Long ball over, right? Guys, we're taking this as a friendly, right? So it doesn't be... no, there's no VAR, I think. Yeah, handball, and there's no VAR, so there won't be a check. Yeah, but no call. Yeah, it's a friendly game, so yeah. Why can't Ange starts with it instead of Emerson?
That's a great question. That's a great question. Like, if you don't want Emerson, if you don't want him at the club, why not start a young player? It's a friendly pre-season after the season's ended. It's a great question. That so good.
Yeah, it's a good question, right? It's a very good question. Handball, but it's like
you're in the same place as me. I'm not that far behind. It's a clear handball. No doubt there's no VAR on that. That's a clear handball in today's game. Clear handball.
Yeah. But guys, Snell, have you got your stream up?
I'm waiting for Chang to share the link.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the link here. I'm trying to copy and paste the link over to our private chat. Just bear with me.
All right.
I've got.
Okay, guys. Son's got a ball in the middle of the park.
Good morning, all. By the way, good morning, Eugene. Good morning, Chang. Good morning, Snell.
Right.
Morning, Mr. Meth. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, I
it's been a good long while since our last watch along as well.
Yeah. The last watch along was, it counted. This watch along doesn't count because it's a friendly.
Yeah, well, no, I don't mind. I can never do I remember that first game with the Liverpool one where I was ahead of everybody. I know Jamie was on, and I don't know how he coped with it, with me giving a commentary 2 minutes ahead of where you guys were. But I think we're all about the same place. Madison's just played a through ball. That looks offside, not given. Sonny's got the ball, picked up by. I've got 3 minutes 24 on the clock. I don't know if you're the same.
4 minutes.
We have
4 minutes. So you're a bit ahead of me. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, now
I
we
thought
need
I
to
was 3-4 minutes behind. But,
you know what, Mr. Eugene? I think I have to get a better stream for Mr. Stelios because it wouldn't do him any good if his stream is actually behind our Astro on the
just send me the same link that you've got.
Okay.
Oh, no,
because the thing that I have is actually unshareable. I'm trying to give you an internet link.
Yeah, I can't share the link with you, Snell, because if you can get it out of Astro Super Sports, right? That's the thing. Like, I can't say this on live TV later. I'll explain to you, right? Because I did suggest in the WhatsApp chat earlier, but then
it's all right. I'll just be behind. It's all right. I'll just be behind. It's not a problem.
Yeah. Anyway, it's just a friendly game, right? We most probably won't be watching the game. We'll be just chit-chatting among us ourselves. This is usually what happens on Spurs TV anyway, right? We'll be talking about food, travel, right? The weather, right? While things get boring.
The weather.
Yeah. No, I hear the weather is pretty nice now in the UK, right? So I'm not sure about Ian. Are you still in Spain or are you back in
No. I'm in the UK. I'm in the UK. I've actually had to go to London. My mum's was taken ill. She seems okay, but she's 90 a week on Saturday. So at that age, you can't take too many. Well, I'm 103, Chang. It's.
Getting Spurs bigger.
Hi all. What was I going to say to you?
Yeah, stupid question to ask, right?
Oh, is it on Spurs Play?
Yeah. You have it?
Get it on Spurs Play. I don't buy it either. Although I tell you what, it might be worth it for some of the kids' games, because we have got some really, really promising kids come through. Really promising at this. But I don't know if you engage with Adrian Stoker. I think you do, Chang. I don't know about you, Adrian.
Yes,
But
I do.
he knows the game really well.
We all do, Ian. We do all know.
You all know he
Yeah,
he calls Mikey Moore a generational talent. So he's just one of a number. We've got Donnelly, Lancashire, Santiago. I've always liked the look of as a outside left. The boy in midfield who was at Plymouth, who's typically Divine. There's a lot of good young players coming through. We'll find about Ashley Phillips as well. But
Ian, I don't want to crash this conversation, but I know I've spoken to Simon Davies, the academy director. I feed players into Spurs and other academies, and none of the under-21s are ready. And that's coming directly from the academy director's mouth. Ange agrees. And when I went and watched the under-21s the other night in the cup final, we got absolutely destroyed by Fulham. There's not one player there that even looks capable.
Who's this? None of them.
Not one. The only one maybe, possibly, outside bet is Donnelly. There's more chance of players from the under-18s in 3 years' time breaking in. The under-21s, you're not going to see any of them play for Spurs, in my opinion. Sadly.
Ever? Any of them?
No. They're not good enough.
No.
The thing is, Simon Davies been there for 2 years, and he's only restructured how they're being developed. So the players that are 12 to 14, they're the ones that will be potentially the stars, because they'll get 6-7 years of this new development philosophy. Okay. Whereas the current crop, they're already 10 years into their development. To suddenly just turn them into what we want, it's not going to happen. So, but listen, I'm not saying don't dream. I'm not saying
sure.
But this is coming from the director's mouth.
Part of the problem, no, and I mean, you might be 100% right. Part of the problem, and you see some people, and certainly some people whose views I'm not a great fan of, who's saying, "Oh, just pay the kids, play the kids, play the kids." You have to rely on the professionals. You employ professionals to make these decisions as to whether or not they're ready or not, and if they're not even being selected for squads, and I heard you when I came on about players like Emerson Royale and stuff like that. I mean, they would be in the squad because the manager, the one who's paid to make these decisions, has decided that they are still better than the young players coming through. But the fact that he's put in a 16-year-old and put a 16-year-old onto the pitch, even against Manchester City, suggests that you might be 100% right, that there might be one generation that misses out. But to some extent, that makes the decision easier for the chairman. I know people have got different views on him, but let's ignore that for a minute. That if he's because if I were the chairman, I'd be saying, hang on a minute, why do you want me to spend 50 million on a player if I've got, a young centre forward, a young winger who's almost ready to come through? It doesn't make any sense that you've spent 10 years developing a player to then not give him a chance to make it. But if you're saying they're not ready and we're 4 or 5 years, that makes the spending decision easy. Whether he makes it or not is a completely separate matter, and I don't think this is the time for that. But if the player's not ready, then that makes the spending decision difficult. It makes the spending decision easier.
The only youngster that might break in next season that they've said to me is probably going to get a chance is Bergvall. But he's not really one of our own. We signed him.
Lucas Bergvall.
Yeah. Bergvall's been bought. I mean, I know everything I've heard from Postecoglou, etc., is that Bergvall is a first-team player and has been bought to play in the first team. As an 18-year-old, fine. He's been bought. The young, is it Croatian centre half as well? But he's going to be a couple of years at least. Young centre half. So
Yeah.
he's
But
another one.
which is
What about
16,
Donnelly? I mean, I'm not convinced about young Scarlett. He's gone places. He hasn't scored. You'd think he could be.
Scarlett's not going to make it, I suppose.
No, I don't think he is. Although he scores goals for England, he can't score. He couldn't get in the Ipswich side. Now, granted, they've been promoted, but I don't see. I can't get in the Ipswich team as being a regular starter for Tottenham. It doesn't make sense to me. What about the boy Lancashire? I mean, he's got sort of a bit of the Mark Falco's about him. If you're maybe not old enough to remember him, but someone
against. I know exactly who you're talking about. The striker. I know he's not
he
good
scored.
enough.
If you watched his development, I remember as a kid. I say a kid, I might have even been in my teens, but looking at the programs where they played, all the way from the junior teams through to the football combination, which was the reserve team. I don't know why we don't have reserve leagues anymore, but we don't. And he was scoring goals. And he wasn't a particularly elegant player, but he scored goals at every level. And this boy Lancashire looks like the same. That he knows where the goal is. And I think any centre forward that knows where the goal is you don't need masses of skill if you pick up the odd ball and bang it into the net. That's all you need to do. But I mean, there are people like you that know more people than I do, particularly where I'm located. I mean, it might well be, and it would be a pity. It would be a pity if we've got a generation of kids that does very well, but they're not first team players, and they're not going to be sold for mega money either. So,
Ian, you've got a combination of issues at Spurs, right? The first one is too many fans get caught up in the dream of academy kids playing for us. So because they're so desperate for them to come through, they overhype the reality of where the player is in their development cycle. And it's almost like they want to force them in when they're not good enough. They might be good at their level, but the leap from youth to adult, let alone the leap from youth to Premier League, is massive.
Yeah,
and they're just not good enough. And our fans just need, I don't think they realise that. Then you've got another issue, which is if you're going to bring through the youngsters, you need to be patient, let them make mistakes, give them a chance. But our managers are under such pressure to achieve that they can't take those kinds of risks. Whereas other managers maybe that have got a couple of years where they don't necessarily have to get top four, or they've got the guarantee from the board that they're not going to get sacked. And bringing the kids through as part of the process is taking the pressure off them, bringing the kids in. And then the third problem you've got is if Ange means what he says and we're going to challenge for a title, there's no way he's going to play the kids, because you're gonna risk challenging for the title, because the kids need 2-3 years to bed. Look, it took Kane 2-3 years. It took Kane a couple of years.
Still, are you old enough to remember the class of 92?
Yeah, I am.
92. Yep. Oh, what, Man United?
Yeah,
of course.
I mean, Alan Hansen famously on Man United on Match of the Day said, "You win nothing with kids," and he had 5 of them. He had 5 kids that came on and were megastars, absolute megastars.
But again, Sir Alex Ferguson finished 11th twice and wasn't sacked.
Yeah,
whereas you're pretty confident at Spurs, you're gone.
That's true.
That's
true.
That's the issue. If you want to develop kids, it's got to be a long-term strategy where the manager is given at least a 2-year grace period. Otherwise, you can't. I don't see how you do it. I think we're asking for miracles.
Still, I haven't done a show with you in a long, long time, but I've done stuff with Eugene and I've done stuff with Chang, and I think they both know that I'm very much a disciple of Ange, from what I've seen of him. And I'm very much, we can't just keep sacking managers. I mean, put it this way: you talk about the kids. I mean, if Pochettino, God, the Freudian slip. Postecoglou came out and said today, "Look, I'm back in Australia. this is where my home is. I'm going to retire. I don't want to be the manager. I mean, the first person I would look at as the manager would be McKenna at Ipswich, who they talk about him moving to Chelsea or whatever, simply because he was our youth coach and he will know a lot of these players. But you're absolutely right.
Wait. McKenna was our youth coach?
Yeah.
Wow.
You'll have to. Yeah, I can't remember what team he was. It might have been under 18s, but yes, he was. I didn't know that either. But the point I'm making, don't want to detract from the point I'm making, is that they would be the only circumstances in which I would even contemplate a change if Postecoglou decides I'm not in for this, and I don't think there's a chance of that. I'm not a big Levy outer, but there are a lot of criticisms I have of Levy, and one of them is that he's not given any manager in the last God knows how many years a real opportunity to develop a team and develop a style. Granted, I think the last couple of appointments, I don't know what made him appoint Nuno. I mean, I thought that was crazy. Mourinho and Conte were not good fits, but having cultural fits, but having recruited them, they had to be given the time and the freedom. What I think again is Postecoglou has pointed out, and I'm not looking at the screen because I'm trying to watch the football as well, but it is that there is clearly a mental problem at Tottenham with players being unable to take that step. And in fact, one of the criticisms was reading in the British papers last night and this morning about Pochettino was that, again, when they got to a cup final, they failed to deliver. The cup final they were in against the League Cup final. They performed really badly, and if you look at the semi-finals and the final for the big Champions League final for us, we didn't play well in really any of those at all. And someone has to get our club by the absolute scruff of the neck and get the players and get the whole club. It is a cultural thing now. It's become a cultural thing about getting the players to a point mentally where they can get over the line. I think that Postecoglou has identified.
That's why I've been saying, right, all this while, right? When Levy said we got our Tottenham back, I've been shouting at him, I don't want my Tottenham back. I don't want the Tottenham that's not won shit and has not won shit in 16 years, has not won the league title in 63 years. I want a new Tottenham. The mold must be broken and we have to start all over again. And hopefully Ange is the one to break that mold. And maybe in 4 years' time, whether he's here or not, we continue on that, right? And what Rosie says here is very true, right? I think people now are far too quick to get rid of managers. Football nowadays want results like yesterday, right? And have no patience. Relationship between players and managers doesn't even happen overnight. So it's so true. And the way what we saw Chelsea do to Poch, right? Well, we saw Poch, I know when he started in the beginning of the season, it was really bad, it was shit and all that. But then we saw the progression. And in the end of the day, right, Chelsea actually, to tell the truth, right, if you compare Spurs to Chelsea, right, I and Estelle believe, right, Poch has done a better job because we saw that progression coming up. For us, right, we went up to the stars and we started to regress under Ange, you see. But that is maybe how Ange is trying to test the players, whether he can play the type of football they want to play. But it is what it is. But nowadays, we have to be, fans have to have the patience. The owners have to have the patience, right? And the worst part is that our owners never come out and back the manager with statements and says that, we're going to stick with this manager, because I've been telling Stell, right? Every manager that comes from Spurs, right, is just like the scapegoat. You know what I'm saying? No? If it doesn't work out, it's the manager's fault. We get rid of the manager, change a new manager, right? Big up to ZZ Groom, big up to you, Stuart Wheeler, right? Max Zappa. Thanks for you guys for being in the chats, right? All you guys big up, right? So at this moment in time, right? I've always been saying this, right? Ian, we've been doing streams for so long. I do it with you. Once in a while, Stell will come in and we do streams. I always been saying, each to each his own, how you want to support the club, how you want to love the club, right? But the only thing is that we must find a common ground to understand, right? At this moment in time, if this problem continues and be persistent, right, we should know the one constant has always been there, the person in charge.
Oh, Grant, I mean, I think the communication from the board to the fans is fair.
Did you just see that by?
Yeah, no manager. No manager is the right fit under this board. Yeah, it's not a thing I particularly agree with. The boy Byrne there is he's got his shirt. Someone's trying to rip the shirt off his back.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't know if you've seen that.
We just had a chance to counter attack, and rather than playing the ball forward, we've delayed it. Do you know, this is my criticism with Spurs' second half of the season. First half of the season, it was all 1-2 touch. Second half of the season, players want to take 4 or 5 touches on the ball, and it gives the opposition time to regroup. I don't know why we're not playing so.
It's a great question, and it's not Ange ball. It's not the way Ange plays. Ange plays the team. That final third is quick. Really quick, wide men getting the ball wide. He's got the ball now to Johnson, but it's gone back again. Where I'm saying back to Bentancur, back to Maddison, then back to Johnson on the right wing, flicked into Porro. Might keep that in, but well cleared by the Newcastle defence. I agree with you, and I think you'll see some change next year. I think there'll have to be change next year. Eugene, just one thing about your football, you're getting your Tottenham back and stuff like that. I've seen my first trip to Wembley was 1971 when we won the FA Cup against the League Cup against Aston Villa, against Nicholson, and then winning FA Cups in 81, 82. There was others in between, UEFA Cup in 84. We won those cups playing glorious football. There's no.
No, I understand what you're saying, Ian, but that was, the evolution of football is one thing. We have to understand that the football in those days and the football now is totally different, right? The players' mentality in those days and the style of play is totally different, right? Ian, me and you, we grew up through the age of Vinnie Jones, Roy Keane, right? When players used to go and smash, right? And nothing happens. All good, and the players get up and they get on with it. You remember the days when the head is bleeding and they've got a bandage around the head and they will still run onto the pitch and play the game. But because nowadays, I think health and concerns of dementia and all the things, concussion, you're not allowed to do that anymore, right? If you have a head injury and you're bleeding, right? You don't get bandaged up and run back onto the pitch and play anymore. That doesn't happen anymore, right? Maybe mentality and the way that football has evolved into now, in those days, it was you're talking about, right?
Yeah, I'm listening. I know I'm looking at. I can't commentate on the football if I'm not watching it.
Yeah. Hey, Ian, Spurs Vision TV, we hardly ever commentate on the football anyway.
And the ball was on now. Right? Oh, that's a foul, referee. Yes, free kick. Send him off. Send him off. That's Trippier.
Okay, let's see our free kick, right? This is our set piece attacking. And look at that.
Say that again.
Did you see that?
Son is Trippier on Son.
What a mess of a free kick that is. That is just a mess of a free kick.
A free kick. I haven't seen the free kick. I've just seen Trippier fouling Son and them having a bit of a laugh.
You watch our set piece play, right? And the Ange decided halfway through the season that the core of the players are not going to get Ange ball, so he stopped shouting at them, right? Okay, right. Friendly in name only. All right. You'll see that. You'll see that coming up soon.
I've just seen the free kick. What a waste of time that was.
Yeah.
I'm at 24:30. Tell you what I'm going to do, boys. I'm going to go and get myself a cup of coffee, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Ian. I'll catch you later. Yeah. Okay.
It took me so long to get the stream. That's not a penalty.
Yeah. That's not a penalty, right? All right. Stuart Miller, big up. Robert Yee, big up. Thanks for being on, guys. Right. So we can go back. Chang, we can go back to commentating since Stel and.
So it's 25 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Spurs have the ball. Van der Ven played the ball all the way back to Brendan Austin, who's going to just lay it off for Dragushin. And Dragushin then passes to Bentancur, to Madison. Edge of the center circle now, out wide to Pape Matasar, back all the way to Dragushin, who then squares it to Van der Ven. Van der Ven plays it out wide left to Sun. Sun to the middle now, Madison on the move. Madison back to Sun on the left. Sun's trying to bulldoze his way in to Royale. Royale to out wide to the right now. Johnson cuts in back to Royale. Royale is almost playing like an attacking midfielder. Pape Matasar to Kulusevski. Kulusevski back to Pape Matasar, back to Bentancur, over to Madison. Bentancur, Pape Matasar, and Madison just treading the ball between themselves. The final third.
This is why I'm saying horseshoe football, right? We just go round and round, and it's still showing the preseason friendly, but it is a preseason friendly. I mean, postseason friendly. I can't even call this preseason. It's postseason friendly. Just after the 3 days after the Premier League is called a postseason friendly. But and the thing is that I think Emerson does his inverted fullback job too literally, right?
It's far too high up for me.
Yeah.
It's far too high up, and there's no one covering on the right. And thankfully, this isn't competitive, because if this was competitive, we would have been skinned time and time again on that right flank.
I know. Joelinton has gone down. Yeah, somebody's brought him down. Yeah.
I think is it Joelinton? It's Joelinton.
Right. The whole front three needs to be replaced. Yes, James, I believe that too. The whole front three needs to be replaced. Right. Let me see what's happening now. Oh, we're having a.
It looks like a short water break.
Yeah, short water break now we're having.
Players are going over to the benches now to take on some fluids before we restart this game.
Short Skies, if I'm not mistaken, he's from Australia, right? Watching this Tottenham brings back painful memories of Ange coaching Australia and struggling against teams in the AFC. This football this football is dog shit. It's painful to watch. It's the same football, right? So Short Skies, right? That's a Short Skies. If I'm not mistaken, you're from Australia too, right? So, and James Rossi pen, that was a tackle on Son, was a pen. James, I'm not sure how far back you are, or is it something new, right? Because we have moved on from that, if I'm not mistaken, James. Yeah, big up, James. Thanks for that update. Pen, maybe he's watching something further back from that free kick incident that Son was tackled. Yeah, he thinks it's a penalty.
We are on 28 minutes and 40 seconds now.
Yeah.
Newcastle have restarted the game. Son Heung-min's trying to put pressure on Trippier. Newcastle trying to play out the back, and we've won the ball back. Well done. Come on. Oh, that was close. We won the ball very high up the pitch, almost on the byline. But Pepe Matasar picks up the ball. He's in the penalty box now. Does he lay off? Madison shoots. Oh, it's hit somebody. That looks almost like a certain Madison, but it's blocked. And we've won the ball back again. Come on, faster pressure. Van der Ven was Kulusevski. Kulusevski is going to cut in on the right. Kulusevski lays it off to Bentancur. Is he going to get a shot off? No. Bentancur doesn't shoot it. He then squares it out to Royale on the left.
John Fitzpatrick, long time no see.
Royale back to the middle. Pepe Matasar goes for goal, and it's caught. Comfortable catch.
Yeah, deflected and comfortable catch. Right.
I think.
Where are you in your streams? You're obviously a bit ahead of me, boys.
Yeah.
29 minutes and 55 seconds.
How much are you, Chan?
29 minutes and 50 seconds now. 29 minutes and 50
you're about
seconds.
30 seconds ahead. I'm at 29, 19, 20 now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
right. Newcastle's low blocking us again. Yeah. Waiting for
and
the
it's 30 minutes on the clock now. Newcastle United have been caught offside. Spurs will take the free kick.
Yeah. Just seen Sarr had a deflected shot.
It looks like Nick Pope is bleeding from the nose. I could be wrong. I could be seeing this wrong here. It's like he's bleeding from the nose.
Nick Pope's bleeding from the nose. Okay. I'm surprised Nick Pope is back. I thought he was injured. Right. Yeah, Everman is on 20, 29, 35. This time, Everman, you're slower than us, right? We're getting it straight from, right?
Wow, what a
And,
pass to Son. What a pass to
Mm.
Son. Son on the edge of the penalty box now. If he can find Madison, he does. Madison back all the way to Royale, to Bentancur, and ball lost. And shoot! Oh, no, hang on. Madison, come on, Madison, and goal.
I'll have to watch this
What?
now. Hey, Chang, you've ruined my whole life now.
I'm very sorry. This will be
I'm
the
going to
last
have a
time
look.
I
It's
see
fabulous.
the
I've
way.
got that ball into Son.
Watch Madison
On
and
his
his
left
left
foot. Which way's he going? Madison, yeah. Got Madison. Back to Emerson. Emerson across to
We know that. We know that.
Bentancur lost it.
So there was a press.
Oh, what a shocking ball by the goalkeeper.
Yeah.
That's a great goal by Madison. That's brilliant. Terrible
Yeah.
by the goalkeeper, but
Okay,
brilliant.
Ian, this comes to my question, right? Right. Big up Harry. Big up Harry. If you want the link, I'll send it to you. If you're free to join. Right. This comes to my question, right? Spurs find players that can't perform under pressure. When there's no pressure in a friendly game like that, right? Madison scores a whopper.
He's been poor. He's been poor.
Right.
I don't know what that's about. I really don't understand. I mean, he's read that brilliantly. He's gone past Dan Burn as if he's not there. I don't know what he's appealing for, but he's just they're talking about handball. It flicked up off Madison's arm. It flicked off Madison's hand. But I mean, I don't think there'll be VAR in this, surely. So yeah. It'll be allowed, but that's what because it ball hit the goal scorer's hand, so that would have been disallowed in the Premier League.
The Newcastle goalkeeper did terrible there.
That was terrible. Still,
Just a giveaway to Madison. But to be
Good-
fair, Madison
Good
did
pressing.
well
Good pressing from Spurs, though.
Yeah, good
Exactly.
pressing from Spurs. Yeah.
Good pressing.
very good press from Spurs. And here we
No,
come
sir,
again.
I was just saying, right? In a friendly game, Madison can do something like that. In a normal game, when there's pressure, when there are points, but he can't do something like that. But it was, yeah, James, very true. Big mistake by Nick Pope, passing the ball back to Madison straight away. Yeah. And no wonder Manny says that.
It's not just Madison. It's all of them. All of them under
Yeah,
pressure.
it's all of them.
They've given the ball away again. Come on. What a waste from Bentancur.
Yeah. Is that your breakfast?
Spurs are definitely winning the ball high up the pitch, and you just have to ask yourself, where was this sort of press against Newcastle United at St. James's Park 2 months ago, at the beginning of our 4 consecutive defeats? I mean, if only we had put in half this much effort against them in the league as we are now in this friendly, I think we could have even got a draw against them. If you look at the lineups that they had back then when we played them away in the league, they had so many injuries. They had something like 11 or 12 players out injured for that league game, and yet they still managed to play us out the park.
Yeah, I know.
I'm watching this and just seeing how high we're pressing, that high line, and how high. I know it's only a friendly, but how high we're pressing and how high we're winning the ball back up the field. To some extent, I mean, well, not to. So I totally agree with Stell about not moving the ball quickly enough.
Yes, I want to get you to see. I think Short Skies is from Australia, right? He's saying this, watching Tottenham brings back painful memories of Australia and struggling against teams in the AFC. This football is, dog shit, and it's just painful to watch. It's the same football. Do you think Ange has changed since then until now?
This is the Australia he got to the World Cup finals, yeah.
Bring that comment up again.
Right. Because this is a very, very interesting comment. Because if he's from Australia, he's been watching Ange progress throughout his career.
What
he would just
Tottenham brings back.
Yeah.
Is he talking about this game or the way we ended the season?
I mean, overall, if I'm not mistaken, right, Short Skies, right?
The way this is dog shit.
The way we ended the season was shocking. I agree, but
yeah,
to say this like today, we're looking all right.
Yeah, I can't say this football's dog shit. I love the way we're playing. You know, as I say, a high line, winning the ball up high. And I mean, in fairness, the goalkeeper's put under pressure there. Was it by Kulusevski? And that forced the goal. Yeah, it was a shocking piece of goalkeeping, but forced the goalkeeper into the mistake. And Maddison, you know, took it brilliantly. But unless you pressure the goalkeeper into the mistake, there's no goal.
Yeah. But guys, don't take it so seriously, right? This is just a friendly game, right? So it is what it is, right? Whether even we beat Newcastle, it doesn't mean much of anything, but you know, more like an
Kieran
exhibition game.
Trippier's off.
Yeah.
Ooh, you're right. Number 2 off from number 3.
Yeah.
Trippier's off.
Yeah. Now, guys, don't forget, right? Some of these players have their half an eye on the Euros. You get what I'm saying? On the Copa America. Right? Right. Yeah. Yeah. Has. And he doesn't have perfect. Yeah. Right. Big up Reload. Big up, how are you doing? The game is friendlies or friendlies. Players are not going to waste any energy or risk of an injury. Yep. That's why Trippier has come off. Right.
Newcastle coming forward, but it's offside.
Oh, Trippier's gone off. Trippier's gone off.
Yes.
Trippier's off.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
On
Yeah.
the 6th minute.
Enjoying no VAR. And then Mani's practicing saying, Ange, right? The team won the Asian Cup. Yeah. Yeah. Ange, what's the manager won the Asian Cup against South Korea? Right. Yeah. And then, of course, we had to watch Horseplay. Yeah. Okay. But as a friendly game, and come back to the sense that you guys were talking about the academy, you know, the youth and all that, right? I think in the early stages, what the club did with the academy was, I think the academy wasn't programmed to produce players for the first team. I think the academy was more like a cash cow, produce players for sale, right? So let's see how that goes, right?
I mean, the other thing is with the kids is that we've clearly invested millions in that academy that's meant to be the absolute, like the stadium, absolute state of the art. So I've just seen that pass by Maddison. Right idea though. At least he's moving it forward early, and it's got to be producing. Got to be producing. You know, quality talent, real quality first team talent, or it's just a waste of money.
No, because I remember what Stel said, right? Not saying now. Previously, our academy was producing players that plays in every kind of style and way, right, Stel? And that's how their value of sale is there. But now, since Ange has come in, he has revamped all this, and he wants it to play in a certain way. So at least
no, Eugene, hold on. So the focus used to be on developing the individual player, which means a lot of 1v1 domination. So can you keep the ball? Can you beat a player? Can you receive the ball with your back to the defender and keep possession of the ball? So it was all about developing the individual, because the club knew on average they would sack a manager every 2 years. So rather than trying to develop players for a system, they developed individuals so that player could fit in any system. Harry Kane's proof. He played under 6 managers, including England, played in multiple systems, multiple formations, but he performed. So the academy philosophy was right. The problem was from above, they knew that they were going to constantly sack managers. That's why the academy was structured the way it was. That to me was dysfunctional. Now that Simon Davies has come in,
yes,
he's restructured the academy.
I might be behind you.
So all the teams play the same way. But for this to work now, for this new philosophy to work, what needs to happen is once Ange leaves, whenever he leaves, the next manager has to be a continuation of Ange, and you've got the same style of philosophy, so that the kids that are playing the way they're playing now, that doesn't go to waste, and that they can fit into a system that suits the way they've been taught. So we're going down more of a team philosophy route as opposed to a pure individual development route. But let me tell you something about the academy. The academy is self-sufficient. They sell enough talent from the academy to fund the academy. You need about £2.5 million a year to run the academy. If we sell Japhet Tanganga to Millwall, which I think we will,
5 million. Apparently, it's done.
right, £5 million runs the academy for 2 years. So technically speaking, half of that money pays for the academy to run next season, and the other half goes into the club's pockets. What the club does with that money is up to them. But the academy does operate like a business. The stadium, when they built the stadium, the £200 million deposit to borrow the 800 million to build the stadium, 25% of that deposit came from academy sales. The academy funded 25% of the deposit to build that stadium. So,
Yeah.
in an ideal world, we want the academy to create lots of talent, lots of Harry Kanes, but it's not structured that way. Simon Davies, though, with what he's doing, there's a better chance now than before. And plus, Paratici, one good thing he has done, he broke the academy wage structure, which is why we've got Ashley Phillips. It's why we've got Bergvall. He broke the wage structure so we can attract better young players who are good at other clubs. So I think the academy is going in the right direction. I think the academy now is set up more for football than business, but we're not going to see the rewards for another 4 or 5 years. And this is what I keep saying to fans that say, oh, Mikey Moore, generational talent. Oh, Donnelly, just you wait. No, wait 5, 6 years, because that's the truth of it.
Mm-hmm.
Still, can I come back on a couple of points, Eugene? Is that okay?
No, go ahead.
Couple of things. One, I'm bothered that the philosophy seems to be you sack a manager every 2 years, because one of my criticisms of Levy is what I said earlier about not being able to keep a manager and what have you. And I've said on streams, you look at any successful business, and particularly a successful football club, and they have real stability at the top. If you look at any company that's got a really high turnover of staff, in particular senior staff, they're never going to succeed. That's the first thing, and that would worry me. And if that's certainly
Ian, what is success?
Good vibes, attractive football, all that.
Yeah, because everybody's got a different definition of it. What I consider success, yes, I consider top 4 to be a minimum, because I think the way the game is, the modern game is now, you have to be playing Champions League, if nothing else, for the profile.
Well, then we've been a successful club for about 10 years.
But we've got to be winning trophies. I've got no argument with those who say winning trophies. My eyes have seen the glory of the Cups at White Hart Lane, and I do miss seeing us winning a trophy. And I'll probably be in tears the next time we do, because it has been too long. So, I'm disappointed that we didn't get a decent cup run. The capitulation at Fulham, Manchester City was unfortunate, both in terms of the draw and the way we lost it. But we were very rarely looking like we were going to win that game at all. There we go. That's what I love about. Was that Kulusevski? I thought that was. No, I thought it was Van. It was Van der Ven. We had the 2 furthest forward players were Van der Ven in that move and Emerson Royale. That's one of the reasons I love Ange Ball, because I think that can so hurt players. The other thing I wanted to say though is about the academy, how the academy is being.
No.
Yes. Yeah. True ball to Isaac.
Go to Newcastle,
That's
is
so
it?
easy, man. That is so
My goodness,
easy.
the amount of fans.
Look at that.
Just look at that.
So go to Newcastle.
Yeah. No, Austin. Yeah.
Oh, great.
Guys, it's just a friendly game.
One ball, and we don't know what we're doing.
Well,
Chicken Royale.
that is part of the problem, isn't
Yet
it?
again, Chicken Royale. Once again, when does he ever learn?
He never learns. Apparently, AC Milan wants to buy him. I don't know whether it's true or not. It's just like
Sell him. What mean wants to buy him? Give him away. Yeah. What Graham says, a chicken giveaway.
He's apparently on the top of their target list for the right backs.
Yeah. Chicken doing what chicken does. Yeah.
Not only that, Inter Milan wants to get him over Dumfries as well. So AC Milan and Inter Milan, they are both battling for Chicken Royale. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
He's so rubbish, man. He's such a poor player.
Who are you talking about,
Yeah.
Sal?
Emerson Royale. Do you know what it is? He's got no idea of game geography, where he should be on the
Yeah.
pitch, where he's positioned, what's going on around him.
Situational awareness, yeah.
Yeah, he's got no idea. Not at this level. Not this. Maybe in the championship, maybe or.
He doesn't even know how to kick a ball. Come on, like have you ever seen him make a proper smooth
Still, he
pass
came from
before?
Barcelona. He's a
It's half time.
baller.
They
Yeah,
literally
half-time.
just scored on the stroke of half time.
But we've so dominated. This is the problem. We've so dominated this game. We've scored one, and then all of it, and it's 1-1. Just it's going to be half. Probably it's half time. I've got 45, 44. So
Big up Joel.
because in general,
That's so crap.
in general, our
Always believe in your soul.
Yeah, Manny says, welcome to his life. He's got Zinchenko. So Zinchenko is better than Chicken Royale, right?
Okay,
Yeah,
to be
that's
honest,
cool.
in an ant system as a left back, I think Zinchenko will be better than any of our left backs.
Yeah.
As an inverted fullback, he's the perfect guy for the left back role.
Hi, Harry.
Hey, you're right.
yeah.
Yeah. How you doing?
I shouldn't really be because I'm at work and I've got COVID or something or ill. I had a COVID test yesterday. So
There's a round of COVID going on in London, right?
yeah.
Yeah. I'm not
So,
sure
yeah.
you guys know. You know Arthur?
Yeah. Arthur.
Yeah, even Arthur's got it. So
Is he still not well?
I'm not sure. The last time we saw on the chat, I think it's getting a bit better. Yeah.
Someone
Hi, Has, by the way.
Hey,
Sorry.
you're right. Sorry.
Good afternoon or good morning.
'Cause
Where
I
are
was
we?
watching Dan's stream earlier and he asked me to come on, but I was still feeling a bit ill. So
So you come on this stream, Will?
yeah. Problem is, like when you're sitting at home doing nothing yet, it's really difficult. Like
Yeah, I hear you.
yeah. I wasn't even that interested in the game, and then I put your stream on. I was like, oh, they're talking about it. So
Mate,
Harry,
have
you
lots
know,
of vitamins
Persuasion
C and D.
TV, right? When we
Yeah.
do watch alongs, right? It's not about the football.
it's about the
We don't
banter.
care about the football. we talk shit, right? And
Yeah.
we slam things and all that when Persuasion TV. And
No,
when the
'cause a
goal
lot of
goes
time
in,
when
someone
we
will
watch
just
along, it's
leave.
like cussing out Emerson. That's what I remember.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If I knew Emerson was going to be in the first team, right? The title description is that let's cuss Emerson throughout the game.
Yeah, that's literally what it was.
Yeah.
That's literally what the stream was.
I think
Yeah.
he's only there because Romero had to go back to Argentina because he had a second son. So
Yeah,
Second
that's
son?
what I heard as well.
yeah, he had a second baby.
Second baby, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I know my stream.
Can I
I've
say
got, like,
Vicario's to blame for this? No, who's the goalie? Austin.
Austin.
He's to blame
Austin,
as well.
Austin is
That
to
was
blame for
that
this.
was
He
poor.
parried it out. Yeah, he parried
was
it out to
poor.
the.
By the way, from far, Vicario and Austin kind of look like very similar actually in terms of their posture and their
No,
height.
that's not good from Austin.
No, but the thing is that the way our defense just parted, you understand or not? The ball was so easy to the wide, and the ball shot in, right? No one was actually on that winger. This why it is, right? But
So I was looking at Ange's system on the whole. I was doing a lot of reflecting yesterday, and there's a couple of things he can do which can alleviate some of our problems. I think number one, he needs to put someone as a screen in front of the two we leave at the back. So instead of letting Basuma go completely far forward, by someone as like a screen on the halfway line. So at least we're clearing out balls before they go over the top.
Well,
And
like a number
two,
6.
Yeah, I know, but he doesn't want one. But I'm saying you don't have to change the whole system. Like I'm just saying, just little tweaks. And another tweak I'd do is instead of inverting the fullbacks that way, push Madison further up and use Porro. You know where Basuma plays now, in that little bit outside the box. I know it sounds weird. I'd use Porro there because at least he can fucking hit the ball. So you're using him as like a inverted fullback, but in a different way. If that makes sense.
we got Michael. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, I was about to say that. What's the thing about these Arsenal fans? They're coming back from their caves or what? Like, is it the cave rental you can't pay or what? You're suddenly coming back out and bantering us on our friendlies, right? Seriously? After that bottle job of a season you guys are coming up at us? No way, man.
Problem is, Elias, they're like 3 years ahead of us.
Maybe
guys,
maybe their cavemen started charging them the rental, so they are out. Perhaps.
guys, you didn't see me on DR Sports yesterday with Abby, right? I smashed Cecil.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, I smashed him.
Yeah.
He couldn't say anything.
What was that Don Robbie there? Because he's usually there as well.
No, Don Robbie in there.
It's Abby Summers and I forgot the other guy's name.
No, she usually.
Abby usually does it with KG, Kevin, right? But
Yeah.
this time I think Kevin wasn't free. He was on with Cecil. Cecil's an Arsenal fan, so yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know who the other guy was. I know Abby Summers. I mean, everyone knows.
Do you know? Have any of you listened to the Alistair Gold and that guy he does it with the podcast?
Guess
they did.
Guess.
Guesty.
Do you know what? I'm a bit concerned by that podcast. Right, what they said. Andrew's admitted that Veliz is a club signing. It's not something that he specifically wanted. See, I'm not gonna lie, guys. That scares the hell out of me because that.
Who was the club signing still?
Veliz. Don't surprise me, to be honest.
Yeah, but see, on the one hand, Andrew's saying, I sanction the signings, it's on me, they're my signings. Now he's saying, oh, that was a club signing. You know, it was their idea. And what scares me about that is that means he's a yes man. And
well, I did say that like a few weeks ago.
Well,
I
1 minute. Hold on 1 second, guys. Right, we've all had this chat many a time, right, about Ange being a bit a yes man. If that's the case, then I don't see a pathway forward for us, because if he's going to accept players that the club wants, then these are signings that are going to end up sitting in the squad that he doesn't want because they're not for his system or that don't meet the requirements he needs because they're club signings. So it's another Jed Spence, so to speak.
Yeah,
that's what that is. Stuff like that cost Conte. It's stuff like that cost Mourinho. It's stuff like that cost Poch. So the Nkudus, the NGs under Conte's, it was the Rodons and whatnot. So now, you know, if this is what we're going to do, I don't see us going forward as a club. I think Ange needs to sit down with Levy, Cullen, Paratici, Lange, and say, look, guys, if we're serious about changing mentality and we're serious about winning silverware, it really has got to be signings that I can put in my team, playing my system, that are at the level required. And if he doesn't have that chat this summer, I think next year, I don't think it'll be a disaster. I just think it'll be more of the same. And we'll just be that kind of 4th, 5th, 6th team, no silverware, not much progression, just a bit more of the, you know, not great, not bad, just that worried me. Just listening to that conversation, I thought, nothing's changed, man. Nothing's changed. Like, I don't get it. Like, I don't know. I don't know what you guys think, but
I'll say something once you're done. Sorry. Yeah, so basically, like with Ange, apart from his tactics, which are a bit suspect, and he's finally decided against City to change it completely, which is a bit too little, too late for me. But this whole club signing thing, I think people need to really understand this. This is Ange's best job ever in his career. Okay, like, and what I'm saying is, as a byproduct of that, I'm not saying is justifying this, by the way. He's going to be a yes man because he understands. Let's be real, he might not get a better job than this next. I mean, and if he did his research on Tottenham and he did his research on the players, which for me, I don't understand why no manager comes in and watches at least a few Spurs games before deciding to play Emerson at left back or Ben Davies up against Saka. Because even as fans, of course, we have to watch them every year. But to me, that's because it's common sense. If you go into a club, go and watch them past games. It's not that difficult, or highlights. Because these sort of decisions are just stupid, and just that's what I don't understand about him. It was like one left back gets injured. Oh, let's just use the next one.
Yeah, but he's shown he can tactically adapt. Okay, he left it late. He should have done it earlier on against Chelsea and Arsenal, but he adapted against Sheffield United and Man City. Okay, too little, too late. But he's shown that he can adapt. Okay, my concern is that even if he adapts next season, tweaks it, and we say, do you know what? Good, better, Andrew. Both fullbacks aren't inverting every game. The high line isn't always high every game. Good, you're adapting. This is all we want to see as fans, that we we show some respect to our opposition.
Yeah,
But-
that's exactly what, yeah.
But just on transfers, if he's going to be accepting club signings, then that for me says how do we go forward? Because Arteta, he's been given a hell of a lot more freedom, him and Edu, to bring in players that suit their systems, players that he signs off on. Whereas we seem to be still doing the Veliz. And do you know what? That kind of explains to me why Timo's and Solomon's and these players are at the club now.
I mean, Solomon, Johnson.
Solomon's been injured. I'm being a bit harsh.
They
He's been injured.
wanted
It's hard
them
to
before.
say. He's-
They wanted them before Ange came in, because Johnson, I was told like 2 years ago we were watching him, or monitoring him, whatever phrase you want to use. But I'm saying with Ange, because this is the biggest job of his career, he's going to say yes to everything. I'm sorry, that's just. I'm not saying.
Are you
it's
saying
justified.
Ange didn't want Johnson? Because everything Ange said says that he did want Johnson.
Well, then if he did want Johnson, then his talent IDs weren't very good then.
Ian, I don't know what to believe because, like, when Ange said in that interview earlier in the season, I wouldn't have taken this job unless I said who comes in. I have the final say. I thought, good. I need to hear that. But he did the podcast yesterday and he's saying, Veliz was a club signing. I'm like, well, hold on a minute.
I didn't hear that. I have to tell you, I didn't hear that. I was a bit surprised at that because I certainly, I got the impression that with Lange and the guy that came from Japan, I can't remember his name.
Scott M.
Scott M. Yeah,
with Paratici, Scott Mudd, yeah, with Paratici, that there was a complete football department there that was making the decisions.
I think in what we're trying to say, as in from my perspective at least, is that every summer we seem to sign an 18-year-old or 20-year-old or something like this, who's clearly for the future, right? Rather than saying all our transfer kitty, this is just my opinion, right, is used on say 4 top-class players. So we have 250 million to spend this summer. Go and spend buy 4 top-class players with that money, rather than saying we buy 2 like good ones. What ends up being like Stel says, 2 good ones, 2 meh. 2 and then 2 youngsters on top of that as well. And I think that's the issue.
When Glenn Hoddle was manager, I think it was when Hoddle was manager, and David Pleat was a de facto director of football. He had a separate budget, and I'm sure that was when Levy was there. I'm sure it was when Levy was there.
Yeah, because Levy's model.
He had a separate budget for youth development players to bring in young players. I don't have a problem with that per se.
Hold on. Yeah, I need to clarify this conversation, right? Because the people in chat are asking when did Ange says that. Stel didn't say Ange said it. Stel says that he heard it on the guest and
Golden Guest podcast.
When they were saying that what they suspect that they are the ITKs, right? And they said that Veliz is a club signing. Ange said Veliz is a club signing. So that's coming from there. So it's not we are saying Ange said that.
Didn't by verbatim say it. It was just
yeah.
It's not like Conte when he said Spence was a club signing publicly. It's not like that.
All right, guys, I need to bring in a Newcastle fan. Big up, Steve. How you doing, bro?
What's good, guys? What's good? I just got out of work.
Strasbourg, bonjour.
Bonjour. Right. Steve, are you able to watch the game, or you just got it from work?
I literally just got out of work, bro. Like, legit.
Yeah.
Just got out of
I know.
work.
How far is your work from your home?
Moment, Steve. It's 1-1 at the moment, right?
It's like a 38-minute drive from my work to my house.
Yeah, he's asking me where was I for so long. Yeah, I was busy. So today's a public holiday in Malaysia, so I'm able to join the stream. Yeah.
All right. And Graham says the biggest problem we have is we need to get rid of 16 players. Yeah, the list is there, right? Guys, have you actually seen the list, right? There's about 12 players to get rid of. And then there's another tree that is on if the price is right, we'll get rid of, right? So there's about 15 players there for us to get rid. And what Stella has been saying, right? If we get rid of all these players, right, how are we going to replace them in one go? So it's going to take a process.
What I would do, this is my opinion, I would rather spend, like I said, buy 4 players big for that we know we're going to go in the first team, like 2 wingers, a striker, and a number 6, a proper number 6. Not Gallagher and all these Hudson-Odois, these sort of level players. I'm like top quality players, yeah. And then what I'd do is I'd promote some of the youngsters, because obviously at that point we wouldn't have any backup fullbacks, so I'd just play some of the youngsters there. I'd rather do that.
We've had that discussion. Stell says the word from the club is that the kids aren't good enough.
I know, but I'd rather use the kids than see Davies and Emerson for another season.
Yeah, look, in a game like this, why not? It's not.
Big up, Dan.
It's an exhibition game.
Dan, you want to join us? I'll send you the link, Dan. Let me know, right? But guys, to tell the truth, right? We've seen this done over and over again. All the Spurs fans now are just hoping, right, that we break this cycle and start something new, right? And when Ange came out and said that, the fragility of the inside, the outside, and everywhere, that could be part of that's why he's so frustrated at the end of the season, right? And of course, the pressure being put onto him by the fans and the scenario that happened in the M-City game, maybe he's slowly understanding what Tottenham Hotspur is, and he's slowly understanding what kind of shit he's got himself into, right? So,
but usually what I didn't like is at the beginning of the season, when we obviously had that 10-game unbeaten run, he was like, let the fans dream, blah, 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 and like giving almost gaslighting fans in some ways, rather than saying, look, we're 10 games into a new project, as everyone will process, everyone is buzzwords, and saying, look, this will take time, not give a false position, if that makes sense, to fans, because this is why some of the fans are saying going to win the title next season and all this crap, because he's saying, I'll be disappointed of being in a title race next year, which is a bit, we're not going to be in a title race next season, let's be realistic. So I'd rather he said, look, it's going to take time and play it down, rather than come out and say, look, we're going to do this and this next season or last season, because to me, I'd be more buying into him by saying that, but now he's kind of saying, we'll be in title race next season. I'm like,
question in the chat there, hasn't I've come in there, but just with what you're saying from Alpha Spurs, what do we think Ange's budget from Levy this window? Still, you got any? Because there's 150 million. I don't think that's going to be far off. I'm hoping that we'll be able to sell some players that might increase that, but I think somewhere around the 150 million, where we are with the needs of the club and profit sustainability and what have you. I would have thought that was probably not too far.
Some youngsters.
Well, we made a loss again. We made a loss again last season.
Harvey Elliott is on. Who's it? Ashley Phillips?
James, I send you all the links, right? If you want to, you can hop on. I think there's a space for
Look, for me, Spurs made a loss last season. The cash in the bank, they can't really touch because they're covenants for payments of players that we owe. You can't touch that money. Otherwise, you end up having to pay the full amount of the player that you've agreed to pay over a period of time. It's all in the contracts. I reckon with player sales, about 150. But we need to sell players, and we're going to have to sell them at a loss. Like, we're not selling Ndombele for 50 million. Forget that.
No, we're not selling Ndombele for 10 million, are we? They'd probably rip up his contract.
Guys,
I think we have to just give it to McDonald's.
Guys, the 10 players that they put up there, right, for sale, immediate sale kind of thing, right? They say that worth that we signed them for was about 225 million. Can we actually get half of it back? That's my question. Can we get half of it back like this one? How much would it raise the funds, right, for selling 15 players?
I don't think anyone's going to pay 30 million for Emerson Royale. I just don't see that.
He's got
25 million at best. 25 at best.
I heard it's 25.
And do you know what else? A lot of these players have got 1 year left on their contract, so they've If they don't go, they all go for free. You understand?
We'll sell them. We'll have to sell them.
The thing is that how much money can we raise?
The thing is, Eugene, it's kind of ironic because we signed players with 1 year left, and now we've got all these players who have to sell.
So definitely, I think Richarlison is going to Saudi if he gets fit in time.
Apparently today he came out and said he wants to stay.
Apparently the board are quite split. That's what Sven and Sim was saying.
Have you not seen one Spurs player say they don't want to stay, right? The next season they'll say, have you not heard this line before? Yes, I'm going to give my all. I'm going to fight for my position in the first team. How many times have we heard that before? I'm tired of it.
Yeah, has everyone picked up those changes, by the way? Skip, Phillips, Abbott and Devine on for Porro, Bentancur, Van der Ven and Maddison. It's hardly strengthened the side. So he's giving the kids a run. I mean, the result doesn't matter. No one's going to be sitting on a stream in September saying, "Oh Christ, we lost the writing was on the wall when we lost in Melbourne to Newcastle." But yeah, I don't think Richie's staying, Lee. I've heard from more than one source. I heard from somebody yesterday, someone well known in the community, that his mental health problems are about some debts, whether it's gambling debts or whatever, and that's why he needs the big payoff. I don't know whether that's true or not, but it's a bit like the Gallagher signing. I know that's a Marmite signing for some of us, but it's one of those stories that will not go away, and it keeps resurfacing. And the Richarlison to Saudi Arabia is another story that keeps coming up, and you just got to say it like Gallagher. It must have legs because it just hasn't gone away.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's wide. It's quite a
Chang looks happy.
How have both teams played so far? I know it's 1-1, right?
We've outplayed you completely, but you had one attack and you scored.
Isak.
Yep, Isak.
Well, Chicken Real was more the reason, but yeah, Isak.
My fucking gunman, man.
Oh, that was close.
Very close indeed. Newcastle almost took the lead there, but unfortunately for them, it's just trickle out wide.
Okay, has gone.
Isak was actually the first Newcastle player to score 25 in all comps since 2004. And guess who scored those? And guess who did that? A certain Alan Shearer, So
yeah,
been a minute. Nah, he's awesome. I love Isak, man.
No, but at least the second half we see Newcastle come out and not play the low block, right? So I don't know. But Newcastle has made some few changes too. They've taken off Isak and put on Callum Wilson, and I think they put on 2 more youngsters in. So it'll balance out, right?
Yeah, but if you look at their youngsters, their levels are way above our youngsters as well. Just look at that.
Afternoon, everyone.
All right, big up
good
Dan. How are you doing, Dan?
Daniel. Welcome.
Welcome to Spurs Vision TV. Your first time here. I forgot to give you your. Hold on, we need to do this. Dan's first time here. Remove this. Guys, headphones off. This is going to be loud.
Cheers, mate.
The Spurs Vision TV. This is the Spurs Vision TV.
Cheers for the warning on the loud bit. Cheers for the warning on the loud.
Why
I
did you
managed
just
to
do
mute
that?
it quickly.
Huh?
Why did you just do that?
Oh, that's the Spurs Vision tradition.
Oh, okay.
Debutants come on with
debutants on the channel.
Debutants, yeah. First time on, Dan. Yeah. And Steve.
Here we go.
Steve has been on before, right?
Steve has been on before.
Yeah.
So
There's probably more in the studio now than watching online, is there? Eugene?
Yeah, sorry.
There's probably more of us in the studio now than there are in the audience. On the chat.
No. We are streaming out of Tottenham away, right? I'm sure there's about 50 or 60 people there watching.
Okay. If we are, that's all well and good.
Yeah.
Here comes Tottenham counter attack. Can we make it count? Play it forward.
Chicken Royale. Are you counting on Chicken Royale?
We're playing counter attack now, guys.
Oh, go!
No, it was a corner.
Come on, son. He can't sort out his feet.
Dan Burn, good defending.
Yeah, that's good defending.
How's the game been? I haven't been watching it. I ain't got the energy to watch it.
Dan, we weren't watching it either, so we were just chatting.
Who is taking the corner? Is it Pedro?
I got the message off of you still that Maddison actually scored and we're actually going for it. Where the pressure ain't on.
We were playing well, but then one chance and
well, that pretty much sums up the season at times, doesn't it? Total control and then one chance, and there you go. That pretty much sums everything up down to a T, doesn't it?
Our corners.
Corners made a lot of changes. Quite a few kids.
Eugene, what minute are you on?
51
minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah.
51, 48.
I'm a minute behind.
30 seconds.
Yeah. Guys, it's one of these rare times, right, that we guys in Asia is faster than you guys in Europe because it's in Asia. It's playing in Asia.
Still question for you then. Who's had the better season, Ange or Poch?
I told you. I
Ange.
told you a month ago that Poch has done better.
No, I know. I was being sarcastic where he's left, innit?
Oh, right. Yeah, people got upset.
I'm going to say you're a bit slow this morning, innit? Or this afternoon. I thought you'd have
You know, Chelsea fans are one of the worst flip flops. 2 days ago, I was talking to one of my Chelsea friends, and he was saying that Poch has done a great job.
The worst fans, full stop, mate. They're the worst fans, full stop.
And now they're saying Poch was so bad. We could have been in Champions League if not for Poch and all.
Absolute rubbish.
And there's such a bunch of flip flops.
Elias, you want some consistency? I think Poch did a very mediocre to poor job at Chelsea, and I've said it the whole season. So there you go.
What are you talking about?
Considering what he had at the start and what he got thrown with,
I think Ange's done a better job. That's just me, though.
Bro, Poch got to a Carabao Cup final, and in 90 minutes, his strikers let him down. In the semi-final of the FA Cup, completely outplayed Man City, should have won it. Strikers let him down, and then in the league, he got them. Where were they finished last year? Mid-table. He got them back up to 6 into Europe, mate. For a first season at a joke of a club with a chairman out of control, spending £100 million per player, overrated players. I thought he had a very good first season overall.
And considering none of the players, basically half of them hadn't even played with each other before. And
crashed out the Carabao Cup, crashed out the FA Cup. We bottled top 4. What are you talking about? Come on.
Give it another 4 games, they'd have been in front of us, wouldn't they? I think Poch actually
all I'm gonna say is... No, go on. Sorry. Go on.
Considering what Poch had, I think he had a harder job than Ange. I mean, going to Spurs and winning the fans over, like I said, all he had to do was play attacking
100%.
football, and that was that job done. Going to a place like Chelsea, especially with the winning mentality that has been there for the past, 20 years, and having no control over nothing, players not knowing each other, just absolutely not even having a say in what's going on. I think Poch had a flipping harder job than Ange. I think Poch had a harder job personally.
Mate, I'm glad Poch because he's learned his lessons that don't stay at a club that's not going to back you.
Yeah.
And also, did you just see that cross by Johnson? Oh my.
Yeah.
But
just seen a comment in the chat.
The Poch one is a narrative one that he's doing.
Sonny was 3, but I think he was offside, but that was bad.
Poch left Chelsea because they want to get rid of Conor Gallagher for financial reasons, and he wants to keep him. There's players he probably wants to bring in that he can't bring in. He's thought, you know what? This happened to me at Spurs. See you later. Bye-bye. Mutual consent. I'm not doing this again. I've learnt my lesson. And now, you watch Chelsea next year. Mid-table. Manager's not going to be able to do anything good because good players are going to end up leaving. You wait and see the manager.
Jesus.
Chelsea.
Have you seen the list of managers they've been linked with? Like Kieran
And not only that, it's going to take them some time to now get a manager. They won't have time for pre-season.
Watch Chelsea, right? Turn into Spurs in this next 5 years.
Oh, 100%. You just look at...
I hope Chelsea fans all kill each other. They tear down their own club. They get relegated. They're absolute scum of the highest level. I'm happy. I hope it all comes crashing down on them.
You know what? Even Bayern Munich can't get a manager at the moment. Even Bayern Munich can't do it. And Chelsea
I was going to go there.
That is a really good point. Why are Bayern Munich struggling to get a manager in heaven's name?
They want Poch.
You know
guys,
why?
They want Poch.
You know what? You know why Bayern München is struggling to get a manager? Because we're entering a banter era. That's why.
Yeah,
we're not.
But it's also Bayern Munich.
There's a lack of available quality managers out there at the moment, bro.
No, that's not true. No, I'm not giving.
No, it is. Listen, I'm talking about the coach.
Just for the cross. That's what
there's 7 billion. There's 7 billion people on this planet. You can't tell me that there isn't a freaking.
You're Bayern Munich. You're not Tottenham, right? No. Hold on, Steve. You're Bayern Munich.
Yes.
The Bayern Munichs, the Real Madrids, the Man Uniteds, the
Man City,
Liverpool's, the goats of football
Yeah.
The best managers always went to those clubs. The Ancelottis, the Wengers, the Fergies, the Peps always went to those clubs. Now, it's all about these young managers. It's all
Yeah,
about
because we're going through a
Zerbi,
generational
Alonso's.
changing
But they're
of
not
the guard.
proven.
Guys,
They're not
guys,
proven.
well,
They're
not even
Yeah,
Bayern Munich
that's
can't get a manager. Barcelona can't even get a manager now. Think about it. There's something going on.
Bro,
There's a lack of.
Napoli
There's a lack of.
Arteta is
there's a
going to
lack of-
Barcelona, guys.
Milan looking for a manager. Barca looking for one. Like, look, here's the thing
Chelsea's
for me.
looking for one.
What?
Only Zidane is an established manager that has proven himself at the highest level that is available out there. Everyone else is taken. Klopp's taken a break. Pep's at City. Ancelotti's at Real Madrid. Where are they? Who are
Still,
they?
Conte.
No, but
Conte is
Zidane
available.
guys,
Conte's
Zidane
taken a
has been out of the game for so long.
Yeah, but he's
He's
proven
still
as
quality.
such, isn't he?
Here,
I mean,
here's
they've
the
even
thing.
tried to re-sign Tuchel. They've even offered him to re-offer
I
his
heard that,
contract.
Yeah,
And the problem is at Bayern Munich
that was
is
simp behavior. Simping for an ex-girlfriend that you tried to break up with and then you change your mind. That was simp behavior,
that was
the highest order from
desperate.
Bayern
No,
Munich.
that was
I'm
desperate.
embarrassed
That was
they
being
even tried to
desperate.
do that.
That was
simp
more
Oh
behavior.
no, they're
story.
in. Oh no.
Steve,
Okay.
it's more of a story like that you've got rid of your partner and then you
see
realise you
how-
ain't
how
going to
we
get
have
none
left
for
the
6
player
months, so you go back to the
And they break
partner.
our defense in just one kick like that.
Would you guys take
Bayern
watch
Munich
back?
is a hard club to be at. Bayern
Yeah.
Munich is a
Newcastle
very
is
hard
Newcastle
club to
to
deal with.
Poch ain't coming back, guys. We need to get over that. Poch ain't coming
But
back.
guys, hold on. Okay, Philly says this. Jose and Conte is available.
Okay, the Bayern fans, they believe that Conte and Jose, they are not the kind of managers that fits their profile.
Conte
They
would not
want
last
attacking
5 minutes
football.
at Bayern Munich. He would not
Yeah.
last 5 minutes there. He'd
None
walk
of them.
out of that place within a week. Bayern
I
is one of the
honestly
hardest
think,
ones
guys,
to go to.
Okay, I'm making a
Come on,
prediction.
Sonny.
I can see Poch going to Bayern. You
Ah,
have
come
Kane
on,
there.
man.
You have players
Again.
like Dyer there.
I could see
Poch
that.
would end up there.
I could
Poch
see
would end
that.
up at Bayern.
Still,
But
I got a
the
question,
thing
right?
is at
Why do
Bayern,
we
they
keep
need-
shooting at players? Why can't our players find the empty spot to shoot the ball
Because
at?
look who's shooting. Look who's shooting.
I was gonna say that.
How
Look who's
because
coming
of
on.
Yes.
Rasa, right? We blind shoot the balls. You get it? You know, we don't have a player that actually.
Sar's a holding mid. He's not a striker. He's not a Sun's off. Hyun-Min Sun's gone off.
By the way, yes, that is correct. I wouldn't take Jose or Conte at Bayern Munich. Number one, Conte's European record
Point
is
for one.
disgusting. And number
Mate,
two,
Conte is
Jose,
a
I want him at
quality
Newcastle.
manager if he's backed. If he's backed, he's a quality manager, man.
Yeah, but his European
Well, he's not
record
going to
ain't
get
great.
back to Bayern. So
Yeah, well,
That's
he's
the
not
first
gonna go
problem.
to
Then it
Bayern
doesn't matter
because
what manager
Dyer's
you
there.
get. It doesn't matter what manager you
Okay,
get.
guys, I come to a conclusion, right? No,
I pay
top
Sar's off.
quality
Brian,
manager,
why is Brian Hill come on? Why are we bringing on Brian Hill?
no top quality manager is going to Bayern Munich because Eric Dyer is there. That's all. End of.
Oh,
Yeah.
please stop
I
it.
mean-
Stop
I mean,
it, bro.
that's
Stop
part
it.
of it.
Please stop it.
Ian,
Stop it.
Ian, your boys just come
we
on.
also
Donnelly.
have
Donnelly's
a
just come on.
cast of
Okay,
miserable
what's
up?
players
Oh,
playing
what have I done here?
Donnelly's come on for Sa and Hill is on.
What's the matter? What have I done, Eugene?
Oh,
No,
no,
I said your boy Donnelly. He's come on.
Oh, Donnelly.
Maybe not.
Yeah, my boy. I'm not. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Spurs fans get to
the-
see Jamie Donnelly for 30 minutes. Wow.
As I say, the one that everybody has high hopes for is the boy, Mikey Moore, and he's getting a start ahead of any of these kids.
Yeah, he's doing wonders in the under 17 Euros.
And
by the
how
way.
old is he? What,
He's had a
16,
brace.
isn't
Yeah,
Yeah, he's 16. He had a brace yesterday for under 17s.
Is he in the team?
Yeah, he had a brace yesterday.
Because they can't
Oh, he-
put him out on loan yet either, couldn't they?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Do you know something, right? Now we can see what these kids are like against Premier League players.
Yeah. But sooner or later, it's
That's
going to be
true.
kids
61
against
minutes.
kids. Kids against kids.
Okay, to be honest, I don't doubt the capability of these kids. They are good in terms of their technicality, but if you look at the way they are suited, they don't fit the right system right now still, because we don't have a system that we play at our academy, or we don't we don't raise our academy.
The
that
academy
way.
teams play the exact same system as the first team, Eugene.
Mm.
Is it now? I thought you told me
Now-
last year that now the academy doesn't have a system. Was it last year you were saying that?
No, I told
the
you
academy
Simon
does-
Davies has made every team play the same way, and they hired Ange because Ange plays a system similar to the academy, so it should be easier for players to break in if they're good enough.
Yeah, but still, these players are not from Simon Davies Academy. They were from the previous coach. Who was
No,
the one-
they're from
who's that?
Simon Davies Academy. He's the
I-
academy director.
Divine is not. Divine, Mikey Moore. They were
Eli
the
should
previous-
just chatting shit.
No, seriously.
But you actually are
Haven't these
chatting
guys?
shit.
No, haven't these guys been training with?
I
the first
love
team for
you.
now?
I love you, but you're talking crap.
It's chatting shit.
No. I want to ask you. I want to ask you a question. Isn't there a fixed time when the academy players
Morning,
actually
brother.
graduate and they go to
Morning,
go
you
to train
have
with the first team? Like now, what Mikey Moore is doing, Jamie Donnelly, and even what's the other guy's name? Alfie Divine. He has been. Haven't they been training with the first team now for a while, instead of the academy?
Sometimes the manager brings them in to train with the first team squad. Sometimes they will train as the under 21s or the under 18s. It's up to the first team manager.
Yeah, but most of them haven't been playing for the under 21s now for about last 6-7 months actually.
No, they all play for the under 21s, dude. Only Mikey Moore doesn't because he's an under 18.
Let me just check.
63 minutes of the clock.
Thames to so far forward, and then I just
Okay,
wrote-
Divine does. Santiago does. Yeah, but still, I remember you telling me that the academy structure that we had, we only try to do the repeat and we try to work on the techniques with the repetition. We don't have the system where we play the system.
Yeah, before Simon Davies came in, but Simon Davies has been there for 2 years now.
Has it been 2 years? I thought we sacked
Yeah,
the
it's been
academy
2
coach
years.
last season only when Conte was
No,
was
he's been
sacked
there
around
2
that
years
time.
now.
Okay.
Yeah, just let me say this out. Sorry, James. Right, I sent you the wrong link. If I've resent it out to you again.
Oh,
Hop on,
Newcastle
you
are
can-
in. They got a counter attack. If he squares it, and they have good block. Who was that?
Skip.
Phillips, mate. Phillips.
Skip,
good
skip,
defending.
skip, not Phillips.
No,
Got
Phillips was putting
broken
the
down
block.
again.
What are you talking about? That was Phillips.
It's Ashley Phillips. It can't be Skip.
Yeah,
Phillips.
especially Philip.
Number 35.
35 is
Number
actually Phillips.
35.
Mate, and Elijah's just
Skip is
wobbling.
number 4.
He's just come on.
No,
he's
I think I'm ahead of you. I'm ahead of you. I think you're talking about something else. I'm talking about something else.
Oh, okay. I'm on 64 minutes 29.
I'm a minute behind you. I'm 63.
Yeah, I'm slightly ahead.
Mate, that Phillips is a big player for an 18-year-old. Fuck me.
He's a big old lump. I know. I said that before. The fella ain't small for sure.
You should
Mate,
see
he did-
Vuskovic.
mate,
Vuskovic is even bigger than Phillips.
How tall?
Phillips did well. Phillips did well there. To be fair to the boy.
Why did
How
you not give
tall
him a
is
game
that
when we
thing,
had those
Philip?
injuries?
How tall is Phillips?
6'4".
Mate, he looks like he's 6'3", 6'4".
Who?
He look, yeah, 6'4".
There's
tell you, 'cause one-
there's a player
one
that
thing-
Olympique de Marseille have who's 6'7" and he's 19 years old. His name's Isaac Toure. He's
One reason I think we
Great.
struggled at set pieces last season was the lack of height in the team.
It was the
Generally.
zonal marking purely.
Not really. Actually, our height has been pretty good for the last 2 years. It was the season under Nuno where our average height was bad. But since then, we have improved quite a bit.
Phillips again.
Set pieces was purely down to Ange sticking to the zonal marking. As soon as he changed the zonal marking on the 36th game to man marking, it looked like we had half an idea there.
Yeah.
No, that's true.
Boys, do you know
That's
what? I like the way
progress,
Phillips
Dan.
moves around the pitch, you know.
That's progress.
Yeah, it looks much more organized at the moment.
No, I like the way he. You know, when you look at a player's body language, as like he looks confident. He looks like he wants the ball at his feet. I like that.
But he needs to bulk up a bit. That's what I believe, right? Look at his size between Dragonzin and him.
Still, you are a qualified coach, aren't you?
Yeah, you ain't for me.
Yeah, Ian, you've been asking
you got
that
your-
for the past 3 years.
Why? What did I say? What did
No,
I
just
say?
stuff,
No, you're a
interesting things
qualified-
you're picking up, things like body language and stuff like that. I'm
Well, I meant his body posture. Like you can,
Yeah,
Wait,
I mean,
wait,
like the way
hold on.
Spurs
I get that.
That's the thing, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
it still can't be trusted. Right? You see, with-
There was one place I only ever watched body language. If I did that now, I'd get shot.
No, yeah, it was him and Stel, both Will and Stel. both of
I
them
meant
said
body
that-
posture, not body language. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, body posture is body language.
Body
Bill,
posture
did you
is
really
like
say Van der Ven would be crap?
he did.
You should.
No, I
you should
never.
have to
No,
tell
I
you-
never.
You-
No,
You
I
did,
should-
Stel. You did.
I
You did.
remember
No, I
me
never.
and Dan were
I-
speaking good
I
about
need to go back to the
Mario,
clips.
and everybody was tweeting
I-
about
You don't have
that.
any
I'll tell you what I
receipts.
said.
That's-
I'll tell you
Okay,
what I said.
I didn't. I think you said he would be
I
average,
said,
not
I
crap.
said, Mickey Van
That's a
der Ven.
12-month ban still. No arguments.
Right, guys, more subs are coming on now.
I said,
Who's
listen,
44 and
Maz, Full Works is Maz. Maz is on my channel.
Yeah,
we
yeah,
just
we
have
know
back
Maz.
and forth all the time, right? What I said about Mickey Van der Ven was I said pros and cons. I said pros, he's rapid and he's good at coming out of, which would be good for recovery runs. And I said
Scarlett is good.
he's very good traveling with the ball forward, technically, if we're going to play possession-based football. Negatives, I said I'm concerned about him in the air. And if a player attacks us at an angle and it's not a straight line, I don't know how good he is at recovery runs. And I was actually proven right on one of those. However, I also said as a conclusion, the things I'm worried about isn't that much of a big deal because he's young enough to be coached. That can be coached out of him. And it turns out he turned out to be fucking really, really good. So I wasn't wrong.
No, he's as good as Van Dijk was at that age. And I was watching Van Dijk in
But
Scotland.
look at Isak when he scored against us at Newcastle. When as soon as Isak went one way, changed direction,
Yeah.
Mickey Van der Ven got put on the floor. And that's what I was saying pre-season. I was saying that's my concern with him.
that's what
To
George
be
is
fair,
doing, right? He's a very good
Isak has
one-on-one.
done that to a few.
Scarlett and Santiago on for Decky and Johnson. So
Scarlett.
it very much is now.
Scarlett. By the way, where's Stripe Parrot? Where's Stripe Parrot? By the way,
Oh, fuck me.
I've been hearing.
Anyway,
hearing
Maz is the most negative. Maz is the most negative YouTuber now. Officially, he's taken my crown.
What do you mean?
Yes.
I like Maz.
Yeah, but he's taken my negative.
That's
he's
why you
taken
like
my
man.
negative
Doesn't mean-
crown.
Doesn't mean he can't be negative.
Yeah.
He was
I've
awarded
been
the
called
award
negative too
on
nowadays.
Monday night. We transitioned the trophy to him.
I watched it on Monday.
Oh
yeah.
wow,
Yeah.
wow! You see the way Scarlett went for the header. That's a proper striker.
Nice
striking
football, Tottenham.
football.
Nice
Yeah.
football.
No, the game will end 1-1. Nobody wants to win this game. Good
Does it go to
pass.
penalties or anything?
Clip in.
Or just a-
Oh, that's a nice.
like that?
We need still. I've been saying this, right? Our strikers haven't headed one ball. I think apart from Richarlison, how many balls have our forward line headed in this season? I don't
2 or
even think
3
it's
at best.
handleable.
2 or 3 at
Five,
best.
because of
Yeah,
Charles
what's that?
is probably right. Yeah.
2. I know Romero did 1.
Hey, who's this
Richarlison
kid
1.
coming off from Newcastle? Cool.
Cool.
Who is the number 58?
He looks like he's 15 years old.
Oh, is that, what's his name? Hold on.
Garang Cool.
Garang Cole. Oh, this is
Some
the
guy.
boy. Oh, he's young. I think
Oh,
he's like
yeah. That's Garan Kuo. Yeah, he was on loan at Volendam this season. He's
What is
Australian
Volendam? Some
right winger.
he's
decent.
Australian, right?
He's decent. Yeah.
Yeah, he's Australian, if I'm not mistaken, right?
He's 18, 19.
Yeah, Aussie kid. Short Sky says that. Yeah, he's the Aussie kid. Yeah.
Maybe that's why he's
Yeah.
bringing him on as well. I mean,
Yeah,
Guys,
that's why
who
he's come
is
on.
our 58?
Steve,
Santiago-
I think you
that's
even
so
watched
big.
some league
That's so big.
league in
Come here.
Antarctica.
Say
Steve,
that
do you
again.
watch the Antarctican league as well?
The Antarctic League?
Yes.
Antarctic.
Elias. Steve watches
No, I don't.
Malaysian Super League too.
Yeah, he told me.
Can I say, right? We've brought all these under 21s out to Australia. The under 21s have got a cup final on Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that doesn't make Levy money.
Yeah, it just about says everything, doesn't it? It just
Yeah,
about
but if
says
they don't
everything.
win the
Not
final,
wrong.
they don't get promoted to the Premier League One division.
Or if they get
Thanks,
injured,
thanks,
if they get
Joseph. 50. So I like Santiago. Funny he's playing on the right because he plays on the left for the under 21s. But thank you for that. He's a player I rate really highly. So,
By the way, guys, Troy Parrott isn't coming back. So where's Adrian? By the way,
really highly. Still doesn't think he'll make it, but I like him. I like him a lot.
oh, you do? Okay.
It's not what I think. It's basically that's Ange and Simon Davies agree that the other 21s aren't ready for what they want to do, which is to challenge for a title.
Yeah,
If we were happy to finish mid-table for 2 years whilst we develop our youngsters into the first team, then yeah, they're ready. But to challenge for the title, they don't think they're ready, and I agree.
Okay.
But we're not going to challenge for the title next season anyway.
And it
Tell that
Tottenham
to
ain't
Ange.
ready, so what does it matter about the youth team?
Tell that to the club. That's they think we're going to challenge, bro. I'm telling you.
Look,
Alistair
Johnson
Gold broke
missing,
the
like,
story
5
3
cities.
weeks after I announced it on my channel.
Yeah, I know.
And the
You
boy
told me that
Morgan's
on-
coming
on
on for
the-
Dragosin now, I gather. So,
I mean, wouldn't it be better if we just bought 3 very, very good players? Obviously, we don't get world class. Get rid of as much crap as we can, and then use the youth to fill the gaps. Okay, might not have a great season, but then we're looking for progress when we go and do the same thing again and get another 3 good players in there and build it up that way. I would have thought that would be the better way to do it. Might take a bit longer, but it's like I've said, what's the point of going shopping in Aldi's, realizing the stuff you've got's crap?
Mate,
and then going
Phillips is a
shopping in
player.
Phillips looks good, right?
I don't know
No,
why Ange
No,
didn't
whenever I
play
watched
him.
Plymouth this season, Whitaker was very good, and Phillips, to be fair, was also very good. So I do like.
I don't know
Yeah,
why
but you
Ange
see,
didn't play him.
yeah, but Plymouth play in what, Division 2?
Oh wow!
Championship.
Look at the way Scarlett took the ball. I mean, he gave it away later on, but still, just that's good. Yeah, these are good things to see.
Mate, I like Phillips.
Like-
Straight
Mate,
potential,
I've seen.
right?
I would play Phillips over Ben Davies any day of the week, just off of what I've seen. The way he's comfortable on the ball.
I
Do you
would.
reckon we should
football
use him as
Spurs
our
wanna
number
play-
4? As
Yeah,
our
but like,
fourth centre back as
Ange
such?
If you know Ange Ball wants players that are comfortable on the ball, can quickly play out from the back, they're calm, they're not panicky.
Ball playing defender.
He's shown more than what I've seen from Ben Davies and Emerson Royale in terms of being that Ange Ball type player.
Do you reckon we should use him as our number 4 defender then?
Yes,
We should.
absolutely over Ben Davies.
You get one more, but still, that's the thing. You need to still get one more centre back, I would say.
No, I think we'll be alright.
I mean, look, it's only
No, we are
15,
not,
20
we are
minutes.
not.
I don't want to overreact, but I'm just small things I'd look for. I like what I see.
No, still,
Yeah,
that's what
but
you say. There's potential
Still,
there. Right?
Newcastle has not pressured us much, though.
Yeah, but we've got kids on the pitch and we've had Newcastle pinned back with our kids.
Mm,
Ooh.
yeah. No,
there's a
please.
comment from Tony Rodriguez in the chat. Why play Santiago on the right? I talk about doing him a disservice. I take that,
Yeah,
but
Santiago is a left.
I haven't seen him do anything with his left foot other than stand on it so far. Everything he's done has been with his right foot.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't know. I'm a bit
Mate,
old-fashioned, left-sided players on the left and right-sided players on the right, but that doesn't seem to be
Ian,
the
I'll
modern
ask
game
you
now.
something. Because
depends.
obviously you mentioned how
Okay, now you see
Ange
that
likes to
then
play
the
with, like, wingers.
78,419. That's why Levy did this preseason tour. Just so
Okay. But also say, Ian, because you say Ange likes playing wingers, yeah? From what I've seen this
Yeah.
season, none of our wingers are really like what I would call traditional wingers.
No, agreed.
So,
No, I agree, and I think Brennan Johnson was brought in to do that, but Johnson's done it, but not delivered.
No,
Not
he hasn't.
delivered in the key areas. Werner, in fairness, was doing exactly what Ange wants to do as well, but
but they
again,
were still cutting in. They're not what I would like to see is playing
Our
proper,
closest
like,
to an
yeah.
our closest to an actual winger is our right back, and that is Porro, because he can cross a bloody ball.
Yeah, agreed.
Oh,
Davies
I totally
cannot
agree.
cross
And
love
Porro
nor
can
money.
shoot.
Son can't cross a ball. Werner can't even kick the ball straight. And you go through it, there is only one person you could even put on there and use as an old school winger. It's just most of the time now we want them inverted to have a shot. So the best way to do that is have them on their opposite side so the foot is in line with the goal as such. I don't know how to explain it properly. coming in from the right hand side, you're better off being left footed if you want to have a shot as such, and vice versa, isn't it? And that seems more what he
but
wants.
the Ange way was to get
Who's this
wide.
10-year-old coming on now? He's like primary school kid. Oh my god, they all look like they're 10.
Who's this?
Oh, Walton.
Charlton.
Newcastle.
Charlton.
Is it Charlton or Walton? Charlton.
This is basically an under 18s match now. It's an under 18s match now.
Okay,
What I'm saying,
we are bringing on a
Ange inverts the
Whiteman now.
fullbacks, right? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to play wingers like traditional wingers?
Whiteman is coming on.
That, by the way, is
Alfie
Dylan
Whitman
Charles.
is on.
He's 17.
I like Whiteman.
Dylan.
I
17.
like Whiteman.
Alfie Whiteman is coming on.
I like Whiteman.
But he's always injured though still.
I think he's a good goalie.
No. Wait, who?
Alfie Whiteman.
Who's
Except,
injured?
didn't you
on
say
this?
Austin was better though before? Or am I wrong?
Huh?
I mean,
You say Austin was better though than
The club think he's better. Yeah, they
Yeah.
think he's better. I've always preferred Whiteman
you
personally.
preferred Whiteman. Oh, okay.
I mean, he's what 24, and he hasn't even
25.
seen the team as such. That's got to tell you something.
Yeah, but who's going
been
to get
out
ahead of Vicario?
alone, right? For a few seasons now.
Who Whiteman? He
Yeah.
had a few loans. Yeah, but he got injured as well, didn't he? I think
Yeah.
for a while.
I mean,
this season.
Vicario, he's got to be our best buy of the season.
Guys, why are
basically,
we wasting time so much on these developmental signings and all that, like Willis? I think our
Oh,
academy
good
base
play.
is better than-
This is good football. Please
Our
square it.
academy-
Please square it.
our-
Brian Hill, you are so crap. It's unbelievable. He's
Yeah.
so average, man.
Look at that.
That's
Brian
all
Hill
I can
gets
say
through,
to that.
right? And then he falls over and
my
gets a free kick.
Lord, man.
Still,
Apparently,
all I can say
apparently
to
he's the
that,
next
mate.
Messi.
I'm going to imagine with these substitutions, guys, that taking players 12,000 miles for a game of football is not a lot of fun if they don't actually get a few minutes on the pitch. That everybody who travelled from both sides is going to at least get a few minutes.
That's
But
true.
for what purpose? Like, if they're going,
For fun. Right. Guys, this is a friendly game, right? Let them put on the dog, the cat, right? The cow.
they got the
Mate,
dog.
It doesn't matter. Bring some
Kids-
shit.
The kids all
Listen,
link
listen,
up.
I'm starting to worry. I've got grandkids nearly the age of some of these players that are coming on. Yeah.
But guys, do you
just
think
for
we'll
that
benefit
age.
more in Ange's system from playing traditional wingers?
My granddaughter's coming up 13, and I'm thinking if she
Ryan
were there,
Hill,
would
you
she
are
get a
so
game?
Shit, man.
Yeah, but still, all I can tell you on that one is no shit, Sherlock. Tell me something I don't know. Brian Hill. Brian Hill has
Emerson
been crap
Royals
for a long
Charles
time.
just dropped.
Guys, Emerson Royal is getting 90 minutes in this friendly game.
For fuck's sake.
And then an extra 5 million on his price tag, I guess.
I mean, for me, he's one. He's got to be one in the top of the list. Who's got to go? Why we could still get a tenner for him?
100%.
I mean, half of them players we're going to have to
Yeah.
give away and pay half their wages at the other club anyway, basically. Because
I don't know. I don't know why we didn't sell him this season. We sold Sanchez, but yeah, I hate
Okay.
seeing the two of them.
Why is it?
We had-
How are Milan going to pay 25 mil for him? That's mad. We should buy a hand
Ma-
for that.
Milan
Guys,
can't even
look-
afford that. Don't even go there. Milan can't even afford that money. Italy is one of the poorest leagues out there now. They are all up trouble. Not even Inter Milan can spend money out there, or bloody Juventus.
No. This is the problem, isn't it? No club outside of England has got serious money to spend.
Yeah.
Bayern got.
Well, Bayern, okay, one. You know, one or two.
Real Madrid got. Girona.
Madrid haven't
they
got.
can.
Yeah,
Madrid haven't got the money that they had. Barcelona
No.
shouldn't even be.
Barcelona are
Barcelona shouldn't even be allowed in football. PSG and Bayern Munich are about the only ones in Europe that have got significant money
Yeah.
they can
Oh,
spend
no.
on the table.
Girona as well.
No penalty. No penalty.
No, Bologna in the Champions League next season. I was reading.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did Mossa go to Juve though?
Oh, he
Yeah,
ran away from
he
people.
did.
Another
Yeah,
counter
Brian
attack.
Hill,
Bologna
you-
for Juve, innit?
Brian
Hill.
Hill.
I heard
Do
about
now,
it. I don't
Brian
know
Hill.
if it's happened or not. But I
He
heard
takes a
about it,
shot.
yes.
He's so shit. It's unbelievable, man.
Ronnie, you got to be
Brian
kidding me.
Hill.
Royal is linked with Bayern.
Yeah, he's linked with Bayern.
Royal.
Take them all.
I've seen that. I've seen that. Gonna win the Champions League with Eric Dyer. Oh,
You know
Jesus.
what? I can
If
believe
Emerson
it
Royale
because
goes to Bayern Munich, Harry Kane's going to kill himself, man.
I think Harry Kane might come back to Spurs. Might
Yeah.
get
Brian
a way to
Hill,
get him
I
back.
don't want to get on free as
Harry
well.
Kane is going to MU with Poch.
yeah,
No,
and then
Poch
when
ain't going
Poch
to
is at
MU.
Bayern
Poch ain't
Munich
going
and
to
he
MU.
sees Dyer in the training, he'd be like,
Oh, yeah.
Is
"You
the-
ever going to get out of my
Is
life?"
the other guy going to MU? The one who was a Brighton, De Zerbi.
I don't think you go to Man United.
I don't think Man U are going to get rid of their man. I don't think they're gonna. Honestly, I don't think he's going nowhere.
Who, Ten
Even
Hag?
if they don't win the final.
Yeah, I
If they win the
don't
final,
think
they
he's
will
going
come.
nowhere.
Chelsea probably might get De Zerbi, by the way.
They're looking
Because
I
they
hope
have a
Ten
lot of
Hag
Henna,
stays at Man United
Frank,
because it'll be funny
that's
to
what
see
they're
I
the Man
think
United
the
fans.
the best option is this, right? Richie and
Here
Royale
we go.
goes to Saudi.
Here we go. Santiago. Santiago. Good skill. Good cross.
Too much on the ball.
Jay Donnelly smashes it wide.
Yeah,
This is what I mean. You can see our youngsters.
what
They're
good
not
build
ready.
up.
Our
What a
youngsters
waste.
aren't ready, man. You can see it.
I mean,
That was
Eugene.
such good
Oh,
build
Now
up.
that I've seen Dyer go to Bayern Munich, as far as I'm concerned, anything is possible. Because when I first heard about that, I was on the show with Tom, and me and him just laughed at it non-stop. Just say, yeah, all right, someone's made up some bullshit here. And then 3 months down the line, he ended up at Bayern Munich. Now,
Because
if
he's a
that
good
can
player.
happen, anything can
No,
happen.
he's not a good. I'm not even having the conversation. I'm sorry.
Okay, was he not the man of the match against the Madrid game?
No, he actually wasn't. He was fine, but we're not gassing up mediocrity.
Was he not man of the match against Arsenal?
No, he wasn't. He
No,
wasn't.
for me, he was. For me, he was.
was.
He had a brilliant game there. But I am not saying Dyer is good on any means or money. Just because you have one good bloody game, and it was a solid game he had against Arsenal.
Yeah,
Easily.
but Delict was still better.
No,
Nice.
Dyer.
Dyer's
he
so
put
much,
in more.
if I'm asking. Why
Dyer
Dyer's
was
so
better in
much?
that game.
The thing that I have given the credit to Dyer the most is not actually in the Champions League. We played Stuttgart probably a month ago. This guy took a headbutt to the head from Girassi, was concussed for at least 3 or 4 minutes, got back up, and then 2 minutes later, he took a Girassi volley straight to the head and then was subbed off at halftime. And I'm like, you know what? You may not be good, but you are a fucking warrior. Fair play. That's the biggest thing that Eric Dyer has done at Bayern München that I've respected.
He is a warrior. That's why I love him.
Yeah, but the quality is the problem.
Elias, why do you like Dyer so much? Because you liked him at Spurs as well. Like, if then when we ask him,
so many times.
curious.
Because the
Elias
month
likes
when I started supporting Spurs, he was like the player of the month.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right.
The maddest thing is though, he ends up somewhere like Bayern Munich, and he's had that game against Arsenal. He was man of the match, or it was
good.
him joint with the other fella. But he can't get in the England team, which he should have no right to, over Harry Maguire, who shouldn't really be in it either. But for
And
England, Harry
Tomori-
Maguire does play well. It says how poor England's defence is.
And Tomori once again not getting.
Yeah, Tomori is not selected. That's got to be the joke.
Yeah.
What?
I mean,
what
that
centre-half
England
pairing would
team-
you play for England then? Because
That defence at England is poor, to say the least.
That's why
Overall,
they won't win
I mean,
anything.
Well, it depends how they play. I mean, do you know what? You see that England team,
Come on,
that would suit Angie's style with you score 3, we score 4 sort of thing.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
got the
'cause all
perfect
these
set
back
for
and
it.
Yeah.
That is how, with that England team, you could get away with
Let's
playing
get it
you
back.
score 3, we score 4. You could get away with it with that team.
Yeah,
Call
I
it
agree with that.
Vindaloo football.
Saka,
They've got the
Bellingham,
quality to
Foden.
score goals everywhere,
Kane.
basically. The defence
And
is their
also,
weakest
Dan,
spot.
it's also the depth because the wingers you can sub
Oh.
them up and you can bring
Yeah.
off quality wingers.
Gordon.
You can bring off attacking exactly. So
Yeah, we could get away with actually playing that way with England.
Yeah.
We have a manager that will concentrate on the defence, which is our weakest point. And
Yeah.
that is an understatement.
yeah, definitely.
I mean, John Stones, he's quality, don't get me wrong, but he don't even get in the Man City team half the time, even when he's fit, for God's sake.
To be fair, no one in that Man City team is a lockdown starter besides
I wonder
Rodri.
if they'd let Edsy go. what's his name? AD go City.
Go.
Okay, we are taking out Emerson Royale.
We're
And
taking
more
them off.
Black. My God, we got another 16-year-old boy on there.
If we don't win this game, I think they will be pants.
We ain't gonna win this game, bro. It's so obvious,
Who
right?
just got taken off?
Still,
Abbott.
you want to read this? I was watching some club panel debate. Why Spurs just struck aside and distracted from team of the season to the next.
Yeah, I didn't understand the question. He's written it again. He's just put another one. He's basically asking why non-Spurs fans don't take our club seriously, because we don't win anything.
Yeah.
Aren't we the only big? Well,
I've
not win a trophy in like 15 years.
I've said for a while now, I don't think we're a Big Six club anymore. I think we're a Big Six business. In fact, I think we're a top 3 business.
Yeah,
as a business, we're sensational.
Exactly.
Big business. I don't think we're a big club like we used to be. Like
this,
the one thing Spurs always used to claim was we are the kings of the cup. We've won the most FA Cups. We've won more European trophies than Arsenal. Blah blah blah.
We never was a league team. We never was.
No, that's right.
We're not even a cup team now. We've lost that.
Yeah. Look, the easiest way to describe it, I find, there's a word that people use too much out there: respect. No, give me something to respect, and I'll respect it. Respect is something you have to earn. Common courtesy, however, anyone deserves it. Yeah.
I think our fans,
respect, you got to earn it. And Tottenham haven't earned no respect.
I think our fans out of the Big Six are the best, because if any of the Big Six clubs won nothing, there's no way they'd back the team the way we do. We back our team home, away, Europe, Wembley, White Hart Lane, knowing we're probably not going to win anything. We still turn up in numbers. Our support, whether it's delusion, loyalty, or stupidity, I don't know, but we turn up.
Still, it's passion.
I say it's all 3, right? We're all in love with our club, and we do stupid things when you love something.
No, it's not even passion or nothing to do
I
with
think
it.
we have too many Levy lovers and.
No, it's not even that. It's just where we're so used to Spurs being this crap and everything, and that is neither here nor there. Whether they screw it up, we still go to it because we're used to it. We accept it. As
I don't know what else.
You're desensitized.
Yeah, the thing is, Steve. Yeah. I agree. It is. It just you're used to it. Basically, it is what it is in that way. That's the way the majority of fans just look at it and see it now. Me being one of them, it is what it is.
See, my issue with this whole Big Six thing is that I think there's too many investment bankers that talk about football, and they don't talk football. They talk about money too much. And what happens is, and some of them are on YouTube and podcasts, and what they do is they create a narrative and then they load it up with hypocrisy and contradictions. So they'll say that, look at what Levy's done for the club. Look where he's taken us. Look at the stadium. We're part of the Big Six now. This is all because of Levy. Give him respect. But then, as soon as you mention the word trophy, they'll say something like, but 95% of teams don't win silverware. And I'm like, well, hold on a minute. You've just praised the chairman for making us a Big Six club. Why are you comparing us to the 95% of teams out there? Why are you comparing us to Doncaster, to Bristol City, to Crystal Palace? If you say, look what Levy's done here, but as soon as I mention trophies, you want to compare us to a team in Division 2 like Plymouth.
I agree. I'm not, as I say, one of the big Levy haters, but it's got to be transferred into trophies. There's no point in the stadium, no point in anything. The point of the stadium was it would change the deal when we were competing with clubs with 50, 60,000 support.
We've basically done what Arsenal did. We've basically done the same thing.
Ian, you know
exactly what Arsenal did.
No, Ian, you know what I'm going to say, right? We haven't paid off the stadium yet. We have to wait for the stadium to be paid off.
No, that's not true.
The stadium's going to take another 20 years to get paid off.
Eugene, right? The last time I did, you were looking at those accounts and absolutely missing the point of those accounts. That money, there is plenty of money in the kitty, because the money to pay off the stadium is entirely
not even a problem. No, the way Levy set it up to pay that stadium, the man is intelligent, and that's all there is to it. When it comes to
No, that's
business,
the
we have
business
probably
mind, the
got
accountant. That I understand
we
that
have
part.
if you look at what we actually have to pay, he even went and got one of the smartest moves ever. He went and got a loan out to pay another one off because that loan was cheaper than that one by significant millions.
Yeah.
That is knowing. what you're
as
So
a
doing.
he got
bit-
like
as a-
he got a good interest rate or something.
That's
Very
what I'm
low.
saying. Basically, he had a loan or whatever with an interest rate of whatever on it. So he went and got the exact same money out,
Yeah.
paid that one off with a lower interest rate. It's like what I basically do with a credit card. When I get a credit card, I use it for the 18 months free APR, and then if I've got anything left on it, I'll go and get another one with 18 months free APR, pay that one, and I just go on in circles basically.
Yeah.
I just pay whatever's left with that one, then go on to the next one and the next one. That's how
there
I do
are a
it.
lot of justifiable criticisms of Levy out there. His ability to run a brilliant, sustainable business isn't
You
one
can't
of
fault it. No, it's true.
It's
Yeah.
But if he
brilliant.
just step out of the football side, if he would just stay out the football side and just say, right, you lot do the football, I do the business. This is the most annoying thing about Spurs, when you look at Tottenham and everything it's got and everywhere we were at, we are basically at that perfect point. Whereas all it needs is that right man to spend the right money on the right players over 3 years, and we could be one of the biggest teams on this planet with the income and everything.
Dan, I started
We're also
laughing
based in
because-
London. Where we're based in London as well, the money is there. This is why Newcastle and Villa, unless they win things, won't get close to it because they can't even charge half the ticket prices that we can or Fulham can because of the bloody because of where we are. The further up north you go, the less money there is. We have got everything there now. Stadium, training facility. We've got the lot.
He wants to build a hotel. He wants to build this. He wants to build that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it's all there.
Right? We're going to the penalty shootout.
I didn't realise it was penalties.
What?
I was going to go and get my lunch.
Here, right, guys? Our first silverware of the season or postseason.
This is where we win the trophy, isn't it? I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Okay.
Penalties. This is okay. This is new.
Yeah.
Hey, man,
Is there a club for this?
It's ironic because Levy would do a better job on the
They're
football
trying
side.
to please the crowd. This is a crowd pleaser.
Exactly. Yeah.
Is there a trophy for this?
Yes.
Probably.
Because this trophy drought could end today.
Oh, so there's a trophy.
I thought the
Okay,
Melbourne
wow.
Cup was awesome.
Yes,
you
trophies, guys. Trophies.
You think your trophy drought's bad? Newcastle haven't had one since 1955.
The Melbourne Cup's a horse race, isn't it?
And we've taken off.
But Steve, you're not a big
Steve, at least you not try.
I guess.
So actually, guys, I let me tell
Yeah,
you.
man,
let me
how
tell
you
you
doing?
something. So,
If we're at the MCG, could Brian Gill not be given out LBW, please?
Matt, apparently you are the negative most fan nowadays on YouTube, according to Stel.
I'm going to be even more negative come this summer and next season.
Let's go, Maz. Let's go.
Oh my goodness.
I've come across some news that has tilted the balance of the force, unfortunately.
Liz news.
Is Werner signing?
Yeah.
Tomorrow?
I've already told the guys. I mentioned it earlier.
Yeah. I am a bit angry about it, if I'm honest. Even though I knew it was the case.
Sounds like me.
I wasn't here. Get to the point.
Yeah. What's the news?
Oh, so on the Gold Guest podcast, Guesty was effectively saying that Valise is a club signing.
Yeah, we did mention this. We did cover this.
Yeah, which proves that what Ange said about him being in control and no one comes to the club, unless he says so, and all this sort of stuff is a load of nonsense. Because that, to me, would say that we were interested in Johnson before you came, so Johnson's a club signing for sure, 100%. Right? Valise is a club signing. Yeah, I mean, you name it. Vicario was linked to us before for Paratici, so he's a club signing. So for me, he's lost he's lost any little credit that he had for me personally. It's gone now. You know, I'm very distrusting of what he says. I think he's the biggest yes man on the planet, and I find it really disingenuous that our manager would almost, you know, treat us as fools in that case.
I agree. This is why I've been picking on it so much. Of he states whatever we get is his choice. We all know that was bullshit. We all know it was, or most of us, whatever. Yeah, pretty much everyone was pretty sure of it. I knew it. But the reason I kept picking on it is to prove that point that we've probably just got another yes man.
Well, it's most definitely the case now, Dan. You know, that for me and that podcast, and obviously they must have inside info for them to say that. I think the Spanish media were also saying it as well. And I'm just so pissed off with it. I hate the fact that I was proven right, and you know, I'm not one of those people that I'm happy that I was right. You know,
no, you want to be right. You want to be wrong about most of it, don't you? You
Absolutely.
want Johnson to end up quality, even though he's crap. You want him to be good. You want people to turn around and say you were wrong, and you want to sit there and say, "Yep, he scored 20 goals."
Absolutely, yeah. Because I want my club to win. I want us to be successful. Exactly. I want us to play good football. I want us to.
Starting.
Brian Hill missed the penalty.
And I'll be quiet.
Oh, he's so shit. He had no belief in that. He had no belief in that at all when he went up to it.
I can't. I'm behind you. I'm gonna.
Yeah.
It's a decent save from the goalie, but
decent save. Right. Who's the goalkeeper now? Who's the other goalkeeper?
Is Dubravka and who's the other keeper they got?
It's Pope, Dubravka, Gillespie, and Karius. But let me
I thought you got Karius.
Newcastle.
Karius is better than Dubravka.
God.
Guys, this is embarrassing. But I mean, we are playing arcade. So this is
the what's it called?
Dubravka got subbed out for Gillespie, his fourth choice.
What did Chiellini say about this is the way of the Tottenham? What was this phrase again? So I forgot now.
Okay, Phillips is taking.
Gillespie is in the net.
Can I just say we're about to lose the Kangaroo Cup?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are. We are going to bottle it.
Come on, Scarlett. God, Scarlett.
Scarlett might score.
I mean, the cup that is probably closest to Angie's heart as well.
Okay, that's a good pen.
Someone told me that stop telling us Angie's idea to go there or something. Is that true?
Shut up, Polite.
It's a great pen.
Yeah, muting my.
Stell, is it true that it was Angie's idea to go do this or not?
I've got no idea, man.
I think it's a club thing.
I don't know.
It's got to be a club thing, surely.
Tell you what, as I send him a message and ask him, yeah?
Yeah.
It's who we are, my highlight.
Oh, don't. I mean, this was a crazy idea. I mean, it's all PR. We all know that crap. But like, literally straight after the game is just madness.
Yeah. But guys,
it's
the least on the side. It's the least in the squad.
If we do all this now, like just before the Euros, whatever else, and then that leaves us after the Euros with all the space there, depending when we do the Munich game, this might actually be a good idea.
How so? How so is this a good idea, Mr. Daniel? If you don't mind me asking.
Because if we do all the crap now, if we do all the crap now, and then there's the Euros, and then we've got 2-3 weeks after the Euros totally free instead of having to go to Australia then and everything. That gives us the more space all in one.
What do you mean? We're going to Malaysia after the Euros. We're going to Malaysia.
I didn't know. Well, I didn't know that. So then everything I just said is void. I didn't know that one.
No,
where we play? What is that? Where we're playing Munich?
Good penalty, Lancashire.
We're playing Munich in Korea. Mr. Daniel, we are playing Munich in Korea.
Then that makes everything I said void.
Levy can't come to Malaysia. So just take the hint.
I wonder why Bayern München and Spurs are playing a game in Korea. I wonder why.
I guarantee it was in the contract when Kane.
Oh, sure it was.
Said we've got to do a friendly or something for money.
63.
It was.
We'll sell a lot. So we'll sell a lot of shirts there, though.
That was a good penalty by Donnelly, by the way.
We was going to Korea to play Bayern.
I'm surprised he didn't play PSG.
Tony, we ain't coming. Spurs won't come to Malaysia because our ringgit is so weak. Not enough money there.
No, they are not coming to Malaysia. If they are, I need to get ready.
Yeah. Spurs ain't coming to Malaysia. I said Malaysia ringgit is too weak. They go to Singapore. They go to Thailand. It is what it is.
It's all for the money.
Even though the Thai baht is weaker than the Malaysian ringgit,
we're gonna be knackered on the first game of the season, man. I'm telling you.
Do you remember back in the day when we used to play like all the championship teams and like League
Stevenage
One, and then you get to like the final one was
Peterborough,
Lane.
Norwich.
Yeah. Go on, Tyrese Hall.
Plymouth Argyle.
Oh, what a penalty.
You don't make enough money when you do that, right? So, guys, don't forget, we are playing Visa Kobe in Japan in the end of July.
In Japan?
Shout out Vissel Kobe.
Yeah.
Tyrese Hall, man. That penalty was cold.
Yeah. Tyrese Hall is
straight
down
the middle.
I never thought I'd see the day where Stell described something as cold that isn't actually cold. That was funny.
Yeah.
Yo, that penalty was cold.
Yeah.
Cold is 90s. It's 90s street talk.
Yo, Stell's got the hip
Guys,
lingo.
guys, imagine, right? All our youngsters, right? All our youngsters score the penalty, right? And Brian Hill, part of the first team, misses it.
Wait, by the way, have you heard that 90s Brandy and Monica remix cussing Arsenal? Have you heard it?
No. You send it to me, please.
When the
any
penalty's over,
Arsenal
I'll play it.
fan-
I'll play it.
Okay.
I'll play it.
Yeah.
It's
Any
fucking
Arsenal fan
amazing.
is-
Is it based on the boy's mind? Is it based on that one? Yeah.
No. You. I'll play it after, and you'll understand.
Yeah. We play in the back room and later, right? When we end the show, then everybody can hear. Right?
Let's
We
Hey,
can't
you can
do
play
it
it live.
live.
You can play it live.
You can play live. All right.
Yeah, it's not copyright.
Oh,
Go on,
it's
Skip.
a
Go on, Skip.
Remix, so, yeah.
I am all for
we got our first teamers are gonna miss it, to tell the truth.
No,
Bye, Skip.
Oliver Skip scores.
Alright, so
Oliver Skip
Newcastle
scores to
score.
If Newcastle score the next penalty, they win the shootout. Basically, if Newcastle score the next penalty, they won the shootout.
The fact that
Ashby. Who's Ashby, by the way? Is he a good?
Harrison Ashby is on loan at Swansea. He's.
I hope he sent it to the sky or something.
Oh, he was the captain. Okay. Skippy.
We can't win the Kangaroo Cup. We've got nothing left.
Sorry.
Here we go.
You got a Tiger Cup, right?
And it's
Newcastle
over.
have won the Kangaroo Cup.
Nice.
Another bottled final.
Okay, Arsenal fans can now bottle us that we bottled the Kangaroo Cup.
All right.
Yeah.
We lost the Melbourne Cup or whatever cup or
Kangaroo Cup.
Newcastle wins it. And Eddie Howard looks so happy. It is what it is, guys. Anyway,
just lost the cup that Ange wanted to his heart, sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Now you know how we felt when we wanted to lose against Man City, mate. Have some of your own in your face.
Hey, he did that. That is why. That right there is exactly why Ange had a better season than Poch. That right there. He did his job and he lost to Man City for you guys. He did his job.
I'll take Poch back now. I'm not gonna lie.
Right,
Oh,
listen,
guys,
listen, Eugene, let me play the tune. Hold on, let me play.
all right. Can you put it in?
Can you hear it?
No.
No.
Put it to the mic.
Hold on.
Don't bottle this.
Okay. All right, guys, hold on while they'll try to get the tune out. Big up to Mari, big up, right? All right. Kangaroo Cup has broken.
Here we go. Eugene, I'm gonna play it.
All right.
So tired of tears, so done with wishing on rain. Who was still here, and I'm so sick of Arsenal. 20 years of grief, we can never win. I still see no changes, and I ask myself, are Arsenal first supporting?
All right, guys, breaking
This
news.
song is actually very true to where we are now as a club, Tottenham Hotspur Football Club.
It's like a 3-minute
Word
R&B
for word.
tune. Like, we're never gonna win the league. Arsenal. Someone's actually made an R&B tune on Arsenal.
Oh dear.
Oh my
Scary
goodness.
thing is with that, is all
Okay,
it's
yeah.
going to take with them
Yeah.
is another bit of luck on the injuries, another
Yeah.
good player, and if City don't improve, they're going to get even closer.
And then and guess what, Dan? And the best part is they'll still come up short.
Okay, Inakoma in
That
chat
would be
is right
even
over,
better.
by the way, guys.
And you know it's true because you didn't say a damn thing back. You just know it's true. Now they ain't winning nothing until they win something. That's what it is. They ain't winning nothing until they do. Same thing with
Newcastle has just ended their trophy drought, by the way, guys, even before us.
Steve, you're going through what we are going through now, right? You're going to start winning all these cups that that Spurs have been winning, the Audi Cup, the Tiger Cup.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But okay, let's ask Steve, right? I mean, Newcastle now is touted to be the richest club in the world, but because of all the rules, right, you can't spend to buy in the players you need to move forward, if I'm not mistaken, right? So there is rumors that you most probably have sell Bruno, right? And I'm sure that you ain't gonna let go of Isaac, right? But there's so many people who actually wants Isaac. Do you think you will generate enough funds, right, to bring the levels up, to upgrade, right? Because being in the Champions League was a very good thing for you, but I guess it was an experience that you have to learn that, if you don't have the squad, you ain't gonna go far. And the sad part is that you're gonna drop back in the league too.
I mean, for me, I'm not a huge football finance guy. You guys on the panel and someone in the comments probably knows more about it than me. But all I know is that with Newcastle, in terms of how we're getting money and stuff, we have a brand new Adidas deal this season coming up. They're gonna get, and it's a lot of money apparently. Sella is advertised all over the Middle East. Sella, the shirt sponsor, it's advertised in the F1 when they do it in Saudi, the boxing, all that stuff. So that'll generate some money. So I don't know if we have to sell like a Bruno or an Isak. If we have to, then it is what it is. They're very hard players to replace. But to be honest, the recruitment at Newcastle, it's not been perfect, but we've done pretty well. Honestly, we've done a pretty damn good job. Like the only signing that I haven't liked over the whole time that PIF's been at Newcastle was Matt Target. That guy's on $100,000 a week and he's ass. That's about the only real bad screw up that we've done. Other than that, like Lewis Hall, decent player.
I don't know. There is Tonali. He's turned out to be a bit of a screw up, isn't he?
Yeah. So now for this season, he can still do a remontada. He still could. I don't know if he will or not, but. Well, so that's that. The jury's out with that one. Let's say. But
How
he
many games did he play, Steve, before he had his suspension?
About 12 in all.
Because he actually looked pretty good. I remember.
Yeah.
In Italy, he was solid, mate. In Italy, quality
Very
player.
good player, consistent.
Good passing. A very good all-round player. I mean, personally, he's better than Benton Core.
Yeah, but how long is his ban?
It's over. I think it's over.
Yeah, he's got another one getting put on top of it.
Oh,
he's
another one.
No. So the FA is giving him a probation.
Oh right, yeah.
He's on probation, so he could play match day 1 of the Premier League season.
Okay.
He's back for that. So he's been training still with the first team and stuff. So hopefully that signing works out. I think it's more likely that it won't, but you never know.
Just give him an old Nokia phone, not an iPhone or Samsung phone, and that'll probably help him out.
Yeah,
because then the temptation ain't sitting right there, is it?
Let me read this super chat first, right?
Yeah, go on.
A user, Chelsea will regret releasing Poch. We all know that, right? We'd love to see the next their next manager who will just be a yes man. Yeah, right. Laugh out loud. Wish Poch the best. Yeah.
John Terry will be their next manager.
No.
You sure? John Terry, right?
No,
Are
I'm
they going to
just
go
throwing
down
it
that line again, right?
I'm
With
just
Lampard and all
throwing
that?
it out in the air.
I heard Thomas Frank, McKenna, the Ipswich manager.
They're looking also at
yeah, I heard something about the
they're
Ipswich
looking at-
manager with that as well.
They're looking at Sebastian Hoeneß, who's going to stay at
Tonali.
Stuttgart anyways.
Oh
He's
yeah,
actually-
yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Hoeneß is
I mean-
a really good manager. I enjoy watching Stuttgart play a lot, and they finished second this season. I'm excited on a neutral level to see what they kind of do. And they also linked with Michel Sanchez at Girona. Again, he's going to stay because that is probably in Man City, in the City Group's kind of idea, in their ideal world. If Pep leaves in a year or two, Michel Sanchez can step in, see what he does.
I mean, like someone was.
I don't know what they get.
Go on, Steve.
Okay. Just
Yeah, I
to
don't-
answer this,
Yeah.
who saying that song about Arsenal? It's Brandy and Monica, right, Steph? Or something like that?
It's Brandy and Monica vibes. They never did it. It's that kind of era.
I don't. Is it an AI remake or something like that? Maybe it's an AI thing. Nowadays you can do anything with AI, right? So
I don't know. It was sent to me yesterday. Iggy sent it to us, and I was
Iggy
laughing.
found it.
That's my generation of music, and I just like
yeah, it's our generation of music. Yeah, but the truth, right? Like earlier we were
I don't know
discussing,
who
right?
that is.
I mean, Stell is saying, right, how many quality managers out there, right, are going to come in and take the clubs, right? Now we are seeing Barcelona, Bayern Munich, Chelsea. Who else doesn't have a manager?
AC Milan, Napoli, Juventus.
Yeah.
Don't Juventus get more to those, Steve?
When I say
Not
quality
yet.
Yeah,
quality
Juventus
yeah.
got their manager sorted.
when I say quality managers, I mean proven. Like
Oh,
Anna-
yeah.
Is Zidane available?
Zidane's available. but
Zidane's
he
one we
only wants to
mentioned.
manage the national
Zidane,
team.
other than Zidane and Conte, who's proven that's out there?
Jose?
Jose?
Would you say? What about
He's
Ernesto
warmed his
Valverde?
way down there, isn't he?
Ernesto
Klopp.
Valverde?
No,
Athletic Club?
Klopp's on
Klopp's on a
not
sabbatical for a
retirement,
year,
but
right?
he's
Yeah. I've been
Jarrah
saying,
Rabbit,
right,
the game's
Zidane,
Hansi
finished.
Flick?
Jarrah Rabbit, the game's finished.
Hansi
Zidane
Flick?
has been out of the game for so long. Will he come back and actually be good again?
He's waiting for the PSG job.
It's like, we lost. a
No,
penalty
he's not
shootout,
taking.
so-
No.
It was in the
Elias,
comments
I've
the
heard
whole
this-
show.
I've heard. No,
Yeah.
Elias. Let's dispel this myth real quick about Zidane Paris Saint-Germain job. I've been saying for 4 years he's not taking that job. He was born in Marseille. He played for Bordeaux. He's never ever culturally he would never be allowed to step foot anywhere outside of Paris if he took the PSG job. He's born in Marseille. He has
Stell?
murals in Marseille. Zidane. He will never join Paris Saint-Germain. And if he does, he's probably going to end up dead.
I'll take Poch back.
Stell, will you take Poch back, Stell?
Yeah. I wanted Poch when all the fans turned on Conte, and it was a matter of time before he was gone. I would have taken Poch. But the thing is, it doesn't matter who we hire. Like Poch will come back and he'll just fall out. If he's left,
that's all over
he's
again.
not be backed. What's he gonna do at Spurs?
why are you going to go to Spurs? And
The only manager that would be good, any good to us is Conte because he's not a yes man.
No,
It won't be good for the
agree.
board, right, man? There'll
And
be
the
so
other
much-
thing is with Poch, yeah, I'd love Poch to come back and it'll be hunky dory and everything and all that. But at the end of the day, once you're done with that
Damn.
other half and it ain't worked, it ain't gonna work. There's no
Yeah,
point on
never get
trying
back
another
with the
3 or
Nets.
4 times. There's no
Well-
point on trying 5 times. But the only time you go back with the ex is if you haven't been with someone for 6 months and you know you're just being friends. So apart from that, there's just no point on going back.
Then Poch won't come back to Spurs with Levy there because he's already left Bowley because Bowley wants to control everything, right? He's gone through that scenario. He ain't coming back to Spurs to be controlled
I
by
don't think
Levy
he would.
again. Right?
I don't think he
won't.
would.
He won't. I'm saying unless Ange breaks Levy now and gets Levy out of the football, right? And
How?
then maybe after 4 years, then maybe he'll come back. Maybe.
You sure
I
Levy
don't
would
know.
go football?
Mate, one thing you don't do on a mental basis is break a sociopath narcissist. You ain't
can't.
breaking it, mate. You ain't breaking it.
Eugene, I made the biggest mistake, right, on my Tottenham away career by giving some level of optimism to Ange that he might do something. Right?
You fucked up. Yeah, you
Yeah.
fucked up.
Career.
Right. So the first thing I'm going to do on the next show is I'm going to publicly apologise to Scott M because he called me out for being delusional that day, and I agree with him.
Where's
I was
Scott? I can
delusional.
call him now. I can call him now. Hold on.
No, I actually spoke to Scott, right? He's
Hey,
saying
Elias, don't call
he
Scott.
won't-
I think it's like 6
No,
a.m.
Scott,
where he's in.
Scott ain't gonna be bothered with this game, right? He'd rather
Scott would be
sleep.
awake at this time. Trust me. Scott would be awake.
You're gonna message him. If he wants to come on, he can come on, right? I'll send him the link.
But for me now, the way things stand after that news, right? For me, Ange is the biggest yes man ever to join Spurs at the moment. For me,
It's
you know,
starting to look that way, mate.
100%,
It is
that's
starting to
100%.
look that way. We've been saying.
I'm actually quite angry about it. If I'm honest,
If he'd have kept his
I'm
mouth
actually quite
shut,
angry about it.
if he'd have just kept his mouth shut and not said certain things, just a few certain things, you wouldn't be so bothered about it, would you? It's the fact that he's preached on about this, and whatever else, and it's all turning out the total opposite of what he's saying.
And the thing
he
is,
should have just shut up on a few things.
Exactly, Dan. You're spot on, mate. The thing is, right? We've wasted. How much was Veliz? 11 or 14 million, right? 14 million gone on Veliz, right? 50 million wasted on Brendan Johnson, right? Another 15 million on Timo. You know, that's a good 75 million pound there just gone on dross. That absolutely done us no good.
Man, that's what I've been saying. There's no accountability, right? The amount of money we lose like that, right? And he's still there, and then he gives himself a bonus. That's the sad part. You know, Robert's World, the score was 1-1, and Newcastle won on penalties 4-5. Yeah, Newcastle won on penalties 4-5. Just to let you know.
I mean, there's even the rumor that goes about that he said he wanted Johnson at Celtic. Well, you're at Tottenham now, mate, and if you still want Johnson, that just about says it all. That's the way I see that one.
Yeah, and I think Romero is back in Argentina. He's had another baby. Yeah, just to answer that.
Yep.
Shout out to Romero, man.
Yeah, shout out.
Yeah,
Congratulations to Romero having another baby, right? No, but we all know this, right? We've been through this before. That's why I keep saying, I've been saying this all the while. We need to break this mold. We need to break this cycle. We need to start something new. So the only way, right? I mean, us fans ain't gonna push Levy out with protesting and all that, right? But like what I've been saying, we can sing Levy out in the stadium, tens of thousands of us, but when it comes to the protests outside the stadium,
There's like 30 buses turn up, unfortunately.
Yeah, so
Look,
Eugene,
the
actions
only-
speak louder than words. That's what it is.
Look, the only way you're going to break this year is with about. The only way this is going to seriously break is with about 7.62 millimeters. If people understand what I'm saying there.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
It's about the only way you're going to break it.
Do you know, guys? I've just been sent something.
One of them does the job.
Someone's got to take the flak.
Since the new owners of Chelsea, they've had Tuchel, Potter, Lampard, and Pochettino in charge.
In 2
Do
years.
you know who's got the highest win percentage rate?
Let me guess, Chelsea.
Chelsea.
Percentage rate.
Win rate.
Since Todd Bowley took over at Chelsea,
Is it
they've
Tuchel?
had Thomas Tuchel, Graham Potter, Frank Lampard, and Mauricio Pochettino as managers. Who's had the highest win percentage rate?
Pot.
It's not even close. It's not even close.
No, it's not.
Oh,
Poch. I
yeah,
think
one
it's
of them
Tuchel.
finished 6th, and the other 3 finished a combined 12th. I mean,
Pochettino smashed all of them out of the park.
yeah, it's almost like they signed some good players. over the summer.
51% rate. Tuchel was 42. Potter 38. Lampard was 9%. Pochettino was clear above
Yeah,
everyone.
and that's also because Stel they signed good players as well in the summer. They did sign some good players. Let's
What,
not
like fucking Action Jackson?
Jackson is a
Well,
good player.
no,
He's not a
don't laugh
striker.
at Action
He is a
Jackson,
good player.
right?
He is a good
He
player.
scored more goals than Brendan Johnson, Richarlison.
Yeah,
You know,
but we
half
gave
his
him
goals were against us.
6 goals. We gave him 6 goals.
Yeah, half his goals were against us.
I
No,
mean,
it doesn't matter, right? So he just as long the goals are goals.
goals are
But
goals.
A user
And
says
also-
this
and
in the super chat, right? If people are afraid of protesting, then just boycott. Yeah, we don't.
Yeah.
The stadium is full all the time. There's no boycott.
The only way to make a difference is like Arsenal with the Cronkies when they had thousands of people down the high road.
Yeah,
At least the
but
owners
that's the thing
show
at
ambition.
Spurs. they could chuck basically every supporter out of there and ban every supporter, and they'd still fill that stadium up with something. That's the problem now. They're too powerful. This is one of the main problems. Unless something goes up there and something catches fire and goes off in a big bang, it's going to be very hard to change anything. They are too powerful.
Dan, you don't change it by people not going to the games, albeit that would have a big impact because it will look bad on TV. You break them by bad media press all the time and being in the news all the time from the protests. That's what will change things.
Go to the NFL games and cause bad PR. The NFL don't like bad PR. Wayne Howland.
Because then it's not necessarily the fans that will be the people to push him out. It will be the sponsors and the investors and
the NFL.
The trust.
Associated with bad press. Yeah, on a worldwide level. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're still on a 10-year contract with it and that, so nothing's changing there. And as long as people are still getting their money in, no one's going to care about the bad word about them and that. As long as they're still filling up that stadium and getting that money, nothing changes.
Oh, by the way, one of our main sponsors, Getir, the grocery delivery company, they are bankrupt.
Really?
Really?
Yeah. Getir has been bankrupt.
I mean,
if you got your training shirt sponsor.
Yep, the training shirt sponsor.
If you got 5,000 fans up there, example, just a random number, even 2,000 fans up there to kick off, cause literally a riot, because whether people like to admit it or not, sometimes the way that works
that's how you get change.
And stop people going in there and just really, really kick it off in a bad way up there. Nothing will change. They are too powerful in that aspect. And sometimes the way that works is the bad way. It's the only way you get heard sometimes. And that is the level I feel Tottenham is on now. Yeah. But
you said you think we imagine coming and break Levy. How's that going to happen? Like, what sense do you mean? Like,
slap him around. Right?
Slap him around.
Right? Slap him around, smash a vase over his head, right? Break that ball head or something like that. Because the truth, right? It is what it is, right? Oh, big up Danny K. Danny Kyriak.
Yeah, we lost again, Danny.
Yes, Danny, we lost on penalties, right? 4-3. Brian Hill missed
heads up and on to the next. Heads up and on to
happy
the next.
belated birthday too, by the way, Mr. Danny Kyriakou.
Yeah, happy belated birthday too. Right. No, the thing is that's why I'm saying we need someone to go in there and break that cycle. And how are we gonna break that cycle, right? We have to break Levy.
Yeah, but why they're employed by him?
Then the next question comes in: how are we going to break Levy?
There is only one way I see that happening, and I already said it. Well, two ways. One's either with 7.62 millimeters. The other one, he's with about 2,000 people up there going off on one. And I just can't see anything else damaging him in such a way. Because, like I say, even if it wiped out all the season tickets, wiped out everything, why you got people like Son there and that stadium is still going to get full up. It is in London. Now, if this was up in Manchester, up north, whatever, things would change very bloody quickly. But down this end, there's just too much money in London, too much tourists, too much everything. They are literally too powerful to break unless you do it the wrong way. That is just how I see this one.
Okay, I need to clarify this thing, right? I was actually having a chat with Mr. K yesterday. I'm not sure whether you guys know who Mr. K is, right?
Yeah,
he's one of the OGs, right? So I was talking to him, and he said when he was at the match one of the days, right, or when he turned around, right, all he could see, right, inside the Spurs shop were the foreign tourists.
No, Eugene is 100% correct because I've been inside the shop a couple of times. It's all just tourists. I've not bought anything.
Danny, if you want to hop on,
I've never bought anything in the shop, Elias, but I've been inside because people have been like, "Oh, I want to go see the shop." So I'm like, "Okay."
I'll walk in and see the shop, right?
I haven't actually bought a Spurs shirt since like 2014, I think.
Bro, before PIF took over at Newcastle, I didn't buy anything from Newcastle direct online. I didn't buy any of the sponsors. I emailed all of Newcastle's sponsors at the time. I emailed them multiple times, and I would say, I'm not buying any of your products because you're associated with Mike Ashley at Newcastle. That's like one way that international, because I used to get that when I on
Steve,
Newcastle.
you know Brian Daigle?
He did
right?
that, didn't he? Didn't he?
He's been sending Daniel Levy emails for the past how many years, Del?
No, not just Levy. No, I'm talking about the sponsors of Tottenham. Like you, like for example, so at the time Newcastle was sponsored by Puma. I didn't have anything Puma. I didn't buy Puma. Nothing. I emailed Puma dozens and dozens and dozens of times when I was bored and had nothing to do. I would say, "Hi, I'm not buying any Puma products. I'm based in the U.S. because you're associated with Mike Ashley at Newcastle." I would and all the sponsors of Newcastle, Wonga, fucking Fun 88, any of the sponsors, any of the
Wonga.
any Wonga, fucking hell. But literally,
Wonga.
that's one way. It's a small thing, but if everyone did it, then that sponsor's gonna be like, I don't want to associate myself with this brand or this.
I love this quote.
This club because people are telling us I'm not buying your product because you're associated with this business. That's how you.
By the sound of it, you're asking for the geezer out of Shawshank Redemption.
I mean, yeah.
If you've seen the film, you know what I mean. You know, keep
don't even
writing the
watch
letter and that. No, well, if anyone's seen Shawshank Redemption, they know what I mean. He just keeps writing. It's one of the best films ever. He just keeps writing. It's a film. It's a real film. He just keeps writing the letter, and they end up giving him the money. Like, just shut up, mate, and give him the money. Yeah, we need the Shawshank Redemption fella then. One way or another is, yeah.
No, the thing is that why our owners are like that is because there's no real show of dissatisfaction against him. You get what I'm saying? When Chelsea, Arsenal, Liverpool, Manchester United, right, the big clubs, even Newcastle, right? You guys under Mike Ashley, you guys were season ticket holders. You buy the season ticket, but you just kept it empty, right?
Or people gave up their season tickets. I know a bunch of buddies in Newcastle that gave up their season tickets years ago. Same thing. Wouldn't buy merch. Wouldn't buy products from any of the sponsors of the club. Wouldn't put any money anywhere near Mike Ashley's pocket. That Mike got Sports Direct, same thing. Wouldn't buy stuff from Sports Direct. Would email Sports Direct. So you got it. Yeah, it's just little stuff like that.
Is anyone going to watch the Europa League final tonight?
Yes,
yeah.
I'm actually really
excited. The Europa League final tonight.
Really
it's Atalanta and Leverkusen. Yeah.
Who is it? Leverkusen and
Atalanta.
Atalanta.
Yeah.
Atalanta ain't a bad little team, you know.
Right, so.
Is Gasperini still the manager, right?
Atalanta ain't a bad little team. They ain't got the strike force that they had 2 years ago. I mean, they had
got great depth. They actually have a really good squad depth.
Yeah, they haven't got the strike force they had though. I can't remember the name of them. Two strikers they had at one time.
Muriel.
There was nothing special, but like, as a team and that, very dangerous little team at Atlanta. You got to watch out for them.
Yeah,
but I think Leverkusen will deal with them easy enough.
Oh no, Liverpool learned their lesson with Atalanta, right? So I guess
I said Atalanta would
like I said, Atalanta are not a bad little team. They're one of those ones that really they've got nothing special. But as a team,
is this real,
where they've got everyone playing the right way, in the right position, the way they like to play, they are pretty solid. And you can do that with an average team. You can make it a very good team as long as everyone is playing their way, the way they know how to play. Yeah. Yeah. And like I said, player for player, they ain't really nothing special. But as a link, as a team, Atlanta, they're a good little bunch. They've been,
and they've been doing it for years.
Yeah, easily the past 5-6 years.
I was gonna say he's a brilliant manager.
Gasperini's been there for 2016.
Yeah, I mean,
been there for a minute.
Okay, all right, Atlanta are even bigger than Fiorentina. They're two very small.
No, but they're on the ascendancy. Atlanta, they're building is what it is.
I mean, because they're two very small teams, really.
Yeah.
And proud to be a Geordie, right? A lot of fans rock so much from Sports Direct and
heard about that.
The shot. Okay, was that real? Right.
You don't fuck around up in the Northeast, like Dan said.
No, they don't. But again, down here, it just wouldn't have the same effect because there is just too much for Levy and all that to fall back on the money side, unless you go and do it the wrong way. Whereas up in North, it is very different.
Right.
He's just got so much he can fall back on now if that don't go right or that don't go right. One way or another, there is income in this club through and through.
Yeah.
And it is going to take
because it's like the NFL and the concerts and stuff like that. It's not like You can cut
That's
that
Yeah.
out.
exactly what
Really.
they're trying to do. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That he's literally too powerful now, unless something to the extreme goes on. I just can't see any other way that there's just going to be any trouble caused.
Your PR is
guess-
too elite on the Levy side of things, and enough of your fans believe the Levy PR. That's what it is.
No,
Brainwashed.
the-
A lot
I
of
can
our
go
fans
with
are
that.
brainwashed.
I can go with that, mate.
Okay, guys.
Yeah.
The only thing I see, right, for Levy to either not get involved in the football is somebody comes in and pumps in some money to buy up a certain amount of shares to actually not make him chairman anymore or not make him be involved in the football anymore. Because to tell the truth, the business side of things, we're all okay with it, but it's just the football side of things that we just can't
The
stand.
ambition.
Eugene, it's a bit ironic though, because like if he did less, we'd actually probably do better, and that makes sense.
You mean you're basically saying like Man U have just done sort of thing that Man U have just done? Is
Yeah,
that what
but
you're
that's
saying?
half-assed. That's half-assed. That's only 25%. They would have been just fine if Qatar took them over, but they missed out on that vote for whatever reason.
Oh, Manchester United, right? The stadium is so bad, right? After that Arsenal game, my God, it was like waterfalls coming out.
Shithole, that place.
Shit show. Yeah.
Yeah, and then rebuilding the stadium, and especially now that ain't going to cost $1 billion. That's more like a $3 billion job.
Oh yeah,
especially
yeah.
a place like Old Trafford, and the state it's in, they've basically got to start again. And the way prices have changed, and really, in a way, Levy got this done at the perfect time because
Economically, where the economy was.
Again, you can't fault the fella in that aspect. I hate to speak good of him, but he got that bang on as well, because you look at the price of everything now. To build that Spurs stadium now, where everything is nearly 3 or 4 times the price, that's a $3 billion stadium sitting there now. Let alone what they'd have to do to get.
Because the cost of materials has gone up, the cost of steel and all this stuff.
No, but that is part of the depreciation. But the problem is that the land price goes up.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's why I'm saying when I went through the accounts right that day, one thing shocked me is that we've been in the red for the past 4 years. Okay, you include COVID or whatever inside, right? And at that period of time, our stadium was valued at 1.8 billion. But in 2023, right, our stadium now is valued at 2.6 or 2.4.
Yeah,
right.
And all that is basically just down to prices of things. You know,
So
again, if you try now, yeah, and where that went so crazy, even down to the point that your gas and electric went up from like 120 a month to like 300 a month and everything. It literally everything has trebled in price. You can barely even go in Sainsbury's without having to pay £5 for your bloody Hellman's mayonnaise.
Okay, guys, have you all seen the new Real Madrid stadium?
The Bernabeu. It's beautiful.
Oh my God!
That is
it's got a retractable roof.
Yeah.
It's the next stage up from ours, basically.
Oh yeah.
Our stadium's better.
Oh,
really? You reckon?
We have go-karts in it.
Oh yeah,
100%. What have they done? They've modernized the seating, they've modernized the boxes, and they put a roof on it. And what? We've got a multi-purpose
done a
stadium.
hell of a lot more on
They have a multi-purpose stadium too.
Steve, we've got a brand new stadium, right?
Oh yeah,
we've got a retractable pitch, which means we can do
so have they.
They have that too.
So have they. So have Real
They have
Madrid.
that too. They have a retractable pitch.
Do they have a skywalk at Real Madrid or not?
No, they don't have a skywalk.
All right, but why is their stadium better? The infrastructure, the actual architecture is still the old building. How's it better? It's bigger, yeah. But is it not better? Why is it better?
Well, if you go by the up-to-date side of it, I suppose it's a presumption more than anything in that. But if you actually look at it and what it's capable of, they've got basically
our screens are far better. They couldn't put in those kind of new screens because of the shape of the stadium. They couldn't put 4 screens in each corner. I don't think.
What else they got there? They got basketball there as well. NFL.
They've got a refurbished stadium. We've got a new stadium.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're getting at.
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Barcelona's the same. That's not going to be a new stadium. It's going to be a refurbished stadium.
Yeah, because they've built round the stadium, haven't they? Basically.
Well, to be fair, actually, Barcelona have knocked down a lot of the old stadium. In fact, Barcelona's stadium that'll be special.
They shouldn't even be in
Still
football,
saying
mate. The
Stadium.
amount of debt they're in.
Still saying Stadium. Listen, I couldn't even give a shit. I don't even know why I argued this point. I actually don't care. I don't even know why I argued.
Just hope someone didn't clip that.
Yeah, well, they will off now.
They can clip it. They can clip it. All
Still,
they
they're
want.
always
At the end of the day-
renovating their trophy cabinet as well. They always need to add more glass
But
expansion.
We don't have
the
a
other
trophy
thing is-
cabinet. We don't have
Yeah.
one.
The other thing is with Madrid is they're run by
We
the
can't
country
renovate
as
it.
well. Because Spain is in such a trouble with money, there is only about 3 things that actually make Spain money.
Tourism.
And that is Madrid and Ibiza. That is their main 2 income. That is the main income of no, seriously, that is the main income of Spain.
Tourism.
Ibiza and Madrid, and maybe a bit of Barcelona. That is why the country basically runs Madrid and gives it all its money. Because without
Isn't that the same thing?
Spain would fall to pieces without Madrid. It would literally, the
Would
country
England
itself
fall to
would fall
pieces
apart.
without London?
Yes, big
Oh, okay.
time.
All right. So it's all right. Cool. All right. So it's the
Listen,
same.
can I just get it right? I praise Levy for the stadium. I praise him for the academy building. I praise him for the first team training facility. I praise him for anything that makes money, right? These things make money. These money making, even if people say, oh, yeah, but it costs money to build the academy and this and that and the first team training. But if he sells the business, that is value. Okay.
Yeah.
So the whole package from what they bought the club for 100 million. It's now worth 4 billion, right? They are winning. They are winning. Everything is money. Everything. If you then talk to me about football, 17 managers, 7 football directors, 1 trophy. He gets a £3 million bonus. We've got record cash flow. We sat managers before cup finals. We signed crap players. For every good player, we sign a crap player. As a football chairman, he's a joke. He's an absolute joke of a football chairman. As a business owner that is appointed chairman of a business that he part owns, he's untouchable.
Yeah.
He's the Goldman Sachs of football. He's the
Untouchable.
Nike of sports corporations, right? In
He's the
terms of
Amazon.
success, winning, what we as fans are here for, he's shit. He's fucking shit, man. Like, what more do you want me to say? I'm leaving out to the day I die. We're winning nothing with him. Nothing. It won't happen. If we do, I'll eat my words. But like I said,
we only win something out of accident or out of like in spite of him. Basically, that's
our club has been hijacked by YouTubers who think they're investment bankers, podcasters who think they're financial advisors, and fans that are the most deluded in the country. I've said it 1,000 times. I think Spurs fans were so deluded, but you're allowed to be deluded. You're allowed to be an investment banker. You're allowed to.
Scott is in the chat.
Hello, Scotty. You want to hop on, Scott? I'll send you the link.
I can't hate these fans because they support the team on a match day. I don't hate them. I just think they're deluded, or they think that finance is more sexy than watching a team that wins silverware. Fair enough. Whatever turns you on.
Still, I'd rather.
Some people like blonde chicks. Some people like brunettes. Some people like men. Some people like transgender. You know, whatever you like. It's up to you.
People like feet.
I know what I like. I like silverware, and I don't get it. I never get it. I never see it.
For a minute, I was going to say, I thought you were going to say I like women or something. For a minute, the way you were saying that, I was like, yeah.
Well, my personal choice is I prefer women. Yes, that's my choice. Yes,
Sorry.
I appreciate that not everyone is into what I'm into. I like silverware. Others like to have a wank over a spreadsheet. You know.
Yeah. Spreadsheet.
Stel is a silver sexual.
Yeah.
What's a silver sexual?
Silverware.
Silverware, right?
Oh, right.
No, he's not.
Silver women.
I don't mind being called a trophy sexual. I want trophies.
I'm a silver sexual.
Yeah.
I'm a silver
Well,
sexual.
one thing I can definitely tell you is 90% of what you stated, I won't get into it.
Scott is in the chat.
Yeah, Scott's in the chat, right? Scott, if you want, I'll send you the link if you're free to jump on. Right,
You know, I mean, the way we are as fans here, we might as well just be gimps, you know, bring out the gimp sort of thing, because that is literally what a lot of it is.
Oh my goodness.
Stop links over spreadsheets.
And that's about the only place we're getting any silverware on the spikes out of the collar sort of thing. And that's probably metal as well.
No, Stel watched the old cup finals and back with them.
I mean, how is it? He said, how is it? He says it in bring out the gimp. That's it. Yeah, quality film.
Elias, I have the bloody 08 final recorded on my Skybox still. I haven't deleted it.
Yeah, you can send it to Stel.
I still rewatch it, man. It's the only bit of silver I've seen in the past 15 minutes.
Didn't you beat Chelsea? I think.
Yeah.
Do you know, it's so long ago. I don't even remember what the parade was like. I know I was at White Hart Lane that day after to go and celebrate. I don't even know. I can't even remember what it looks like. I actually can't. It's a blur. Maybe it was dark.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Woodgate, yeah,
Right.
Woodgate, yeah.
Okay, bring out to them glory.
Leave the young boy speak. He's not said much.
Who's he talking about?
Who's the young boy?
I think I'm the youngest on the stream.
You mean Chang or Elias?
And why are you addressing that to me? I sat here for 20 minutes. What? Why are you addressing it to me? Like, what is it?
I think he's waiting to rant about, like, you know.
I think they're referring to Chang. I think they're referring to Chang.
I think it was
Rabbit.
as well, yeah.
It's named after.
By the way, Chang is older than both me and Steve. Chang, you're like 40. Is it 40 or 41?
Oh,
I'm 41. Going to be 42 in December.
You're 41?
Yeah.
I thought you were like...
Yeah, Chang is 41. Yeah.
Chang, I thought you were like 28 or something. That's good. No, dude, you look young. That's
I thought
good.
he was younger than me. And I'm like 32.
What moisturizer did you use, man? Tell us.
No, it's actually basically just sleeping early, getting lots of fluids, staying well away from anything that is tobacco or nicotine or even alcohol.
But you're a Spurs fan.
Yeah, that usually puts a couple of crows on.
Doesn't that contribute towards your aging?
Well, in a year, Chang will look like 50 or something, probably. The Spurs.
Hey guys, I'm 55. Right?
Chang looks like one of the players that came off the bench today, man. One of the academy.
Do you remember Jose when he came in? Jose was like looked all happy in that. By like year one, he looked like he aged like 10 years.
Everybody
It's like an age. A lot of people don't believe when I say how old I am. My wife gets the hump with it. She gets told she looks her age, sort of thing, like 28, 29. And a lot of the time, I get told I look significantly younger. It pisses her right off. I'm probably going to get a slap.
You don't say that on a stream, please.
Oh dear.
By the way, Mr. Daniel, if you're not aware, your wife actually was gifted a membership. I don't know how it happened, but when I gifted that membership earlier on, when you were on with Adrian on your channel, she somehow got that membership from me. I don't know how that happened.
That's all right, mate.
Pablo is asking Chang, do you support Spurs because of Sonny? I don't think so. Chang has been an old Spurs fan.
Chang is not Korean, by the way. Okay. Chang is not Korean, by the way, guys.
I mean, Chang,
I've been a supporter of Spurs since the 90s.
Oh, wow.
Since the 90s, yeah.
91 to be exact, since 1991 to be exact.
FA Cup final.
The last time we won the FA Cup.
Exactly. You know your history. Well done. Well done. You know your history.
Did you beat Nottingham? You beat Nottingham Forest in the final?
Yeah, Forest and Arsenal in the semi.
Yes.
That is correct. Yes, at the
I
old
wasn't even
Wembley
alive, but I
Stadium.
know because of my dad. So, yeah.
Yep. All right, and Summers, whoever that is. Oh, and Summers. Yeah, I remember that name.
And Summers.
I remember who Ann Summers is.
It's a good place to take your wife when you want to have some fun.
Which place?
And Summers. Trust me, some quality gear in there.
Yeah, take it to Ann Summers. He's right.
Yeah.
Is that the UK version of Victoria's Secret?
That's how I put it. There's some solid gear in there.
Yeah.
Is that the UK version of Victoria's Secret? Some shit.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Victoria's Secret is the one usually next to it, but it's a bit. Let's say it's an upper level from that.
Anyway.
I'm with it.
It's an upper level from that. It's the next level up from there, basically, or the next 3 levels up.
It's even sluttier and more bimbo like. I'm with it. All right.
Is it that shop where you get those things? Those things?
Yes.
Elias, you dirty.
Yeah.
Okay. We don't have those in Malaysia actually.
We do, Elias. You just don't know where to find them.
And it's 'cause
You
you
know,
have
I don't go to those places, Eugene, like you.
Yeah, I
There's
know.
nothing wrong with going to those places, Elias. Like, it's just
Yeah, what's wrong going to those
No.
places?
Yeah, what's wrong with
Nowadays, I don't go to those places. We just do online
How
shopping.
about
That's
to
all.
open one up in the US? You got a problem with that, Elias?
Sorry? What
I'm
did
about
you
to
say?
open up an Ann Summers shop. I'm an entrepreneur, man.
No,
It's
I'm the
Ann
sort of one
Summer.
that
Okay, Ann Summers. Okay.
I'm
Let
the
me
sort
see
of one
again.
that would go in there in place we got over here, Blue Water, one of the main shopping
Yeah,
centres in the country. I mean, it's only
Oh,
like
that
20
Burnley
minutes down the
thing.
road. It's only 20 minutes down the road for me, basically. And like, I'm the sort of one who go in there and go in Ann Summers and start picking things up out the back and talking to my wife about it out loud, so the whole shop can hear it. I'm just a wind up like that.
Yeah.
Oh, Eugene, they do have a.
she goes with
they
a
do
joke
have an
as well.
outlet
It's
in
usually the
Malaysia.
people. It's usually
Really?
the people trying to be subtle with the stuff
They do have
standing
an
next
outlet in
to us that I'm
Malaysia.
talking out loud that get a bit red faced.
Yeah.
So
Sunila
they-
32. Yeah. Usually after the game, right? We talk. We don't talk football.
Nonsense.
Yeah. So yeah,
Talk
we just
Especially when I'm in the
Self
when I'm on the
sexuality
stream,
and
we don't talk
stuff like
football
that.
after that.
Yes.
Well, we're just talking about something more pleasurable.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey guys,
More
we lost,
pleasurable than sports.
we lost the Kangaroo Cup, right? What else do you want to say? And Steve won it, so congratulations to Steve.
Champion.
Yeah.
Steve's like, whatever.
Steve,
Well, how old do you
what are we
reckon?
going for?
Honestly, if I can just give a very neutral reflection of this friendly and what this season has been for both Spurs and Newcastle, I thought this friendly was a good reflection of what the league form has been for both Spurs and Newcastle. We beat Newcastle 4-1 and then Newcastle beat us 4-0. So if you look at the aggregates from the league form and the league results, I think this friendly in itself was a good reflection of that.
Sorry, Chang, sorry to interrupt you, but someone's got YouTube in the background and I can hear the loop. Someone needs to
someone's
mute
got
themselves.
echo behind.
I don't think it's.
Is it you, Stel?
No.
Let's check it out.
It ain't me, right?
I think it's Chang himself.
All
My-
right. Hi, James. Oh, hold on. James
Hi,
is
Mr.
first
James.
time on too. Gotta do this. All right. James is first time on. Guys,
Everyone mute their mics whilst Chang speaks, and then we'll know.
yeah, but everybody put out your headphones before I bring James on.
That comment killed me, man.
Wait, everyone mute and let Chang finish, and then we'll see if it's us or Chang.
Okay, so I'm just going to say this very quickly. This friendly that we're actually here supposed to do the watch along with, it's been a accurate reflection really of how Spurs and Newcastle have fared this particular season. Spurs won the home leg 4-1 and then we lost to Newcastle 4-0 away at St. James's Park, and I felt the 1-0 full-time scoreline was an accurate reflection of that, and how we also lost the penalty shootout narrowly, 5-4, was also a good reflection of the scores on aggregate in the league. I can actually see Newcastle and Aston Villa pulling away from the likes of us if we don't spend properly this coming summer transfer window, because I know Newcastle are going to spend themselves. They're going to bolster their squad. They're going to want to try and break into their top four before anyone else has a stranglehold on it. Aston Villa will have to do likewise the same, and I really do hope Spurs also spend wisely. As what Mr. Daniel E has mentioned earlier, we should actually be looking to getting players of quality rather than quantity, although I can't see that happening, especially if Big Ange prioritizes outgoings more than the incomings. But since Mr. James Flower is on, let's say a good good welcome to Mr. James. Welcome, Mr. James, to the channel. Did you watch the friendly, Mr. James? And if you did, any thoughts on the friendly that just ended about half an hour ago?
Yeah, I watched the first 60 minutes, and my God, it's awful. I mean, I actually put in the comments. Ian was saying how well we was playing. I was like, mate, are you blind? Like, I've never seen so much rubbish in my life. We keep the ball really well. If the games were won from the beginning of our area and their area, we'd be the best team in the world. But the moment it comes to defending in our area or scoring goals in their area, man, it's awful. It's the worst I've seen.
Do you think we can fix it, James? Then
do I think we can fix it? No, I don't think the fans will let us fix it.
What does that mean?
That people have too many sympathies. You know, Kulusevski can't play right wing, but can he play cam? But he might be able to play striker. No, he's not good enough. Son, he's okay.
He can play cam.
He can't play cam. He's too slow on the ball. He can't. He's played there 10 games this season and been rubbish in every one.
Yeah, and then look what he done at Juventus 3-4 years ago when they put him there.
You're talking about 3-4 years ago. I could talk about Dele Alli like that. Dele Alli 3-4 years ago. Dele Alli was the best player in the league 4 years ago.
He still does it for Sweden now. He's better.
With Sweden, there's levels. If we're going to hold on to players like that, I'm sorry, we're never going to move forward.
Keep him. I didn't
no,
say
I'm not
keep
saying
him.
you are.
You said he can't play there. I'm saying that's his better position.
He's his better position. Yeah, he's his better position.
1 second, hold on. Dan, if you're saying don't keep him, then you agree with James.
I'll say get rid of him because we don't use him to his ability.
You both agree. That's my point.
I know.
But for me,
you're arguing about both of you two. You both agree.
Listen, Stel's the biggest flip flop. Stel's a flip flop.
Yes.
How do I get called out?
Yes, Stel.
I'm trying to you're a flip flop. I'm not having it. After Monday, you're a flip flop. That's it.
Yes,
What happened on Monday?
I'm a flip flop because I gave Ange a 7 out of 10, and I dropped it to a 6.
Changed it.
I gave him like a 4 out of 10 for this season.
I always knew Stel was a fraud.
No, I thought you gave him 6 out of 10.
5, I think. That's been fair.
I'll give him 5.
That for me is like what I was saying with Kulu. Even Son, I think Son's a good player. He's nothing better than good anymore. He would be the perfect sub.
James, I agree with you 100%. Be the perfect sub.
Perfect. If you've got Son and Kulu on the bench, I think you're cooking. I think you've got someone that could change the game in Kulu because he's completely different to any other winger. And Son is a fantastic sub to bring on last 20, 30 minutes. But until fans realise this and accept it, we're always going to be stuck in the same position. People say to me things like, "Oh, he's a good player." The only time you realise when they're not very good is when they leave and you bring someone in better. Then they say, like Brendan Johnson. People go, "No, he could do the job. He could do this." When we sign somebody that can actually play right wing, they'll go, "Yeah, he ain't very good, is he?" And you'll be like, "Okay."
Right. If you brought in like a Federico Chiesa, people would be like, "Oh, wow, he is so much better than Brendan Johnson. Why did I ever rate Brendan Johnson the first?" You're right. I agree with you.
But Steve, not even Brendan Johnson. If you put in a Chiesa, people will be like, "How have we still got Son in the team? He's better than Son, in my opinion."
Right.
So,
he would be your best attacking player.
Yeah. So
keep him fit. That's it.
That's what I would be looking at. I mean, we saw all this nonsense of trying to sign Hudson-Odoi. That's just another. I mean,
signing.
Yeah,
that's just another crap backup player. That's what that is.
This is my point.
This is where we should use the youth team.
Yeah, or
go by the free solid quality. Buy the free solid quality and use the use the youth, and then following transfer window, get one good one in, and then the next summer another 3 good ones, and build it out that way. It'll take time, but that's when you know they're serious. Instead of
Ange is not in charge. Ange is not in charge of transfers. Right? That's the cold hard fact. He's not in charge of transfers. Full stop.
Yeah, I agree, mate.
He's agreeing to it though. That's the problem, man.
He has no choice. Say for example, you worked in Tesco's and you was the manager of Tesco's, and then the manager of the area comes in and says, "Just so you know, we're getting 50,000 packs of ready sorted Wotsits." You're not going to say, "No, actually, I'm the manager of this shop. I ain't having them in here." You do as you're told. It is what it is, and that's another thing. People are like,
Wotsits, so I'll probably say no.
I love Wotsits. Bring on the Wotsits. They're stronger than they've got more spine than our back midfield.
Yeah, but then you. So using that analogy, what happens if he had too many Watsits already in the shop.
Exactly, but it's not down to him, is it? Everyone says Don Paratici. I hear this a lot. Don Paratici. Don't get me wrong. We have signed some very good players, but we've sold no one. Let's not get that twisted. Don Bele's on loan. Dyer went for free. Sessegnon's gone for free. The Celso's now priced that he's worth nothing. You know, all the players that was worth something are worth nothing. So let's not, you know, Don Paratici and all that. You've done half of your job fairly well. You know, Papa Star.
James, though, in Paratici's defense, and by the way, I'm not his biggest fan. He only turned up like, was it 2 years ago now? Is it 2 years? He's been in.
But who have you sold in 2 years?
We should have sold all these players you listed, right, James? In my opinion, we should have sold them after Jose.
Yeah, but like I said, Emerson Royale, Brian Hill, Emerson Royale, Brian Hill. These people
I'm
come
not
in.
in that respect, but he said it's about selling. So for me, it's like
They should be. They should be going as well, though. Emerson Royale, the Celso, they should have gone. You know what? You can't make it here. You're going to have to go.
I'm saying we gave them too long. I'm saying after 2 years, after Jose, we should have sold half the lot.
Yeah, but as your job to get rid of people and bring in people, if you've only brought in 4 or 5 good people, how can people say Don Paratici or Paratici's doing a good job? That's like me. That is like me going to pretending I've done my job so I look good, but then when someone goes to turn on the heating don't work. Like you can't paint a picture. You can't paint a picture that everything's okay, and people are buying into it. But really, it's a car crash. Like I said, all of this money we're losing. And Paratici needs to take the blame for that, or Lange, or whoever.
You guys, have been, you know what it is. You guys have been a poor selling. I've noticed always. You guys have been a poor selling club for what 15 years at least. You guys don't get, and I'm not saying you're selling like and obviously you got 100 mil for Kane. Other than that, though, there's not many high profile like, oh, we got good money for this player. You know what I'm saying? I feel like you guys struggled.
Yeah, I agree with you, Steve. And this is again where I turn to the fans because, and again, I'm not angling this at Dan. So Dan, please don't take this as personal. But people say, well, Kulu, could he play on the left? I want to see him on the left. I want to see him in the middle. No, I want to see him up front. Or we could just cut our losses and go and buy a striker. Or we could cut our losses and go and buy a right wing.
But would you say Kulu is one of the main ones we need to get rid of?
No, not at all. I'm just using it as an example because a lot of people are holding on to Kulu and he could play here, he could play there.
He's one who can go, but he's not on the that list is in different bits, isn't it? There's priority Chicken Royale that's got to go, and Dombele is at the very bloody top of that list, even if we have to pay half his wages. Just
I'm a million percent.
Carlson
Kulusevski is on the lower list for me. Yeah, we need to get someone who can do it better, but he's not right up there as such. Same as I don't think Ben Davis is up the top of the list.
Where do you guys think Kulusevski would suit? Like, where do you think he should go? Like,
back in Italy.
Palace.
Everton up front.
Back in Italy.
What, Dyche would use Kulusevski? I don't see that happening.
He's very strong. He's big, good at holding up the ball.
That's why he's best as a false 9 or attacking midfield central.
I would like to see him up top with Son in the 4-4-2. I know it sounds like
no. Do you know what? I don't know what Conte did, but when
or a target man
came to Spurs first 4 months, he looked like an absolute unbelievable signing. How the hell have Juve let him go? All our rival fans were saying, mate, that Kulu's a player. He's a baller. I like the look of him. Since then, bang average.
Yeah. You know who he reminds me of still, and you probably get it a lot, and obviously I've seen it a lot with the youth. You remember that one kid, you always get that one kid that's very good on the ball, but he just cannot pass. He hasn't got the vision, he doesn't know when to pass, he just doesn't know how to connect his feet with his vision. And that for me is Kulu. Whereas you've got someone like Lo Celso who's maybe not as hardworking, wants to put in the miles, but he's got the footballing brain. He can connect his feet to his feet. But for me,
I've liked Lo Celso. I've always liked.
I've been saying Lo Celso should be starting.
But
no, I think he's
but he's always injured. This is the problem.
Yeah,
how do you keep an injured player?
The position that would suit Kulu best is if you go back to the old England 4-4-2 style when it was Heskey and Owen. He's a perfect Emil Heskey, except he's a perfect Emil Heskey to have the fast little man next to him. Let him play his back to goal as target man, hold the ball, knock it to the man running onto it. He's perfect for it. But for what we use, he's not. And he's not a bloody winger. He hasn't been for years.
I think he could play the Dele Alli role if you had Harry Kane next to him, that kind of stuff. But I think he's just too slow on the ball.
Yeah,
Even when I've seen him at Cannes, he takes a touch and you see that gap and he just wants to take a second and a third and a fourth and you're like,
yeah,
okay.
But think of what he does for us on the wing, yeah? How many times do you see him, like, in the middle of the pitch, basically, with back to goal, holding that ball, holding two players off of him to get it out? He's brilliant at that, yeah? So if you was to stick him up there, if you was to put him there as, like, basically a false 9 even, like the other day, that's where you'll get the most out of him. Let him stand there. Let him hold it up for the two faster ones to come in or someone come past him and that. You'll get the most out of him. We do not play him to his abilities. It's like Porro. We don't use Porro to half the ability he's got. I don't personally think. Use him as an overlapping wing back or even a bloody winger, you will see the most out of that man. But again, that's purely opinion. And we do that with a couple of players. Basuma is not a number 6, not at all. To get the most out of him, you need him as a like box to box, basically.
He
can go as well.
Sorry, the thing is for me as well. I think we've got the players to not have a number 6. So we said on Monday, my formation would be 5 at the back with Udogie and Porro, and then I would, play.
What kind of 3 at the back?
Dragusin, Van der Ven, and I'd have Dragusin, Van der Ven, and Romero, and then I'd have Udogie and Porro / right and left mid. Then I'd have 2 number 8s, and then I'd have 2 number 10s. I wouldn't have a winger. I'd have 2 number 10s, and then I'd have a striker. So if we're going to say if we could have Maddison, I would then sign Eze, and then you have them 2 as cam and leave Udogie and Porro wide. So when you're attacking, you've almost got your striker, Maddison, Eze, Porro, Udogie. Yeah, if that makes sense.
Would y'all want someone like Paulinho? Would y'all want someone like Paulinho?
Personally,
if you've got those 3 centre backs, I think you could get away with it because Royale steps into midfield anyway, and then you've still got Van der Ven and Dragusin behind him, so you've still kind of got that.
Mate,
that's what I would do.
I've been saying this for about 4 months now. Yeah, even done my own show on it. This team we've got here, forget whether he would have bought them or anything else. Yeah, this team we have right now is perfect for a Conte style.
100%. Yeah.
Or maybe a position or 2. You look at the solid enough back 3 we got to be defenders, not sit on the halfway line. The wing back power we've now got on there. What we could get out of a midfield if we played it properly. The only place we'd really probably struggle possibly is up front. It is perfect for a Conte style now.
Dan, if you had Inzaghi at Inter, oh my God, it suits that system to a T.
It's taken him a little while to get good, but he's a good manager.
Very good
manager. I mean, Inter absolutely smashed it this year, and the only reason they lost another game is because they'd already won it about 4 weeks ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's just a swallow.
I actually agree with Scott's comment a lot, to be honest.
But it's just madness how now that we've come out of playing that way, we've now got a team that would be perfect to play that way. Because people say that Conte style is old school, this and that. No, counter-attacking football, in my opinion, is some of the best football you can see when you've got the right players to do it. Build it all up at the back, and then within a split second, you're up the other end of the pitch, and there's a goal in there. Looks brilliant when you've got the right players to do it.
Because counterattacking football, you need very, very good players to execute counterattacking football. You have to have a good first touch at speed. You need to be good decision making at speed. You need to hit long balls. You need to do everything at speed, and you need to do it, bro.
And Conte had Sanchez, Longley, and Dyer in defence, and conceded 3 more goals than we did now.
Yeah.
And we've got a solid set of defenders there.
And Lloris was not at Vicario's level this season, that version of Lloris. Vicario saved y'all from 20 goals, maybe.
Lloris should have been gone 4 years ago.
Vicario this season probably saved about 20 goals.
But the other amusing thing is with that's where people in general just follow the Premiership and that. I had so many rows with people on here, and it was you and someone else who stood by me when I told everybody like Vicario he's better than Raya.
Yeah,
but then
I said
other players I've got totally wrong with. I've got other players that I've been totally wrong and had to put my hands up to. But that is one I will always skip by. I got that one right. I knew about
Ian
it
Brian Dable.
before.
Me and Brian Daigle go back and forth all the time about that. My one of my best mates is Italian, and he said to me, "Trust me, you're signing a proper goalkeeper." And I was looking at him. A year before we signed him, he said, "I said about Donnarumma." He said, "No, Vicario." He said, "Trust me," and I was like, "Nah." And
It
then
was
I
only his
watched
second
him.
season in Serie A. The rest of the time he'd been in Serie B.
Yeah.
It was
And
about
then after watching him, he's
And
the only
if you
thing he
look
could
at
be
some
doing
of the
is be a bit stronger.
saves, it's not even be stronger, be mentally stronger in
Yeah.
the physical side.
Yeah.
He just needs to learn that you're in England. You can basically, as a goalkeeper, slap a player in the face and get away with it. You basically can as a keeper in England. You're pretty much untouchable.
Mean machine.
Yeah, you're pretty much untouchable. I mean, look, some of the stuff, the way he was getting touched up by bloody what's his name?
Right.
If that would have been, if that would have been Pickford or any of the old school keepers that we can go through, like Czech, Schmeichel, anything like that, they'd have just banged him in the face and said, "Get out of the way." Yeah, Shea Giver, even Nick Pope wouldn't have had none of that crap. It would get out my face. That is the main bit that he needs to improve on. Apart from that, we have got a solid goalkeeper there. And when you've got someone like Buffon come out and blatantly say that this man should be in the Italian team over, I ain't even going to try and pronounce his name. Yeah.
Donnarumma.
Yeah. And Inter had basically bought him. The only thing they hadn't done was sign the contract because they had Solonana first. We jumped in underneath and snatched him, basically. Munich wanted him. Arsenal checked in. Chelsea, Man U, everyone. We got a steal there, big time.
It was either I thought y'all should have either bought in Di Gregorio at Monza or Vicario or Provedel as well. Italy got like 5 or 6 really good goalkeepers right now.
They always do. Italy always do have keepers.
Yeah.
I mean,
Golini.
Down to Italy.
You all remember Golini?
Oh, Golini. Couldn't even go down.
He was only doing rapping. That was about it.
That's such a Spurs thing, though, isn't it? We get Italians that can't defend or play in goal, and we buy Brazilians that are crap on the ball. How does that work?
Only at Spurs that happens.
Richarlison's got to be the only Brazilian that can't control a ball.
I mean, I've always loved Italian football because it's always been so tactical, so technical. I mean, in some ways, it might not be the most exciting, but it's more similar to a game of chess. You've got to be 3 moves ahead of yourself. It's a lot more tactical, and I've always loved Serie A. And personally, I think Italy has had some of the best teams ever on this planet. I'm into Milan, but that AC Milan team that they've had at times has been not far off that Barcelona team that was that good. I'm not saying it was as good, but not far from it. And I think they've had probably one of the best defenses ever. When you've got Maldini, Nesta, Stam, Cafu sitting there, I don't think there's been a much more solid defense than that.
Dan, would you say they're better than Eric Dyer and Ben Davis?
Quite possibly. I'm not sure.
Fine margins.
Apparently, Ipswich should have offered McKenna a huge new contract, quadruple his salary to stem off the interest of Man United, Chelsea, and
McKenna
Brighton.
ain't leaving Ipswich. I'm gonna tell you all right. McKenna at Ipswich, he gets to run the show basically. He actually is like an old school manager at Ipswich. His role there, he's part of their. I was looking into it the other day. He's part of their. He's like they're building a new training ground, and he's been a huge influence in that. He can make decisions about players and recruit. Like he has a lot of power at Ipswich, a lot of power.
Yeah, but then, and then the other son, right? Oh, well, how would Chelsea line up with Osimhen under Kieran McKenna? I'm like, can you imagine that? Kieran
McKenna's
McKenna
gonna
managing
stay at
Osimhen.
Ipswich, and I think that's the best choice for him.
But yeah.
Gary, I agree with you.
Vicario pushed that guy who was standing on him. The ref told him to stop. Yeah.
He just needs to get more. The weird thing about Vicario is his personality and the way he acts. You'd expect him to be quite aggressive physically as well, and he's really not. He's quite the opposite of how he comes across as a person. As a person, he comes across like the one who you think would slap you in the face, but he's quite soft. He's quite soft in that aspect. Whereas his attitude, you can hear him down the other end of the pitch, and he'll start on any player verbally, but physically, he just doesn't seem he's got it. So that is the point we have to defend. And it won't
He's
be
more a bit hottery, isn't he? He's more a bit hottery than aggressive.
No, I agree with you.
By the way, we didn't lose on any cup. There was no cup basically.
Huh?
Manchester friendly. Yeah. So
Can't hear what you're
Newcastle,
saying, Elias.
yeah, you guys didn't win any cup. I think they just did the pens to like sort of make things a bit exciting for the crowd. There's no cup.
Oh yeah. That was just fucking around and having fun, man. Yeah, that's
Who
all.
missed our pens? I
Exciting.
missed the pens. Who missed ours?
Brian Hill.
You're the first one,
course.
James. And the rest of
Nice.
the boys, right, the youngsters scored. Apart from Skip, right? The other three were youngsters. So, yeah.
By the way, guys, last season Has wanted us to start Brian Hill ahead of Son.
I didn't say that.
You did say that, Has.
Yeah, but last season, the way he played, you could have started anyone instead of Son. He was that crap last season. Well, season before now.
I argue this season. I argue this season. I think the last 10 games, Son's been our worst player.
He's on the decline. He's been on the decline since last year.
Of course he is.
Because the last 10 games, he's been in the last 10 games, he's done absolutely nothing. Nothing.
Because most of those games he has been playing as a striker. And
No, but then
nobody
you
has
were
been
one of
playing-
those
nobody
people,
has
Corey,
been
like
winning.
saying from on the first game of the season to move from left to striker.
Yeah, and
Well, I
then
don't
he did
understand.
perform actually back then when he was playing
That's
with
what I mean. You
Solomon.
can't just. It's just like
he was
moving
when he
goalposts
was
to
playing
put him
with
into the
Solomon.
team.
When he was playing with Solomon, hold on.
So
When he was playing with
Solomon,
Solomon, did he
top
not
quality
score goals? Did he not
Clutching.
score goals in those games?
That's clutching. That is clutching.
Right? Enzo Maresca to
Clutching.
Chelsea. What do you think?
You know you're crap when you're relying on Solomon to make you a better player. That's clutching.
He was okay when Solomon was on the left. Solomon was on the left.
It's
Hold
like
on.
the whole
When
Perisic
Solomon was on
argument
the
last
left.
season. They were saying Perisic's fault that someone was playing badly, which is absolute rubbish.
I'll tell the only
Perisic, we
time
played
Son
him
has
the wrong
played
way
good.
again.
The only time
Because he
Son,
was
the
getting in
last
Son's
time,
way.
He was
the
getting
last
Son's
time Son
way.
played good is when he had Harry Kane up front. And let's not make no two bones about it. Why he was playing good. All of those through balls that were like inch perfect, the Son finished the 1-on-1s.
Look,
Let's be real.
this again is why Kane is going to be about, unless he gets an injury, for a very long time, because he's mentally, I wouldn't say quite as good, but he's not he's very close to Teddy Sheringham, and he's going to be able to do a Wayne Rooney, drop back into a number 10 role to just sit there and put the ball forward, because the only one in the Premier League I've actually seen do a solid long pass better is De Bruyne, unless someone can state better. And Kane you can even drop him into midfield basically to just be the deep lying playmaker there and sit there and just get the ball forward. He's that good, and he doesn't rely on pace. When you've got players like Son, like Michael Owen used to, like even Salah does, rely so much on their pace. When their pace goes, they disappear pretty quick. The slower players, good ones, stay for much longer. That's how I've always seen it anyway. And Kane, he's got the capability of being just an out-and-out number 10, sit back and be the playmaker. He could do it in centre mid. He could even be a defender. He's just that much of a solid, world-class player.
Yep.
The annoying thing with Kane at Bayern München is like, and it's Tuchel's fault as well, because this look, Tuchel just pisses me the fuck off. But anyways, the thing is that he'll drop back so deep when it's like, bro, we have Musiala there. Let him be the creator, because so many times with Bayern this season, we'll cross balls into the box, Sane or Coman or whoever, Kimmich will cross balls in the box, and Kane's on the fucking halfway line. And it's like, my guy, I need you. I don't mind the drop back every once in a while, but it does my head in, and it's a coaching thing, because Tuchel isn't screaming at the sideline, get up front, Kane. He's every single game. It's like dropping way back, and it's like, bro, we need you to be in the box. He's very good with his head. He's an elite header of the ball. Scores dozens of goals with his head. But like this season at Bayern, it's like so frustrating. And he's been amazing, been outstanding. But it's like that dropping back thing is sometimes a curse, because it's like he is so good at playmaking. You don't mind him dropping back, but then when you need a goal in a game, crossing ball into the box, he's not there sometimes, and it's just like, well, we're kind of fucked.
It's like what they're saying here. Another player we wasted, and I mean completely wasted, Perisic. He's a player that I've followed for years. Excellent player. He's not a wing back. The only reason he worked that one season in Italy as wing back is because Italy is that much slower.
He had the midfield and defensive support.
If we'd have used Perisic to his ability, you've got an excellent crosser there. He's brilliant on the ball. He just isn't fast.
Dan,
we wasted him.
That's what I actually said at the start of this season. I was actually looking forward to Perisic being part of that team, because although I think Stell was quite harsh on him last year when he's saying he's old and he's finished and stuff like that, and I do agree with Stell up until a point. He's certainly he struggled in the Premier League with it being so physical and running up and down. However, considering his age, considering that he was the only one in the team who could set up a goal last season for us and cross the ball, he would have been brilliant in this team this year under Ange, I think.
Imagine we had Perisic and Porro as the wingers in this system.
Maz, the thing is, the way we want to play is almost a hybrid of Man City and a hybrid of Liverpool. We want to have that high press, squeeze a team in, don't let them breathe, keep possession of the ball high up the pitch. Yeah, but keeping that possession, the way City keep possession is second to none, right? We want to be like that, but we want that explosive forward attack of what Liverpool used to be under Klopp, where as soon as they get it, it's 1, 2, 3 passes and they're on your goal. That means the front three have got to have two things. One, they've got to be able to press, and two, they've got to be able to score goals. Because Mane, and I go back to this so many times, Mane, Salah, Firmino were the best three at it. It's the best front three I've seen play this style of football where you're not depending on one player. Like City depend a lot on Haaland's goals. Before Haaland, they had a good front three. Whereas now, I look at Spurs and our front three, they're not all good at pressing and they're not all capable of scoring goals. So Perisic, would he fit in that? Probably not. If we just wanted someone for crossing ability, Perisic all day long.
But he had more than that. He had more than that, though, still, right? Because
he didn't score goals, Maz. He never scored
goals.
Only
in Tottenham he didn't score goals under the contract.
Everywhere else he did.
Scored goals, right? And he was scoring goals for his national team as well.
Croatia, Bayern Munich, he scored goals.
One important thing, if you compare Perisic and Timo, Perisic could actually take on a man, and he was willing to take on a man as well.
Yeah, he could dribble.
And nowhere near as fast.
Nowhere near as fast, of course, right? But then Timo's only fast when there's almost nothing on the line, if you get what I mean. I've only ever seen him run past one player, and he was 1-on-1, and he still missed. So
he's like that kid that becomes lightning fast when it runs out the shop.
Yeah, and another thing as well, still, that I think how Perisic would have been better. I'm not saying, I think you're right. It's not an ideal scenario, but Perisic at least could run down the byline and hug the byline and cross and beat a player. All Timo does is he operates in and around the penalty box, and he always either wants to cut in, or when he does go down the outside, his left foot is so weak, he early sort of dribbles it to the front post.
I don't think Perisic has got the pace for what we need, man. I don't. He hasn't got it. He hasn't got the speed.
I agree. He's got the pushing and the crossing.
But doesn't Brendan Johnson and Timo Werner have pace? You need footballing brain.
Do you know what sad
that's
reality
more
is?
important for me. That's more important for me.
Has got that.
The Spurs need the exact profile of player Spurs need for this system and to play on the left and the right is Gareth Bale. That's exactly the pace, dribbling ability, creativity, scoring. Don't worry about defending. Don't worry too much about everything else. But that
just do your job up there. Yeah,
mate.
I'll agree.
Bale he's got everything that we need, but we don't have anyone near that level, or even
there's many near that level on the planet these days.
I just don't think we've got anybody that's capable of beating their man, and I think that's more important than anything because everybody cuts in or takes 3, 4, 5 touches. The moment you beat your man, you cause chaos because then somebody's got to come over and cover. We have no one that beats their man. Kulu, if he beats his man, he then cuts inside, which is he's just then getting crowded out. We have no one that's prepared to take that ball and to beat their man and run down the line. No one. And that, for me, is why this own system will never work. Because by beating your man, you're drawing defenders over, which then leaves space in the middle for that low cross.
Maddison takes too many touches on the ball.
Agreed.
That he should have passed it 3 touches earlier than that. And it's like, I think Dietrich was the one who said it perfect. It's like every time he makes a pass or a cross or even a shot, he wants it to look good at the same time.
Yeah.
Oh, mate, sometimes just kick it. just kick it. Just pass it. I don't care whether it looks fruity or not. Just bloody do it.
Did you see the video of them in when they got that little trophy reward things for about like the season? I think it was Papa Sarr got like worst dress or something like that. James Maddison got biggest diva. Did you see that? It was like little short clips on the Tottenham YouTube channel, and basically they gave Maddison biggest diva, and he walked through the changing rooms at the training ground, and everyone's like, "Oh yeah," he's like, "Oh, I'll stop being a diva then, shall I?" And it was almost like he was joking, but you know when someone's like, "Yeah, you are a bit of a diva, mate." He kind of sat there putting his boots on, and he said something like,
"There's some truth in the joke."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Sense, James.
That's why it's funny.
Have you seen his dress sense?
Yeah, but they're all like that now, aren't they? Let's be honest.
It's like with stuff like that, when it comes down to it, I don't care how you dress. I don't care who you want to or what you want to sleep with these days. I don't know. Someone might decide to be a lamppost another day. Another day they might be a dragon. Who knows? Yeah. I really don't care. As long as they can play football, I could not give a crap.
Yeah.
What else they get up to? I don't care whether he wears silk or cotton boxers or whatever else and that. I don't care. Just score the bloody goal and play the fucking game, for God's sake.
Yeah, but that's never going to happen at Tottenham. It's too cushy now. They get paid way too much money, and it's too cushy. It's a relaxed lifestyle. Why would you put in all that effort when you know you're getting paid good bucks? You're going into the best training ground I've ever been to, and I went to St George's Park, and even that isn't a shadow on the Tottenham one. Tottenham's amazing. In comparison, why would you? Why it's comfortable. It's why would you go out and graft in a shed, or when you've got sheet quilted beds? You got a 7-star lodge. They do what they want.
I don't agree with you, Dan, where you said you don't care what they wear and stuff. And I'll tell you why. Not that I'm bothered about what they wear specifically, but
don't lie.
I am bothered by it. That's not my thing, right?
We ain't judging.
You like the Gibbs
serious players who are winners, right? And if you look at all of the top players who are winners, right, they don't prioritize their fashion and all that sort of stuff over and above them being brilliant footballers and winning things, right?
That's not true. That's not true. You have Neymar.
Ronaldo.
Have you seen
Ronaldo?
Dress?
Yeah, but that's after once they've won stuff, though. That's where the argument falls down. It's once they're winners that they start doing that, not before they're winners.
I get what you're saying. It's like basically, you're basically saying they make their name before they show it off as such. Whereas others these days, where they get their 150 grand contract at 19 years old, they're already bragging it before they've done it as such.
Precisely. Yeah. And we've seen how many downfalls of players have we seen where they get sucked into that lifestyle. Basuma is a prime example. You know, I saw that thing with expressions of how he's into his trainers and stuff. Mate, you need to be worried about you being a first team regular in the football team, worrying about fucking trainers and stuff like that.
It's like you've always got that mate in the group that's bragging off about how many he's pulled in the pub and everything. It's like, mate, you haven't even hit like Division 1 standards yet, let alone Premier League. What you bragging about, sort of thing. And I know enough of them as well.
Yeah, that's what I asked.
When you hit the top, start bragging. Until then,
then remember we did a show and I asked Stel, right? Stel said when recruitment time comes in, right, there's this 5 points that you have to have when you look at a player. And then when I ask something about what about their mental state, their habits, their social life.
That was last week. Yeah, that was last week.
Attitude.
We go into it, right? Maybe what we need, right, is we need to find that person, right, in our recruitment team, right, that has that ability to spot proper good footballers, not people
I actually think more of the issues the club.
Instagram, and all those kind of things, right? Like you see like Harry Kane. Have you ever seen Harry Kane go on Instagram and dance?
No.
No, you don't.
But Eugene, part of the problem is the club, because I think a lot of
Kane do a lot of like
Spurs
or something with his wife or family or something.
Yeah, but Harry Kane's about as humble as you get as a person.
Yeah,
He's
he is.
Professional and humble.
Top professional. Top.
But it's like that. It's like that in the club, though. I don't know. Still, do you know Jack Metcalf? Do you know him? He was in the club about 10 years. he was a goalkeeper, and he was like my best mate through school. And we was talking, and he would go up to London. He would go into Selfridges. He would buy a suit. He would buy a Louis Vuitton bag. Blah blah blah. Leave the tags on them. Go out with the football team. Come back the next day and return it all. It's in the club. It's not one person. It's like a culture within the club.
Yeah, that's what I'm
He
trying
was saying to me, he say to me, he does it all the time. I was like, mate, you're a twat. I was like, I would feel so embarrassing the next day, come back and going, I want to return these, please, knowing that you've just been out like. But it's in the club. It's cultured. It's you have to have these. You have to look
James,
like that.
James,
No, but
it's
that
the
one's a
bling
good one.
culture
If you
that's come seeped into football now. That's how I see it. The bling culture. Everybody wants to show off. You understand? Like what Stel was saying earlier, right? You can't be driving a Bentley or a Mercedes Benz until you're 21 to the club. You guys, or you were saying that, James. So I can't remember the day we were talking about
But
it.
in terms of Tottenham, though, I just think players get an easy ride. That's why.
Yeah, because there's no pressure to win from board level, from fans. Not
Do you know
enough. There's not
Kulusevski?
enough
See, do you remember Kulusevski's like article thing? Do you remember it? And he said we won at life when we lost 4-1.
Yeah, like
to
who the
Chelsea.
fuck's that? No Real Madrid
Kane
player,
said
no
it perfect.
Barcelona player, no Atletico Madrid, no Sevilla player would say that kind of shit.
Kane said it when he went Bayern Munich, how different things were. The fact that they lost one game and the whole place came crashing down on him, basically. He said
The
it
whole
was, whereas at
national
Tottenham,
media.
yeah, whereas at Tottenham he could lose 3-4 games on the trot, or Spurs could, and he didn't even get a tenth of the pressure that he got at Bayern Munich for losing one game.
Go and tell that to the investment bankers that have hijacked the football club, mate. That's the reality.
It's true.
Yeah.
Stop being negative, Stel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're so negative.
Whoa. Maz will get upset if you call me negative.
No, I just think that way because that's how do you think Dyer's last? No offense, but how do you think Dyer's lasted so long? And you know, Emerson's still here, and Davies is still here, and you even saw in documentary, it's like they're having like an easy life. Like there's no pressure at the club. Someone come up to them and say you need to be better next game or something, or I don't know. I just don't see it the way we play as well. I think it's a reflection of the manager. We're too relaxed in the game.
I think it's not there's no pressure, you know. They can't handle pressure. Remember? You're talking about
I disagree. Because there's I mean, even if you say, for example, you left school and then went to work at Sainsbury's, your manager of that building won't come and have lunch with you and sit next to you and be like, how you getting on? Yeah, you've done that well. He goes to his office and you go to your office. When you saw that documentary, Daniel Levy's there. Daniel Levy's there, like, you're right, mate. Yeah, what have you got?
Yeah, exactly.
I've got the same. Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? It's like you should be nowhere near. You should be feared. You shouldn't be there like I'm part of you guys. You know, I'm a part of the football club.
He's
You
almost
should be
too
nowhere.
personable with the players. Like
I
You should be
think
heard and not seen.
John Obi Mikel in a few podcasts were like when Roman Abramovich would pull up to Stamford Bridge in his all black chopper, they knew they
shit hit the fan.
that a manager was gonna get. Yeah, like it's an MB means business kind of operation.
Steve,
it's true.
Listen, it's a culture, right?
Culture,
right? When you go to the Spurs training centre and you go to Cobham, the Chelsea one, London, Colney, Arsenal, Carrington, Man United, I've been to them all. When you go to our one, it doesn't feel like football. It looks football. It doesn't feel it. It feels like an investment banker's health retreat. This is where rich people come to just unwind and to refresh. Okay, that's the feeling. When you go to these other clubs, you know you are an institution of football. You feel it. You feel it when you're there, man. There's a difference. And with the chairman, it all stems from him because it's great that he sits with the players. Hey, boys, how we doing? You know, I'm one of you lot. Great. But a true chairman, a true business owner should be able to walk the corridors of his company with Epstein Island. Right, to walk the corridors of his company and walk amongst his customers without fear. Daniel Levy wouldn't step fucking foot near our fan base because he fears it. That's how you know your culture's broken. The manager of Man City, he comes out after the game. He talks with the fans. He's there.
Yeah.
Cronkies, they're trying to be more engaging with the fans in good times and bad times. They're there. Our chairman Yeah, he's great when he's around the players, but what about us? He wouldn't dare do it because he
Because
knows.
he only came out when it was good, going good. Oh, we got our
And that was
back, all this
staged.
crap.
It was an event
Yeah.
on his terms,
His people,
hand-selected
his
audience.
people.
Yeah. Right. The culture at Spurs is broken.
We would never get into that.
We don't
I
have
don't-
that culture.
It's all about. I don't know when the last time you was there still, but when I was last there, you had to pay for your Lucasades and your hot chocolates. Is it still the same?
Still the same. Still the same.
Everyone used to complain. Your kids would turn up to play there. They'd do a 3-hour training day or a tournament for their club, and they'd be like, "Yeah, you got to pay." You're like, "What?" It's just madness. Absolute madness.
The culture. But again, the investment banker fan will say, "Yeah, but that's the right way to do it. Why should we give freebies out to others? Why should we do that? If you want money for players, then we should focus on making the money." It's like, bro, there's no emotion attached to you cunts. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. There's no
it's
emotion.
right. It's right though. It's right.
People, like,
Yeah, I'm not going to say
this is-
disagree with you.
I think the best football clubs have got a balance between business and heart. The business is with the brain, emotion is from the heart. If you can get that balance, I think you've got a really good football club. With Tottenham, it's always heavily on the business, it's always heavily on the corporate. And this is why I can't stand sections, large sections, a growing number of sections of our fan base that are obsessed with the money, the money, the money. I'm not saying it's not important. Of course it's important. We're a business. But when you're more business than football, you've lost why you became a fan. You've forgotten why you're here. You've been brainwashed.
I do get what you're saying. It's like the fact that you should be scared of your mum and dad, and not scared of them as people, but scared of repercussions. Yeah, scared of the repercussions. Like, shit, I've crossed the line. I'm going to get a slap now and grounded for 5 days. Not just. I mean, you don't even stick a kid in the corner anymore without getting done for it. So what I'm basically saying,
Dan, I disagree.
There's no repercussions.
Wait, I disagree. I think you should love your mum and dad. I think you should
Of
love
course you
them.
do.
It's about respect.
You should be scared
But
of
they've got to give you-
repercussions.
But they've got to give you a reason to love them, right? I don't
Respect.
love my chairman. I don't love him. He's giving me no reason. None.
I get what you
Nothing.
mean.
Poch gave me a
That's
reason
right,
to love
with
him.
the players at
Poch
the
gave
club
me a
should be
reason to love him.
scared of repercussions. They should
No,
be
they
scared.
get
Like
it.
what
We
you
know
said
what's
at
happening there,
Chelsea,
right?
Steve. They should be scared if the man turns up because the shit hit the fan. Whereas at Spurs, it's like, oh, look, you're right, Levy. How you doing, fella?
And it's okay, right? We lose, it's okay. We win, it's
Whereas
okay.
Abramovich would
I
turn up.
don't love my chairman. I don't love my fan base.
Abramovich would turn up. They
Most
sort
of
of
us
look at the
don't.
floor and
But before we continue, Dan, you got to make a move, right? Chang has
yeah,
already
mate,
made
I've
a
got
move,
to take.
right?
I've got to take my
Your
meds, mate.
channel, Dan. Anything coming up?
Well,
you were supposed to do the most negative Spurs stream, right?
I haven't been able to do things properly for a couple of days. Just had a really bad couple of nights, and I've got to go take my meds and that again now. What I'm going to do is do a show on nothing but pure negative, and then after that, I want to do a show. Exactly, and you're not allowed to say nothing positive. So basically, what you got to do is go on there and tell the truth.
So you on that?
And then I'm going to do a show where I have different people where you're not allowed to say nothing but anything positive over the past
A
years.
balance.
And then I want to do a third show on Let's Weigh It Up. You know, football's not on anymore. Euros ain't coming on, so I'm just trying to come up with a couple of ideas from different shows.
That's what
Sounds good, mate.
Actually. I like
Sounds
that.
good.
And that's what I'm going to do. Like I say, a negative show that you just cannot talk nothing but realistic negative, which is Tottenham. And then I'll say a show of lies where you talk about positive.
A show of lies.
And then you do the third show where you weigh it up, sort of thing.
So
like
the second
what
one will be
one
about
was.
make sure you invite Chris Cowlin for that one.
I've already got the plan for it, trust me. And within the next week or so, what I'm going to do is contact everyone, try and get it so everyone can get on there and that, and it should just be an interesting show.
Dan, for
one after.
the positive, mate, reach out to Chris Cowlin.
Reach out to Mia as well.
You need to rename the shows to the, you know, what the first one being the realist show and the second one being the propaganda show.
Man,
Well-
can come on the negative one, yeah?
No, no, no. I'll
Well,
be far
just
too negative for
a couple
either
a couple of people are seeing it. Wait until you see the picture. Wait until you see the picture that I've got for the first one. We're toxic. Wait until you see the picture I've got for it. It's a good one. All right, then, people.
It's
Cheers for
still
having me
the
on.
prime attraction of that. Is
Thanks for
you
being
should
on,
front
man.
and center.
Right, don't forget,
Oh,
everybody go
there's
to
a few people that are going to be able to pull it
Is
off.
it just
on
a
their
picture of Clinton and G or something?
You're
Do you know when I knew that
G-rated.
this-
Oh my god.
that we were going to have problems, right? This Ange thing was going to be up and down at the start of the season. Do you remember that there was a game?
Yeah, Jay.
We were 1-0 down. Oh, he's another one.
You know what? Me and him beef
Investment
a lot.
banker.
Right, I've got to go anyway. I've got to take my meds.
All right,
man.
Dan,
Take care of yourself.
All
everyone.
Take care, mate. Take care.
I remember it was a game we were 1-0 down to Sheffield United and we scored 2 goals in like 3 minutes. We won it 2-1 and everyone went crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Charleston and Kulusevski, yeah.
Yeah. We were
No.
jumping up and down like it was
Won the league.
we pulled it out of nowhere, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, after the game in the South Stand, the whole South Stand was bouncing and everyone was jumping up and down, singing Sheffield get battered everywhere. They go, whatever. I'm there. I'm doing video footage for the channel, enjoying it. You know, we won. I'm happy. And there was this dad and this boy next to me, and they were like,
said this story before.
I don't think the others have heard it.
Go on.
Sorry, man.
No, you
Sorry, you have to hear it again, Steve. Steve,
No, it's
Steve,
not good. I just
TV.
remember it.
Sorry,
I just remember
Steve
it.
TV, man.
I was enjoying that, Steve. You've ruined it.
Yeah, you see.
Yeah,
Steve. Right, and I was videoing, and as I was videoing around, I turned around to the dad and the boy, thinking, let me try and grab this happy moment. And the dad, he leans into me, goes, "You see, this is what we want. This is what we want. Who cares about trophies? Just let's enjoy it." At that moment, like 3 things went through my head. 1, hit him. Yeah.
Fucking hilarious.
2, have an argument. Or 3, smile, be fake. He's having a happy moment with his boy. Let them enjoy it and walk away. So I did this. I was like, yeah. And I went, see you later, mate. Have a good one. Yeah, enjoy. I walked off. I was so angry.
Because he was.
I was fuming.
Yeah.
I thought, this is what we want. Who cares about trophies? Mate, do you know what the sad thing is? Like, listen, I get it, man. He's with his boy. Enjoy your moment. I don't want to take that away from you. That's why I smiled and walked off. But do you know how many fans are like that in our stadium, bro, though? Like, when it comes down to it, there's so many. He wasn't
I
a
want to
one.
visit stadium one day.
I know.
No, we call it Mappy
Bro, there was
He went back and hit.
that's exactly. So sometimes when fans say, "Mate, oh man, it's a really good game," and you're thinking, "Did we watch the same game? I thought we were shit." Right? It's them. They're the ones that it's that lot. They're in that world of everything is just yeah.
Of course. But I don't understand what they see. I don't even like Ian on the show earlier. He's like, I'm really enjoying this. I was like, mate, this is the biggest load of shit I've ever seen. This is exactly the problem. How can you be enjoying it? We go to the right wing, back to the centre mid, to the left mid, back to the centre mid, to the right mid, back. I'm like, what is there to enjoy?
Oh,
I
Miss
could
Bunny.
I can set a few cones up in a garden and watch my kid pass for the cone and back. It's not fun. It's crap.
Yeah,
he's so
James,
like honestly
I've
Calvin
been-
is just like
James, I've been saying this, right? We play horseshoe football.
Yeah.
Okay? We've been playing horseshoe
So
football for
bad.
the past, I don't know what to say anymore. Right?
That's
But-
what I mean. We've got no brave players to beat that horseshoe. It shouldn't come back. It should go forward. Whether that's a pass forward or beating your man to get to the byline. We have none of that. It's so boring. This is far worse than Conte ball for me. Far worse.
we just pass it around and do nothing with it.
Conte ball, at least it had that for our counter attack.
There's no purpose to our
No,
play.
that's what I said. We come on. The first 10 games we were excited, right? After that, I lost the excitement. You guys said something. Then I went to this thing and saying, "Oh my god, why are we doing this all the time?" You. Then that's why I came up with the term horseshoe football. We get the ball, full possession, and do nothing.
Eugene, I thought the first 20 minutes against Villa at home, the first 25, 30 minutes against West Ham at home, the first 20 minutes against Chelsea at home, the football we played there was top, like top.
and when
That's
you
it.
guys
That's it.
destroyed us 4-1,
That's
and
it.
when you guys destroyed
The
us
only game I
4-1.
thought we were like 90
I
minutes.
weren't wowed
Burnley
by our
away.
performance against you, Steve, because you
Really?
were broken.
I was.
You had
I
nah,
was.
the
I
amount
was
of
like,
injuries. Bro, we did a prediction before that game. I said we're going to beat them.
I said
But you
4-1
lost
exactly. I
broken.
knew what was coming.
I'm talking about
Yeah.
exciting, quick play, dribbling, fluid passing, just tearing a team a new one. They're the only 3 moments I look back and I say that was really enjoyable to watch. Like I was on the edge of my seat saying, "Fucking hell, wow, Tottenham." That's it. Everything else has been little patches, little moments.
Man City away.
Stop starts, lots of possession, not much creativity with it. City was
Man City-
entertaining, but I wasn't wowed by our football. I wasn't wowed by our performance. It's just the fact that we scored 3 goals at the Etihad. Fucking hell, we scored 3 goals at the Etihad. But if you look at the performance for 45 minutes, City
You got
battered us.
smashed.
We got absolutely slammed, man. We got away with it. I'm talking about a team that dominates the game with explosive attacks. And against the beginning
Mate,
of
his stream with
Chelsea,
Salah was classic.
and we lost all those games. By the way, those games
yeah.
that I thought we were amazing in the first 25 minutes, we lost all those games.
Oh wow!
But I thought our football was superb for the first 25 minutes. But that's
For me, the only game that we were like 100% good in was Burnley away when we won 5-2.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
One.
Yeah.
The only game
No,
I
you're
can
right.
pinpoint. The
You're
only game I
right.
can pinpoint really was that game.
Very good.
And
but
they got
it's one-
relegated, yeah.
Yeah.
and once we found out that once you low block us, right, we can't do anything with the low block, right? So that turns up, it is what it is.
This
right?
is where I agree with you, Eugene. This is where I don't blame Ange for that, and I know I get a lot of criticism for that, but how people blame Ange for that kind of thing, I don't get, because our front three is championship level. We can't expect to be doing better than we can with a championship level front three.
The problem is, James, is obviously we know I've further information, but he said all the signings were his, so you have to assume he wanted Johnson.
No, but he's come out. But this is where I said on Monday's show and before, you're picking and choosing quotes that he said. He also said he was never meant to play that many games.
No,
So-
but I've also seen him glow up about Johnson in his interview with Mark Schwarzer as well.
Yeah, but if he was to say though, but he come out and they said to him about Brennan Johnson, and he said he was never meant to play this many games. So that implies to me that the club. Yeah, but that implies to me that the club would have said to him and said, "Look, we're going to get this guy as a sub, and you can feed him in and feed him in. Do you reckon you could work with him?" And he probably went, "Yeah, I could do that." And then the club probably went, "Psych, you're not getting anybody else. This is your main guy." And he's probably gone.
But that's
"What
the
fuck?"
problem, isn't it, James? That's like, the crux of the issue with every manager that we get, right? They accept the dross that is given to them, right? Whereas proper manager like Conte, right, effectively blew his top off. Soon as he saw Richarlison and Longley walk through the door, you can tell at the start of the season, I thought something's not right. We even said it on the Monday night show after the game. Something doesn't look right with him, right? And you can see he didn't get the players that he wanted at all. And the same thing is going to happen to Ange, right? You watch this summer, right? We're going to get maybe one good player, right? We're going to get a couple of players that we're sort of thinking, oh, it might be good, it might not be good, and another couple that we don't know anything about, right? And then we're going to come midway through the season, come January time, we're going to be begging that we make signings in January again, right? Like we did with Kulu and Bentancur, and we're just going to get disappointed. It's the same thing happening again. And Ange will be like, "It's who we are, mate. All the signings are mine. I've got a job to
No,
do."
he won't. He won't. I think he'll do that. He won't do the same thing, but I think he is slowly calling out the board and bits and pieces behind the scenes without blowing his lid. I think he's like as we said on Monday, mate. I think he's doing it quite in an intelligent way, where he's digging out the board without digging out the board. He's putting the pressure on the board without actually doing anything bad.
How can you accept? But okay, granted, and I think that's a good theory, right? But when you look at what's actually happening with our eyes and what's being said, how can you, as a good manager, accept players that you don't really want?
But again, this is what I'm saying. We don't know what Levy said to him. So, like the example I said a minute ago, where he said
James Johnson, they were looking at for 2 years before he arrived.
Yeah. But
we know Veliz.
Veliz, but Veliz come out and said he didn't want him anyway. He's now come out and said that. Have you listened to Alistair Gold and
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but that's the thing. But like you can't. How can the club bring in a player that the manager doesn't want? That for me, and it goes to your point earlier, James. Right. So I don't think we're at odds here, right? But Levy is too entrenched in the club. He's two mates. When Paratici first came, I was saying to Iggy and Stel and the lads on the show, right? He needs to step out of that dressing room. Leave Paratici. You cannot be with Paratici and undermine him at every step. If you're going to bring in Paratici, you have to make him the boss. Full stop. You have to let him delegate downwards, right? You can't undermine him. As soon as you start getting involved with players and going in the dressing room, you've already undermined the guy's position. You've undermined the manager. You've undermined everyone. And that's what consistently happens, right? So the fact that Ange has got the history to look upon as to what's happened with Poch, what's happened with Jose, what's happened with Conte, let's forget about Nuno, right? But so if you're coming in as a professional,
You made us proud.
I'm gonna make you proud.
If you're coming in as a professional, right, you got to say to Levy as part of the negotiation, how do I know that you're not going to do what you've done to your other managers? Not obviously in that way, but seek assurances, right? And I guess we'll never know what that conversation is, but you can only judge by what's happening in front of your eyes. And what's happening in front of our eyes is the same shit that's been happening before, which means nothing has changed.
No, I agree, and I don't think anything has changed. Like I've said that the whole time. That's why we said on Monday, I think he's on that hill trying to change things on his own, and he's just going to die a lonely death because it's never going to work. You know, he's there fighting, even trying to change the mentality, saying I want to win every game, and the backroom staff are saying no, we need to lose this game. If you're trying to change a mentality, you need to go into that mentality of win every game. If you win every game, you win cups, you win leagues. But if you're trying to win games and the staff are going, we should lose this game, even though
I'm not being funny, but let's be real, James. James, let's be real, right? The staff were right. We should have lost the game because why would us, a joke of a club, let our biggest rivals win off our back again?
No, I agree. And that's as a fan coming from that. But if you're trying to change the culture of that club, you need to change it to win every game. That should be non-negotiable. Win every game.
And then change your tactics against Arsenal, Chelsea, Liverpool.
Formation.
Here's the thing. Y'all tried to win the game against City, and I thought you actually performed pretty well. But
So did I.
Man City were just better than you, and they won anyways.
Can I tell you something? Can I tell you something? In youth football, right, they introduced something called a respect campaign, which is they're having a lot of problems with referees leaving the game because the abuse they're getting in kids' football from parents and coaches and whatnot. And then the kids' behavior would change because they're a reflection of what they're seeing from the adults. So what they did was they brought in certain rules. And these rules made it easier to suspend people. They brought in barriers that had to be put up on the sidelines to stop people coming on the pitch. There's a lot of changes. Respect barrier, right? The issue is it didn't change the game because as soon as those kids got to adult, there was no respect campaign. It stopped working. So when I spoke to a guy at the FA, he said to me, we fucked it. We should have started it at the top in the men's game and then brought it down to the youth. Or even the women's game into the youth, right?
Yeah.
Everything must start from the top and trickle down. If the manager, who's not at the bottom, he's not at the top, he's in the middle, is trying to change it, we're fucked. It has to come from above. Everything comes from above. And the FA, they screwed up with their respect campaign. Although it has improved certain things, we've still lost all the refs. It's hard. It's
not
so
the
hard to get refs.
improvement you needed.
No. The improvement. The improvement was needed. The execution was wrong because instead of it coming from the top down, change adult football, then fix youth football. So when the youth go to the adult, it's the same. That it is what. But what we're doing is what we're seeing is the manager's trying to change it. But how can you get me on board when you're accepting signings that the club from above is bringing in for you that isn't going to change the winning formula? Like for me to change the winning mentality, I need to see that the team can win. not get battered. And for that to change, the board need to change their transfer policy, the way they approach transfers.
We haven't
and
changed
the
our
manager
transfer policy since 06. It's still the same transfer policy.
When the Cronkies took over at Arsenal, right? I did a video on this a couple of weeks ago. They came out and said, we like winning. We're here to win trophies. We want to bring back winning trophies to this club. When the owner of Man City came, he said, we're here to develop a team that can win the European trophies, domestic trophy. That has never, ever, ever been said. All you hear, the closest you hear, we want to compete. Compete for what, motherfucker? Fourth?
Phil, you're barking up the wrong tree. You're barking up the wrong tree, man. My son the other day come up to me and went, I'm so glad we got a Skywalk, Dad. I love Tottenham.
What?
No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
I was about to say.
You fucking
Did you slap him? Did you give him a crap?
But it's true, though, isn't it? I grew up. The reason I mean, my dad was a Spurs fan, but the reason I started watching and supporting Tottenham was David Ginola. My son looks at this team and sees what? But he used to watch game by game by game. He hates it now. He's like, I'm not watching it. The only time he will say I watched the game is if it's a late night, 8 o'clock kickoff, because then he gets to stay up late. If he don't get to stay up late, he don't care.
Eugene, could you put up this comment from Hadrian's Wall, right? Okay. Right. You're saying no one's got respect for them. How can anyone respect the refs? You've missed my point. If you ask any kid about VAR, they know what it is. Do you know why? Because above their level, it's introduced and it trickled down to them because they watch above. That's the point I'm making. Whether it works or not is not my point. If you want to change something, you've got to go right to the top and then it's got to come down and then the whole system will change, right? You can't go at a random.
I thought it was the
level.
opposite.
What, bottom up?
No.
See,
If you think about it, like for youth, for example, like when Germany had that era in the early 2000s where they were when they were on the decline, they changed their whole grassroots in Germany. But
that's a directive from the top, Steve. Yeah.
Oh, it's a directive from the
right. So, I mean, I don't like talking about my personal stuff, right? But I've been lucky that I've worked for like some of the biggest companies in the world, and I've managed hundreds of people in my life, right? And big money floating around. And Stell's absolutely right. You can't. Whenever you come to a challenge, if you don't have the backing at board level and senior management to empower you to make the changes necessary to deliver something, it's impossible. You have to do it. Now, that doesn't mean there isn't success stories where you get a change from the bottom going upwards, right? But at some point, there has to be buy-in from the top of the organisation. And that goes for the very biggest organisation in the world, right? That it has to go from the top, filtering down. And the best example I can give of that is when you look at Apple, as soon as they lost, what's his name, Steve Jobs, they went into decline. So they begged him to come back. The same with Michael Dell when it went from a private company to a public company and they lost direction at boardroom level. So, he brought it back because of that reason. Same with Bill Gates. If you didn't have Bill Gates at Microsoft, right, it would never be the same company as what it is today, right? So it always comes from the top down, and that sets the culture. And then the people that run these companies, they're very remarkable people. They bring in experts and they fill the boardroom with absolute experts and people that want to win
in their profession.
Absolutely, right? And at Spurs, there's no way that our boardroom has winners in there. The only thing they want to win at is making money, and that you can see it.
But you even saw in documentary, like live in 4K, when he said, "Oh, let's look at the finances." He literally says it in one of the episodes. I can't remember what it was. Let's look at the spreadsheets. I don't remember what it was. And I was like, "It's so obvious. You're only here for the money." And then he does that fake thing in that documentary saying, "Oh, I want top 4 and a trophy." I'm like, "Yeah, don't fucking believe you."
Guys, the basic small things, right? The club don't want the staff stealing money from the tills, right? Make everything digital, tap and pay, right? Introduce it, staff. You're now gonna do everything through tap and pay. Then it goes down to the fans. We're only going to accept tap and pay payments from you. Fans are like, oh no, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this digital ticket business. I want a paper copy. Now everyone's doing digital. You don't hear that no more.
I still miss the
whatever you change there will eventually go to the bottom if they want it. And with everything we do as a club, any club, it's the same.
That's why changing managers. I know. Don't get me wrong. I don't believe in Ange yet, but changing managers is not going to solve the problem because he's trying to change it to push up. It's just not going to work unless.
That's what I said. I feel sorry for the guy. He's fighting that battle on his own. You can't go into battle or war on your own. It's never going to happen.
But then
because
at the same time,
he's going to come in and say, "No, we need to win. We need to win." And then Daniel Levy's going to be sitting next to him in the canteen after they've lost. Yeah, they'll all be sitting in the canteen. Daniel Levy be there after they've lost. He'll be like, "Right, mate, how you feeling?" And Andrew's like, "Hold on, what's going on here? We just lost." So there's no matter what he can do, you're always going to be overridden by the guy above you.
Levy's office is like near. Near the manager.
But guys, let me just give some shout outs, right? Guys, there are about 200 of you guys in the chat watching from Tottenham Way and Spurs Vision.
Big up everyone.
Big up everyone, right? The chats has been hot, right? I'm the one actually trying to maintain the chats, right? While letting you guys say this, so you don't hear me talking that much. But guys, don't forget, smash the likes, smash the like, subscribe to Tottenham Away, Hasbro TV, Step Up Spurs, Strasbourg Steve, Spurs Vision TV, guys. That will be delightful for you, for us guys, right? To support the channel, right? And to tell the truth, right, we are not negative. We are just realistic, and we have seen what we've seen before. We try to tell the truth, but we're always being painted with a different brush. We love the club. Basically, we do love the club. If not, we won't be sitting here for nearly 4.5 hours to 5 hours, right? Watching the watch along and talk about the games and all that. And I understand that the people in the chat saw we all do love the club. Whatever club that you support, right? You love your own club. You want the best. And of course, like all of us here, right? The only thing we want, right, is trophies. And still have said it, right? If next season Ange gets us a Carabao Cup or an FA Cup, right, and compete for the league, right, and then the following season we do the same thing, right? Show some ambition, right? Then maybe we won't be so Levy out then, correct? At least we're seeing that the club is going in the right direction. So that's how I see
Eugene,
it.
I said it all goes back to my when I'm talking about letting go of players, because at any other club, if anybody did those 2 years he did, I mean, that's why I said after Jose, he would have been out the door.
No, that's
if
why
if Dye did those 3 years, 4 years he did, he would have been out the door years ago.
When it comes to money, right, and make hard decisions, right, we are weak. We keep shit. Yes,
but the problem is, what I don't understand is if it affects the finances so much, right? The reason I say 2 years for a player is because you give them, say, a year to settle, and the next season you expect something from them, right? So if you don't get something from them, especially with a big money signing, the best chance for you to get as much money back is to sell them as early as possible. So that's why I say 2 years is a cut-off point for me. So after 2 years.
Let me answer this, right? Amore the call, how do I pronounce your name, right?
AFTV.
Right. What do I think about AFTV? To tell the truth, right? I'm so angry because the media make us look like losers, but instead of put the focus on the Arsenal fans, right, wanting us to win. You know, there's a certain part of our fan base didn't want to win that game against MCT because of the reasons that we understand that if we do that, we give it to Arsenal, right, which is a big no-no to us, right? But we are being branded of having a loser mentality.
Usually, my life would have been ruined if they won the league.
No, I know, but the thing is that
my life,
that's what the media did. I've been saying.
If you knew where I live, Elias.
Yeah. That game, right? Why did they plan it right at the penultimate game that will cause that kind of result? Guys, if any of you club, right, who have rivalries, right, and you were put in the same situation, then you tell me how you feel, right? I felt weird. Still felt weird. Still was at a stadium. Everybody felt weird being a Spurs fan, right? We wanted we want our club to win, but the results, we know that if it went it went for us, and then we give the trophy to Arsenal. It was such a double negative, So please, we have to move on from that. But why didn't the media go on and show all the fans, Arsenal fans, twerking for Spurs, right? What were we called? What
Usually
it
it was
called?
ironic because they were
Arsenal
calling us
for
shit
Spurs
all
or something
season
like
and
that,
they wanted us to win.
right?
Yeah,
So-
apparently they lost the Villa game as well, so that we don't qualify for Champions League. Do you know that? They was talking the Arsenal camp as well about that. That
Really?
they lost the Villa game so that we don't go to the Champions League. There were discussions going on in the Arsenal camp. Some of the players actually accepted that.
Really?
Yes, Arsenal players said that.
I don't
No,
believe
when you're
that.
chasing the league, you don't do that. That's
I don't
bull.
believe
Yeah,
that.
no,
That's
never.
bull.
ITK,
When you're chasing,
ITK,
no,
I
I'm
got
sorry,
many
that's
players who told me
Never.
that.
Okay,
that's a load of crap. When you're chasing the Premier
Yeah,
League,
that's
you,
bollocks.
you don't not win the Premier League because you don't want your rivals to get Champions League.
Makes
If you
no
ask
sense.
me if I want to win the league and Arsenal get Champions League, are you crazy? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, that's
It's true.
Yeah,
It's true. By the way,
exactly.
I can't reveal who told me, but it's
nice.
true.
But the thing is that, right? Why nobody actually accept the
Elias, that's
fact that
bullshit. I'm
we
sorry.
weren't good enough to beat M City anyway?
Exactly.
That was the
Yeah.
fact.
Yeah, that's another thing.
That's another
But
conversation,
listen
though,
to-
I think.
What we were saying today.
But usually what I was trying to say is that we keep
It's
on
true, by the
players
way,
far
guys.
too
It's
long.
true.
You keep players
No,
far
it's
too
true.
long. We need if Levy wants to get his money back on players, he needs to cut them off after 2
Danny,
years.
it's
If they're
true,
not
it's
good
true.
enough after 2 years. For example, Eugene, if Johnson has say another season, right? He's still crap. Sell him at the end of the next season.
But we don't do that. Has
But that's what we
When
need to
have we
do.
done
That's
that?
what we need
Right?
to
We
do.
don't do. We don't sell crap players. We collect crap players. You get what I'm saying? No? We are
Hoarders.
Deadwood. We are Deadwood SD.
Hoarders.
Because for me,
Simple
I've
as
got
that.
one. I'll give him Johnson one more season, and that's it. If he's crap next season, you can get rid of him.
Yeah, but Has, this is what I said at the beginning of the show. That will never happen. Our fans don't demand that. Dombele, can't wait for him to get back after
That's what I
the
said. 2 years.
after the
I'd give him 2
yeah,
years,
but
and that's it.
it will never happen because our fans don't allow it. If Dombele come back this season and
Oh yeah,
Spurs
I know what you're saying.
channel,
Yeah.
if the Spurs channel showed him taking on Basuma a few times,
Running
put one in the
around,
top
yeah.
corner, everyone will be like, "Wow, this guy's going to change it. This guy is magic." Kulu is another example. I only give Kulu because he's the one player they go, play him on the right. Oh no, he's crap. Right, play him on the left. All right, no, he's crap. Play him Cam. No, he's still crap. He's still crap. Until you sell him and get someone in that can play that role, you'll realise it's
Same
madness.
thing with Richarlison.
Same thing with Richarlison. Let's play him left wing. Oh no, he played left wing forever and he needs to go up front. He's still crap.
We even do that with Son.
Yeah, yeah, we do.
Let me answer this, right? I'll hate for Levy, right? To tell the truth, I don't hate Levy, right? I don't propagate hate, right? But the thing is that he has to step up and take responsibilities for his actions, for all the failures
No,
that he's done.
I hate him. I actually
Yeah, I
despise
hate him.
I hate him. The other people hate him. I don't, right? And it overshadows the what? And it makes your opinion totally unrealistic. Tell you the truth,
Sorry,
right?
can we giant wrap this next comment? I want to make a comment on this.
Yes, it doesn't be realistic or not. It's just an opinion, right?
It's not unrealistic. It's not unrealistic when my kid plays football 5 times a week and he says, I want a Tottenham kit and I've got to cough up 100 quid for a Tottenham kit for a 10-year-old. That's not unrealistic. I can demand what I want when I'm paying top money for a 10-year-old. And for someone to say that it's overcoming my love, I watch every game. All right, I can't go to every game, but I watch every game I can. It's basically like my biggest following in life. So to say that it's overtaking it, it's not. But I would like to sort of bat that back at you and say there is nothing I want more in life than to sit on the sofa or be in the pub or be at the ground and we win a trophy and to be with
100%.
my kid. Well, that moment is worth. I could die a happy man if I got that.
Deeper than just football at that point.
Exactly, yeah. It's the memories. My father-in-law, they're Liverpool fans, and they're like, "Oh, I'm not bothered what happens to Klopp or what we're going to do after." I said, "No, you're not, because you've already had it. You've had everything. You've done those moments." Whereas I don't even know what it's like. We're so long ago before we won an FA Cup. Like to win that with my son would be next level.
Eugene, can you bring up the 256 comment again? I want to make a comment.
Guys,
on it.
listen, I need to go, but I've got work, so big up.
All right, so take care, right? I'm gonna end the show soon too, right? It's
Yeah,
going
just
on
give
near
me-
this
I just
time
wanna
of
make a comment on that
2:56.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't. I
Oh,
just need to
okay,
say bye.
sorry. Are you
That's it.
going?
No,
Okay.
speak. I just got to say
Okay.
bye. See you
Can you
later,
bring up-
boys.
No,
Right,
Take care.
right. Stel, when you doing next show?
Never.
No idea. No
All
idea.
right, all right.
Mic drop out of here.
Isn't there North London is ours tomorrow?
Yeah. Okay, you're talking about this one, right, Has?
No. 256 Giant Rabbit.
Giant Rabbit. This one?
9:56.
Yeah.
I think it should be.
I want to comment on this because you know the whole data-driven stuff that we were pushed at the start of the season, saying we're trying to copy Brighton, we're trying to copy this, blah blah. To me, it's just another repackaged version of the transfer policy we have. It's just the only difference is if you use data, because, and I say this because we just keep signing players of the same age, like between 22 and 24, whatever it is. We never sign this finished article, right? We just buy players to sell on. Like Johnson, they bought in mind, we bought him for 50. If he gets better, we'll sell him for 70 or 80. This data-driven stuff was something that's pushed out just to try and cover up the fact it's the same shit, basically.
Yeah, exactly
PR,
that.
It's PR, and I recognize this as an outsider, not as a Spurs fan. It's PR that is drip fed into the media through whatever like the guys like Alistair Gold and all this stuff to make it look like you give a shit when you really don't. When you're when the people at to make the people at your club look like they actually give a shit, but they don't. It's PR.
Yeah, but it's not even that though. It's not even that. It's like saying, like I can't remember what channel it was, but they were talking about Callum Hudson-Odoi, for example, and they got out all of his stats, and believe it or not, his take-ons, and his shots per goal or shots on target per shot or something like that was like top, like you're talking of a top player, how good they were. Yeah. But what they don't show you is the rest of it. Your control is shit. Your passing is shit. Your dribbling is shit. But don't worry, you're in the top 90% of getting your shots on target. Well, that's all right, but we've got to get into that position.
But this is why statistics, I think personally, they're quite skewed in the sense that you can push certain stats about a player or just anything really about a game.
It's putting lipstick on a pig.
Like, it's all good.
No, that's not true.
It's putting lipstick on a pig.
You can misinterpret the stats. You can misinterpret the stats, yes. But stats itself does paint the truth.
Wait, Elias.
No, Elias.
But that's up to you. Sorry, hold on. That's up to you. That's up to you how you pick and choose. Because stats are not giving you the wrong story. Stats are not lying.
Oh my god, I just said good and bad anyway.
But you are picking and choosing what you want to see.
Elias.
No, you have to go by everything.
Anyway.
That's
what was the first thing that you said? Misinterpret.
But you are misinterpreting the stat. Yes, that's on you. That's not the stat telling you the wrong thing.
I think you got the wrong end of the stick. I think you got the wrong end of the stick.
That's not what I said.
There is no correct.
Elias, you're not understanding what he's saying.
For me, statistics and all this stuff, you said it yourself. Interpretations. Okay, if you interpret the Bible, so everybody's gonna have their own interpretation of that. The words are the same, but everybody has their own interpretation. Interpretation means a subjective meaning that one gathers from something, right? So interpreting
hold on. You said interpretation is a subjective meaning that one
it is completely subjective.
It's based on your own perception of something, really.
Yes,
okay, but you're using a wrong example there. The Bible one that you're using is a translation. That's
I was giving an
he was giving an example. He's giving an example, man. You're just picking at straws. If I played an 11-a-side game and said to you, I'm a centre midfielder, I had 8 shots, blah blah blah, you'd go, "Carl, he had a good game." And I go, "Well, they were in my own half." You'd go, "Oh, okay." So stats can be wrong.
Are you basing that purely on the stats, or are you basing that on stats?
All I said was because we were talking about Hudson-Odoi, Elias.
We were talking about Hudson-Odoi, and we were saying that his shot accuracy is rated very, very high. But out of that, he has 15 shots. He has 2 shots. The shots accuracy are really high, but they're from 6 yards. So you can't. Stats only tell you. Well, they don't even tell you half the story. You look at the possession. The first thing you say is if we had 15 shots, look at the Newcastle game. I think it was a Newcastle game. We had God knows how many shots, 75% of possession, and then we lose up 4-0.
Yeah.
Okay, you do know that there are now stats.
Tell me how I've misinterpreted those stats.
You have
Elias,
okay.
another
You
example,
have
Brennan Johnston. He
Le-
has
okay,
what,
let
how
me
many goals for
tackle
Chris?
one at a time, please. Let me tackle one at a time, please. Okay. The
Go on.
6-yard one, actually, there are stats now which would show you that how many shot the shot was hit as well. There are progressive stats as well. If you go on FP Ref, for instance, you can see from where the shot was hit and from where the player actually carried the ball as well. So you can. That's why the problem with many people who try to interpret stat is they just look at one stat. They just look at one stat. Hold on a minute.
It's
You just look at
crazy.
one stat. You just look at one stat, and then you make a picture. But you need to
But this is
multiple times
literally
look
what we
at
said,
different
Elias.
stats.
No, stat.
Yeah, but
Elias,
that's
keep
on
on
you.
repeating.
That's not.
Okay,
That's on
Elias,
you.
Elias, let me debunk this instantly. I don't know if you was around. Did you ever see David Ginola play football?
Yeah, I did.
No, I didn't. I
was
was
quite
young.
young.
Like,
I'm only
So
like
he
99.
for me.
I've only seen highlights, so I can't.
So from the highlights though, you can see he was a magician. Yeah, he was an absolute magician.
Great with
Do you know
both
how many
feet.
goals that guy scored? Do you know how many goals that guy's goal ratio and assist ratio was awful?
Not very, yeah.
And you're going to tell me that he was a crap player based on stats? You are crazy.
Okay, let me explain it, Elias.
Like
Guys,
Andrea Pirlo and
let's not
Xavi,
talk over
these
each other.
guys didn't have crazy DNA.
Guys,
Guys, right.
So
Yeah,
then,
look,
for that
Elias,
reason, you
Elias.
can look at the shot creating actions rather than his goals and
I don't
assists.
understand
Elias,
You can
listen.
look at his shot creating action per 90
Listen.
rather than if you think.
Talk about
So that's why.
Hudson-Odoi.
Woohoo, listen. Right. What you're talking about, Elias, is the difference between a univariate analysis and a multivariate analysis, right? So the problem with univariate analysis is they only take one data point, in what your case is facts, right, to make an assessment on an individual. Yeah, but that's actually a very poor way of making an analysis. You need to take a multivariate view, have lots of different data points, and then from there, you can then triangulate what your data is telling you to make an assessment.
Yes.
Now, you're right. Everything, we don't want to get philosophical here on a footballing podcast, right? But everything is down to interpretation, right? There's people arguing now about Darwin's theory of evolution being wrong, right? So everything is down to interpretation. But where people are worth their salt is the people's ability to take multiple data points and make a conclusion and analysis of what is actually the real case of a player being good or bad, or a player being good at shooting or not shooting. So you have to take the various data points and formulate your opinion.
Yes, so that's
Yeah,
why.
that's it. Yeah.
But
No,
again,
that's
you
it,
can
right.
only
You have to take
your
both
opinion.
alive, right? But okay, guys, hold on. Right. There's one thing I gotta say.
Let me just finish my point first because I haven't finished. So again, Mas, do you agree the fact that you can only base your opinion on a fact as a backup? You can't base up an opinion based on another opinion or an interpretation. In order to have an evidence on which your opinion is based upon, you need a fact. A stat is a
Okay,
fact
guys,
still,
the
whether
show is
it's
ending.
unilateral
Enough of
or
opinion
multilateral.
and all that. Okay, it's
How did
over.
we get
It's
this
over.
conversation? I was about Hudson-Odoi.
Yeah, we're talking about Hudson and Doyle. We just comparing Hudson and Doyle stats and how did we go and veer off into
No, because I don't like when people say that stats are useless. I don't like.
We didn't say whether they're useless. We just said.
You listen to the conversation and you jump in and go all
You
to a
are
very different
painting
angle. All right,
Elias,
guys.
you're arguing with yourself at this point. I'm confused.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, I'm confused.
All right, guys. Okay, guys, hold on.
Eugene,
The show has gone on for nearly 5 hours. All right. All right. Whatever it is, like I said before, right? To one, how you want to see it is up to you. Everyone has got their own opinion. It's up to yourself, right? To one his own, right? I'm gonna go around, give you all each a chance for closing statements before I say goodbye, because I think I'm gonna be hungry soon. It's already 10 a.m. in Malaysia, 10 p.m. in Malaysia. Dinner time has passed. I'll go to Harry. Desmond, go ahead, plug your channel, give me your last thoughts, have a bit of analysis of the game. You know, a lot of people saying that after the game we weren't even talking about the game analysis, which is true. We went on for about another 3 hours of just talking about whatever we were talk about. Go ahead, Eric. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it was a friendly, so it wasn't that great to watch, if I'm being honest. I don't think we learned anything we didn't really already know, if I'm being honest. And you can find me at Hasper TV. I'm also part of Spurs Kings TV as well, so please go subscribe to them as well. And hopefully when I'm better, I was going to put out a video, like a long analysis of our season, like 30, 40 minutes analysis. But we'll see when that happens because I'm still a bit ill. But yeah. And obviously subscribe to Tottenham Way and subscribe to Spurs Wage and subscribe to Step Up Spurs and Strasbourg Steve. Is that right? Yeah. Is that right? Yeah.
Sir.
Yeah. And I guess leave you out.
Yeah, leave you out. James, your turn.
Yeah, big up, guys. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. I know it's not all been about the game, but it's good for my mental health to get it out. It's good sometimes to get it all out. So yeah, no, I'm always in the chats for all of these boys. So sub and like to everybody, and just keep growing the Spurs family. That's what I say.
Yeah, big ups, James.
No opinion is wrong. Everybody's allowed a different opinion.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but there are good opinions and there are bad opinions.
Yeah, your
you have
opinion,
a lot of
your
bad
opinion is
ones.
bad because
That's the
you're
ironic
saying
part.
stats.
You got
Timo
a
Werner's
fucking
stats are amazing this season, and that guy is crap.
That's what I was going to bring up Johnson because Johnson
Yeah.
has good stats. but
Timo Werner, the most successful dribbles, the most chances created.
Guys, let's do this in the back room. All right, I need to end this show. Right?
Okay.
Steve, your turn, Steve.
Yeah. No. Thanks for
Oh,
having me
you want a
on.
trophy? You want a trophy, Steve?
No, they didn't. They didn't.
Hey,
They didn't.
Kangaroo Cup, man. Kangaroo fucking
Cup doesn't
you know what
exist.
I'm saying? We're balling out here, you know what I'm saying? That was fucking
No, they
sick.
didn't
I
win a
didn't watch
trophy, by
the
the way.
game. I couldn't find a stream for it. Isak scored. Shout out to him. But yeah, cool. It was good chatting with you guys about football in general and the interesting social experiment of Tottenham Hotspurs. So now big
Yeah, you
up
get
to
it,
y'all.
Steve. You get it. Don't you?
Yeah, subscribe to Strasbourg Steve if you just like football in general, because I cover a lot of it. So, but yeah, shout out to y'all.
Yeah, big up, right? Don't forget, subscribe to Strasbourg Steve. He does a lot of football content, not only just
Watch along.
Newcastle. Yeah, he does a lot of football content. All right, Elias, your turn. Last thoughts, right?
Yeah, you can subscribe at Step Up Spurs. I may do some transfer window shows during the summer, but yeah, those are slightly a bit more fun to do. They're like the news types and all that. And yeah, because they are full of facts rather than more of opinions. I'm not the opinion type of guy. That's why I would say stats are still facts. Those are opinions. It's how you interpret them that becomes an opinion.
Next.
All right, you're done, Elias?
Elias, should we sign
Yeah,
Hudson
I'm
Odoi? Yes or no then?
Okay, Elias, okay,
Yes.
Elias. Max, since you've been handled the title of the most negative Spurs fan in the world at the moment.
Yes,
and
man.
correct. Max.
Congrats, Max. Hard work.
Yeah. I just want to say that I think Strasbourg Steve is the best Spurs fan I know. So it's always good to see Steve on our channels and stuff. Yeah, good to talk to you guys. Thanks, Eugene, for hosting today's show. And I'm sure I'll speak to you guys another time on another show.
Yeah, big up, man.
Yeah, we will. And of course, guys, there are too many names, right? I can't do my usual ending. There's so many people in the chats, right? Thank you all. Robert E, Danny Kreaku, Beyonce, what I can see. Justin Harmless Potato just hopped in, right? I can't go through all the chats, right, guys? Thanks for the support. Thanks for support for Spursration, Hasper TV, Tottenham Away, Strasbourg Steve, Step Up Spurs. Please give a like and subscribe on their channels, right? I need to read out some of the super chats from Tottenham Away. Of course, Elias become a new member. Okay, A user did it 2 times, and Dallas Spurs. Thanks all you guys for the super chats. Right,
Big
on
up to
behalf
A
of
user. He always donates. He donates.
Yeah, he does.
A user, right? He's a big person. A big supporter, right? And guys, don't forget, Philly 2019, and of course Scott M. I have to say Scott M. Right? Scott M is he's the king. Yeah, but. Guys,
Big up
thanks for
Scott
being
M, by
here.
the way. We support Scott
big
M
up
more than
Scott
anyone
M.
else in our chat.
Yeah, go on.
We love
I'm on your
Scott
side now,
Scott
Scott.
Scott M is at the level, more or less, Scott M is at the level where he's in the chats, right? Which is
He's a legend.
Mavs is at the level where he's on the panel.
Mavs is like top of the league now, so.
Scott is the legend. Scott is a legend. So if you don't like Scott in the chats, you can go fuck yourself.
Tough luck. Yeah, exactly.
Come on, Elias. You're not going to end the show like that, right? But guys, thanks for being on. And hopefully, let's see if I guess Spurs will be playing Korea and Japan and all that. We'll do another watch along then, right?
When is
All right,
that?
guys.
July. It's after
Yeah,
Euros
somewhere in
now.
July. Yeah, I think it'll be after the Euros or something.
Eugene, are you going to do any watch-alongs for the Euros at all or anything? Or is it
Let's
too
see
late?
how it goes, right? Don't forget, guys, right? I'm a Spurs fan in Malaysia. If I have to watch games or do watch-alongs, right? If it's the appropriate time, then it's okay. Sometimes the games goes into early mornings for me. So let's see how that goes, right?
Oh yeah, I
All
don't
right,
like
guys.
the time difference.
Yeah, the time difference is last year. All right, guys. Thanks for being on. Right. Thanks for your support. Right. And as always, leave you out.
All right, guys. I've
We are
actually
still
got
live.
to.
Eugene, we are still